Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to the August 29th Urban Planning Committee meeting. We have a very full agenda, but we'll start with centering ourselves on the place where we gather. So we, from time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, the Nehuwiniwak, Nakota Iska, Dene Salina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land for generations. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4. The signing of Treaty 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, our community carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. I'll start with a roll call of my committee colleagues. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are also joined in chambers by Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
And I will see online if we have any of our other colleagues. I see Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And that's everyone here today. Councillor Tang, can I go to you for the adoption of the agenda, please?
I move that we adopt the agenda for August 29th Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. And Councillor Tang for the approval of the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes from July 12th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Pleased to welcome Mayor Sohi to the committee as well. Any protocol items? None that I'm aware of. We'll move to select items for debate if colleagues want to sign up. Well, I can. Oh, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello, thank you. I would just like to select 7.5.
7.5, thank you. And for expedient, oh, Councillor Tang.
Sure, I'll select 7.1, 2, 3, 4, since they're dealt together, and 7.6.
Great, thank you. So we do not. Oh, okay, so we'll vote on what's remaining, which is item 5.1, a request to reschedule the real-time traffic monitoring review, and 4.1 as well.
We don't need to vote on 4.1.
Great. So please vote for 5.1.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. And I think that was 5-0. Mayor Sohi had entered his vote verbally. We can just,
We'll correct that.
great, thank you. Okay, on to request to speak. Councillor Tang.
Great. I move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. 7.1 Growth Management Framework Update, Substantial Completion Standard, additional information. We have David Berry, Grow Together, Edmonton, in person. Kaylin Anderson, Urban Development Institute, in person. Chris Nicholas, Urban Development Institute, in person. Ryan Smith, Canadian Home Builders Association, online. Crystal Brywell, UDI, in person. Nicholas Rubottom, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, online. And Yash Banderi, Grow Together, online. And for this is, I guess, 7.234 dealt with together. Related to transit, we have Steve Brashaw from Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569 in person. Kaylin Anderson from UDI in person. Jen Brown from UDI in person. Sarah Smith, Action for Healthy Communities in person. Tim Adams, Free Play for Kids in person. And Anand Pai from NAOP in person. For 7.5, Open Spaces Amenities, we have Michaela Davis, Urban Development Institute, online, Warren Ollis, UDI, online, and Kaylin Anderson, UDI, in person. And 7.6, we have North Saskatchewan River Heritage Designation Initiative, Linda Duncan from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person. Scott Miller, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, remote, and David Ridley from Edmonton Heritage Council, in person.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We don't have any requests for specific time on the agenda, but as you will all have noted, we have quite a few speakers and quite a heavy agenda. So just before we break at noon, we'll check where we are in our agenda and make some decisions there. Just as a heads up, there may be some items that we need to defer, but we'll have that clarity before we break for lunch. But now we will turn to our first item, 7.1. I'll invite administration up to give their presentation.
Good morning, councillors. Mayor Sohi. My name is Kent Snyder, and I'm the branch manager of Planning and Environment Services. We're here today to provide an update on the proposed substantial completion standard for the developing area, which is one component of the growth management framework. This work plays an important role in the city plan implementation and Edmonton's ability to welcome another 1 million people within our current municipal boundary. The city plan sets a vision for how our community will grow. A significant component of this vision is that we become more strategic in how we manage and coordinate growth, so that all future Edmontonians can thrive in a financially sustainable city. This new approach to growth is specifically called for through city plan policy. In developing this work, we have connected with development industry representatives. The discussions have been productive, and their knowledge and contributions have enhanced the project. We will continue to work with industry to ensure our city can respond quickly to accommodate growth opportunities while remaining financially sustainable for the future. While more work is required, we value the opportunity to present our report for information and hear your questions and perspectives regarding the approach presented in this report. Joining me today are Huwaida Hassan, Director of Urban Growth and Open Space, Sarah Wilmot, General Supervisor, and Brian McCosh, Senior Planner, both with the Urban Growth Unit. Additionally, we have a number of other folks to support the delegation during the question and answer period. I'll now pass the presentation over to Huwaida. Thank you.
The city plan describes a future in which 2 million residents thrive in a city that's livable, vibrant, and climate resilient, is contained within the current boundary, and includes development in the future growth area once the developing area is deemed complete. In order to achieve this vision, we'll need to grapple with complex choices that require trade-offs, including shifting to an integrated systems-focused approach to growth management described in the city plan as compared to past growth coordination practices. Key decisions include when to start planning and developing the future growth area so that it can play a significant role in achieving the city plan vision. The city plan anticipates at least 16,000 dwelling units in the portion of the future growth area west of Highway 2 and over 6,000 dwelling units in the east side to the east of Highway 2 when the city reaches a population of 2 million. More dwelling units are anticipated to be built as the city grows beyond a population of 2 million. The city plan approach to phasing development in the future growth area will help maintain the city's competitive advantage in the region by maintaining low-density greenfield land supply and preserving agricultural land to support food security and climate resilience. If we delay decisions on how and when to develop the future growth area, we may find ourselves needing to make decisions about its development under more pressing circumstances, and at that point, the options available to us may not lead to the future we want. The growth management framework includes a set of tools to shape the growth pattern through both activation and phasing growth. One tool to phase growth is the implementation of the substantial completion standard. This focuses on the developing area achieving a defined level of progress towards complete communities prior to authorizing the future growth area for development. A desired outcome of the city plan is that Edmonton's growth and development mutually benefit the city and region, and in order to achieve this, growth needs to be managed with regards to long-term fiscal impacts. The city plan policy in which this work is grounded requires substantial completion of the developing area, including service provision, amenities, and infrastructure, prior to authorizing preparation of statutory plans for the contiguous development of the future growth area. It's from this policy that administration receives its mandate and direction on substantial completion, and this is what administration has used as a starting point for developing an actionable substantial completion standard. Next slide. The benefits of substantially completing the developing area before developing the future growth area include municipal fiscal viability, the creation of complete communities, and climate resilience. Municipal fiscal viability is a core principle of the city plan's growth management framework. The relative financial assessment prepared during the development of the city plan found that phasing growth into new areas and activating growth in existing areas would result in an 8% reduction in tax levy requirement from Edmontonians at the city plan build-out, as compared to the tax requirement under historical growth patterns. All Edmontonians bear the cost of infrastructure and services provided in the developing and future growth areas. The city's overall financial sustainability can positively or negatively impact all residents through property taxes and the city's level of service provision, and should be factored into a holistic understanding of Edmonton's affordability. To achieve fiscal, community, and climate benefits, the city needs to make choices about where and when growth happens. Appropriately timing the authorization of planning in the future growth area allows the city to responsibly assess existing commitments for amenities and infrastructure in the developing area, such as community rec centers, transit, and parks, in the context of the city plan. This will ensure existing infrastructure is used efficiently and manage new commitments in the future growth area when the conditions are right for its development. Council's priority of climate resilience is also reflected in the concept of substantial completion, conservation of agricultural land stores, carbon, and reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and future development may be better equipped to reduce emissions with increased energy efficiency and building net zero-ready homes. We also know that it's critical to have housing supply available to meet demand. Land is a key input and contributes to the cost of housing. Administration has identified that the current supply of approved lots for housing development is anticipated to be sufficient for the next 15 to 20 years. This information is monitored and reported annually. As the supply of land is consumed, housing prices may be impacted. Land in the future growth area will need to be planned and serviced at the right time to mitigate price impacts. Part of the work of implementing the substantial completion standard will be monitoring housing prices and taking the first steps to prepare land for future development through a servicing study, funding for which will be requested in the next budget cycle. Administration will also work to quantify the cumulative impacts of development fees, levies, and city policies on house prices. Administration will also continue to advance initiatives that enable development to happen more quickly with fewer requirements. These initiatives include eliminating parking minimums, the zoning bylaw renewal, and activating growth in the redeveloping area. These initiatives have a positive impact on housing affordability. Next slide. The proposed approach to substantial completion includes a set of required metrics that focus on elements of complete communities that are in industry's control in response to the market, and a set of track metrics that focus on city commitments. Progress on the track metrics could inform priorities and influence future budgets. It also includes district-specific thresholds that reflect each district's context and pace of development and how the city plan envisions the population of Edmonton to be distributed when it reaches a population of 1.5 million. It includes ongoing analysis to understand and address changes to planned dwelling units as neighborhoods are built out. It includes annual monitoring and reporting in order to provide transparent, regular, and consistent detail and progress. And finally, a development of a roadmap to rooftops that maintains flexibility to respond to evolving conditions and clearly outlines steps to building homes in the future growth area. Next slide. Administration has incorporated the recommendations from the development industry that non-statutory planning work be undertaken early because opening up a major new development area can take several years. It's critical to delineate the path that will be taken to develop the future growth area so that all those involved are able to understand and prepare for it. The proposed roadmap to rooftop adapts the city's standard development process steps for the future growth area in alignment with the city plan. The roadmap to rooftops demonstrates that there's sufficient time to carry out the planning activities. The unpredictable nature of growth necessitates a proactive approach to commencing initial non-statutory planning studies in the next 5 years. By undertaking non-statutory planning prior to substantial completion of the developing area, the city and industry will be well positioned to respond should growth outpace current estimates, while still ensuring that council maintains control over when development is authorized and approved in the future growth area. The timelines mapped out in Attachment 3 indicate that the initial stages of development could occur in the future growth area in about 15 years. It is important to note that beyond 2029, there's less certainty on the specific timing of each step. As a result, adjustments to the roadmap to rooftops is expected along the way. Next slide. Industry engagement on growth management, including substantial completion, began in late 2021 and continued in early 2022. Input from these sessions were incorporated into administration's approach to substantial completion, for example, ensuring that the public sector-led metrics such as transit service provision or libraries wouldn't hold up approval or development in the future growth area. There was no significant opposition to administration monitoring city commitments through the tracked metrics. Additional engagement sessions were held in December of 2022 and May of 2023, with a focus on refining the substantial completion standard. The feedback provided included a request to extend the planning lead time, that is the time preceding anticipated substantial completion of districts, which has been incorporated into the current proposal of 10 years. Industry also requested a greater data transparency, and in response, administration provided a functional spreadsheet to allow easy exploration of the data and an explanatory document to support it. Both were well received, and we also hosted a data review session with industry in July. Feedback received but not action by administration included a request to consider individual districts rather than the developing area as a whole to allow for opening up the future growth area when adjacent districts are complete, and removing the minimum and a high-density dwelling unit completion from the required metrics. In June 2023, administration also presented on growth management and the proposed substantial completion standard to the Joint Use Steering Committee, which includes representatives from Edmonton Public Schools, Edmonton Catholic School District, and Conseil Scolaire Centre-Nord. Input included requests to consider school site assembly as a required metric and to add constructed schools and related recreation services to the track metrics. Next slide. Administration will continue refining our analysis and discussion with industry and will advance work to better understand market housing affordability. Administration plans to report back to the Urban Planning Committee in the first half of 2024 and to provide further detail on the proposed district thresholds and baseline towards completion. This is expected to align with the draft substantial completion standard. In 2025, administration plans to prepare a terms of reference for the servicing study so that an operating package is ready for the 27 to 30 budget deliberations. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to entertain questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I'll have you step back, and we'll now call our first panel up. For those of you who haven't spoken at committee before, if you're here in person, I'll call your name and the clerk will direct you to your seat. There are lights on the podium that will be green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and then turn red at the end of 5 minutes. Again, recognizing our very full agenda and number of speakers, I'm going to be uncommonly strict with timing. Once you've presented, please stay seated. At the end of everyone's presentation in your panel, we'll then turn to members of committee who can ask you questions. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raised hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. Great. With that, I will call our first speaker. So David Barry, coming up, Kaylin Anderson, Chris Nicholas, Ryan Smith, Crystal Brightwell, Nicholas Rubottom. Can I get, sorry, I should be confirming with the online folks. Ryan, are you there this morning?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Nicholas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. And Yash Bandari, are you there? Oh, wonderful. Hi, welcome. Excellent. So, Mr. Barry, I'll turn it over to you, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. As I say, I'm here today from Grow Together Edmonton. We're a grassroots organization concerned with building a more sustainable, affordable, and vibrant city. And I'd like to speak in support, in principle, of the adoption of a substantial completion standard, while also encouraging the committee to consider taking this further. There's almost nothing under the city's direct control that has harmed its ability to provide for its citizens, quite like our historical growth pattern. As we spilled our borders, swallowing farmland, wetland, and parkland in every direction, we've made it increasingly difficult to give Edmontonians the kind of city that they not only expect, but deserve. This applies as much to the people who have chosen to make a home in our new neighborhoods as it does to those who live in the core of the city and might never set foot in them. It truly touches on every aspect of civic life, I believe, but to illustrate the point, consider our transit system. People have moved to the edge of town with the promise that they might experience things like a transit-oriented development and the urban amenities that would bring, are left to languish as that vital aspect of city infrastructure lags decades behind housing construction. Meanwhile, people in established areas watch as their transit service dwindles, with precious service hours, which I would note have not substantially increased in nearly a decade, are spent driving half-empty buses to further and further flung locations. The spillover consequences to this kind of development is severe. Because we keep sprawling out, it's harder for everyone in the city to get around. It's harder for everyone to find ways to try to reduce their household expenses. It's harder for them to find ways to lower their environmental impact. And it's harder for them to enjoy a life that takes advantage of the city that we are supposed to be building for them. The same math applies to virtually any city service. Building beyond our borders and our means ensures that our infrastructure deficit only increases, ensures that maintenance and repair chokes out services and programming, ensures that existing homeowners pay more taxes to subsidize private profits, and ensures that our horizons diminish as our footprint grows. We can and must build Edmonton's future in a different way than its past. We can and must start maximizing the infrastructure and resources we've already poured into this city. And we can and must make sustainability, in both the economic and environmental sense of the term, the guiding principle of the decision we make. And all of that starts with changing the harmful historical pattern of thoughtless expansion, making it so that something other than potential land availability drives how and why we grow. Lastly, I'd like to address the question of affordability, which was mentioned in the report and I suspect might come up later here. I'd like to note two things that were in the admin report. The first is that this plan will still leave thousands upon thousands of sites at the edge of town available for development. As I read the report, that's more than enough to handle the next decade at least, as outlined in our city plan's growth. Second, the admin report is careful to note that the only category of housing that will be affected is single-family homes. I would argue that prioritizing that form of housing above all others is a big part of why our city has continued to sprawl with all of its attendant costs. As much as we all love a single-family home, we cannot be beholden to a previous generation's dreams. The path to an affordable and sustainable city must involve, and I would argue we must prioritize, multifamily homes, both in our existing neighborhoods and in whatever new neighborhoods we may approve. I think we have seen the effects of building out, and if we are going to reverse them and create a more sustainable city in every sense of that term, it's past time for us to make sure that we build our city in a better, more efficient, more sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for presentation. Next, we'll go to Kaylin. Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Councillors. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute. Pleased to be here today to speak about the Growth Management Substantial Completion Report before you. Housing has been a hot topic in Canada recently, and with good reason. The truth is, Canada is suffering from a structural housing crisis with the fewest homes per capita of any G7 country. Economically vulnerable Canadians of all types are beginning to lose hope that they will ever be able to enjoy home ownership or find suitable rental accommodations to meet their needs in some of Canada's largest cities. Last year, the CMHC estimated that 5.8 million new homes would need to be built by the year 2030 to bring market affordability back for Canadians. This represents 3.5 million more homes than the 2.3 that would be built under normal circumstances. So there's a sense of urgency to address this problem nationwide, and Edmonton really is no exception. As Canada's fifth largest city region, Edmonton needs to move quickly to fill this gap. Looking ahead, particularly as national migration into Alberta and international immigration into Canada escalates, we will need to nimbly accommodate this growth and change, and likely a lot more quickly than we have in the past. The city plan sets out a clear vision to develop and redevelop all parts of our city as efficiently and seamlessly as possible. But this will only work if artificial constraints to the market are eliminated and no new barriers are introduced. We are concerned that administration's interpretation of City Plan Policy 2.3.2.3 will add just such a barrier. Rather than focusing on infrastructure capacity, land absorption, and contiguous growth where the market demands it, the first draft focuses very much on holding development opportunities back. This was truly not the intention of the city plan, and we do not believe this interpretation will serve our community well. The timelines for development outlined in Attachment 3 of this report are unrealistic relative to past and current market experience in South Edmonton, and there's a strong risk that supply will be negatively impacted as a result. It's discouraging that after 18 months of dedicated dialogue with administration, that no material changes have been made yet to reflect industry's input in terms of supply and demand. While good discussions have been had about methodology, which should continue as they are not yet complete, the roadmap to rooftops in Attachment 3 contains the exact same high-level growth projections as depicted at the start of the engagement process. We would like to work with administration to fine-tune their analysis and work on scenarios to speed things up if and as population growth happens more quickly. If we don't, we could be caught unprepared for growth and suffer the consequences of that in terms of higher housing costs for residents. So with this, our specific requests related to substantial completion are as follows. Build the substantial completion standard on sound methodology and expert input. Focus on cutting red tape and ensuring speed to market for housing in Edmonton. Prepare for growth by proactively planning the residential and non-residential lands in the future growth area so that they are ready for development when the market demands it. Invest in communities by prioritizing municipal investments needed to support complete communities, such as transit and parks. And engage industry expertise along the way so that we have a better pulse on what is happening in the market, when and where. UDI looks forward to supporting council and administration in this crucial work. Collaboration between the public and private sectors could present a significant opportunity to welcome and accommodate new arrivals into Edmonton, many of whom are new Canadians. We encourage Urban Planning Committee to focus on this critical issue of housing supply and to prepare the ground for the next million Edmontonians. This will require a combination of infill and greenfield strategies alike and a commitment to seeing those strategies through. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. My name is Chris Nicholas. I'm president of MLC, and I'm also a member of the board of directors for UDI. I'm here today because I think it's critical that you hear directly from industry members who are building new communities that Edmontonians call home. Over the last 15 years, Edmonton's population has grown by approximately 350,000 people, and the most recent EMRB projections estimate that Edmonton's population could reach 1.7 million by 2044, a mere 20 years from now. The last time the city opened up major new lands for development in South Edmonton was in the early 2000s, with plans for Heritage Valley and Windermere, And it's important to remember at that time, city administration initially opposed starting the planning of these lands, claiming these lands wouldn't be needed until after 2020. Fortunately, the council of the day did not agree. Here we are in 2023, and development has not only occurred ahead of schedule, but we've reached our limits. If we had not planned to grow when we did, Edmonton would have faced a significant housing supply shortage. And I share this history with you because if we understand it, we don't need to repeat it. And we're in a similar situation today. The current state in South Edmonton warrants your careful attention and action. In Southwest, we have approximately 7 years of development left. And this is an area that constitutes 1/3 of Edmonton's new growth. It takes a minimum of 10 years to go from bare land without any planning approvals in place to constructed homes for families living in them. That means if we started today, we would already have a 3-year deficit in terms of land supply in the Southwest. And I want to reiterate, our ask here is to commence the planning of these lands, not for immediate shovels in the ground. There's much work to be done before that. This fact that we already foresee a housing deficit should be concerning for all of us who are trying to bring more people to Edmonton and those who understand that one of our major strategic advantages of Edmonton's relative housing affordability compared to other big cities. Edmonton, in fact, is the last Canadian big city that can honestly boast attainable housing as one of its offerings. And this hasn't happened by accident. It has happened and has been preserved through proactive planning at a municipal level, a strong and committed business community with expertise in real estate development, and a healthy market with supply and demand in balance. I'd like to address the concern that there are too many developing neighborhoods in Edmonton, and that we need to ensure all existing ones are complete before new ones are started. As a starting premise, this misses the mark. Edmonton currently has 400 residential neighborhoods, and they're all in a state of ongoing change. Hundreds of older neighborhoods are in the process of redeveloping, some slowly, some more quickly. One would never suggest that infill can only happen in one community until the redevelopment is complete in another. It's just not how city building works. It's an ongoing, iterative process, not an endpoint. The same is true of new neighborhoods. A diversity of supply and houser-buyer choice citywide enables people to find what they can afford and live in the places where they would like to live. Our industry is eager to work with administration. We work diligently with school boards and utility providers to find better efficiencies that can save homeowners and taxpayers money while having lighter environmental impact. We've increased residential densities 3 times higher than most vintage Edmonton neighborhoods built decades ago, and we know that there are many efficiencies that can be found on public lands too. Now is the right time to explore this. Working proactively, planning collectively, efficiencies can be achieved. At the end of the day, our shared priority should be to ensure that any policy implementation strategies related to growth management will not artificially constrain housing supply in Edmonton, increasing costs, failing to meet consumer demand, and ultimately making the housing picture in Canada even worse. We're here to work with you on this. I want to thank administration for all efforts to date, and we look forward to working with them. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go now online to Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi, members of council and the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Ryan Smith with the Cantero Group, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. I would like to begin by acknowledging administration for their work to date on the growth management framework and substantial completion standard. In general, the process has been collaborative and the industry has had an opportunity to provide feedback. However, there remain significant concerns on numerous items that require refinement or modifications in order to advance this initiative beyond the report presented today. One of the top issues we hear and read about daily is housing affordability in Canada. As someone who is working in multiple regions across Canada, I can state from experience that our region has done a commendable job ensuring that housing supply and options are delivered to market in a timely fashion. The speed to market is the main reason that Edmonton, the 5th largest market in Canada, remains the most attainable major city for market affordable housing. Further, our affordability relative to other major markets in Canada continues to be a significant competitive advantage. City Plan set a vision to grow to 2 million people, and we have the opportunity to be a leader in the country by providing attainable housing options for our growing population. A healthy supply of housing is critical to ensuring we maintain our level of market affordability. In the current state, the growth management framework and substantial completion standard contain many hidden risks that could artificially contain the supply of future housing. Simply put, creating an artificial barrier to advancing new growth areas runs a significant risk of creating future housing supply shortage. And we're talking, 15 years out, not us, but our kids. A list of specific areas of concern include the following. Accurate and timely input data. Data sources require further evaluation to ensure the most up-to-date and accurate data is being used in the models. Refinement of the metrics and thresholds. Clarity on how these are measured and defined. There are many nuances, including non-participating owners, density calculations, actual versus theoretical, and others that have a large impact on how the metrics and thresholds are calculated. Substantial completion evaluated by quadrant. Growth is uneven, and demand in one quadrant may drive the need for quicker planning process than other quadrants. It is unrealistic to expect residents to move to different quadrants based on an artificial constraint on supply in areas like the Southwest, which has traditionally experienced higher growth. Putting a cap on one quadrant will only drive the cost of housing across the entire region. Roadmap to rooftops. The length of planning process is understated, and estimated timelines for new housing are long-term forecast at best. Relying on these estimates to determine the need for housing is unrealistic. No new housing units in new growth areas until 2039 is a very risky assumption and should not be used as a guideline for this process. We recommend starting the planning process on future growth areas immediately. These processes are more likely 10 years or greater to deliver a home to the consumer versus the 5 to 7 years identified in attachment 3. Moving the gate to begin development closer to the subdivision and development permit stage, which is the last 3 years of the process, would provide much more flexibility in meeting future market demands. Continued open and transparent collaboration between industry and administration is critical to evaluate these concerns in more detail. As stated earlier, further refinement and change is required in order to deliver a complete and effective framework and substantial completion standard that will allow the city and industry to continue to maintain attainable market housing costs while delivering the best communities and standard of living possible for all Edmontonians. In closing, I would like to reference an article in the Edmonton Journal from earlier this year, specifically January 11th, 2023. The heading reads, Edmonton ranked top Canadian city for easiest housing construction rules by industry group. That industry group was CHBA, and the benchmarking study commissioned by CHBA and completed by third party, the Altus Group, concluded that Edmonton ranked #1 among 21 municipalities in the report. Criteria included planning processes and systems, permit approval timelines, and building fees. The city and administration has been a leader in progressive regulation, including the parking bylaw amendment and the current proposed land use bylaw renewal. All of this contributing to maintaining a flexible and fast system that ensures both a healthy and diverse supply of housing that is working to maintain our level of attainable market housing. There's been a lot of recent progress. However, the growth management framework and substantial completion standard has the capability to single-handedly undo all of this.
Thank you
Let's
very
all,
much.
as leaders of the city and industry, work
Thank
together
you.
to continue to remove barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Back to in person, Ms. Brightwell.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. I'm pleased to be here this morning to speak about a topic of great importance to the real estate development industry. My name is Crystal Brightwell, and I'm the General Manager of Cameron Communities, the Land Development Division of Cameron Development Corporation. Cameron has been a city building partner developing commercial and residential projects in Edmonton since 1979. I'm also a member of the UDI's Funding and Finance Committee. This committee's mandate is to focus on factors that influence the economic competitiveness of the Edmonton metro region, paying particular attention to new costs, development charges that can place upward pressure on home buyers, as well as policies that could negatively influence the market through constraining supply and affordability. The city plan was created not only to welcome the next million residents and additional 520,000 jobs, but to proactively attract this talent and investment to our community. Redevelopment will factor heavily into Edmonton's growth plan, as will new communities and non-residential areas. Underway since 2013, the City of Edmonton officially annexed more than 8,600 hectares of land in 2019 to ensure that Edmonton has the room it needs to grow. This land was integrated into the municipal development plan when the city plan was approved in 2020. Despite the sense of urgency communicated through the annexation process, since the land was transferred to Edmonton in 2019 and integrated into the city plan in 2020, no additional planning work has been undertaken by city administration. Over the last decade, since annexation was initiated, urban development has now reached the former southern city limit of 41st Avenue. Now is the time to get started on this work. With anticipated approval of the Rabbit Hill District Plan in 2024, the stage will be set to begin important non-statutory servicing and land use studies so both the city and private industry can understand the opportunities and constraints of existing infrastructure and development capacity in this area. It is disappointing to see that the city does not even plan to start high-level thinking about this area for another 5 years at the soonest, and does not anticipate any new housing to be built into the future growth area until 2039. Waiting until the next budget cycle for 2026 to 2029 to begin front-end studies of this area will not meet market demand. We believe the timeline should be driven by land absorption and remaining supply rather than arbitrary dates set out in Attachment 3 of the report before you today. As the fastest growing sector, growth in South Edmonton is robust, and if the city does not plan to accommodate it through future growth areas in a timely manner, the demand will move to adjacent communities such as Leduc County, and Beaumont. The result of this would be that housing in Edmonton would become more expensive, eroding affordability as supply tightens. Further, expansion of the metro region growth would outpace urban growth within the city proper, leaving Edmonton responsible for big city burdens without the big city tax base to support it. Our feedback to administration on this report has been clear. We believe we can work together to build Edmonton's new communities in a responsible manner that is responsive to the fluctuations of market demand. But this can only happen if we're all working from the same set of facts about land absorption and sector growth. It will also only happen if we're all committed to ensuring that Edmonton's housing supply remains healthy. Our ask of committee today is to provide direction to administration to align the proposed planning process with market demand within the sector, and to take a high-level view of the economic development opportunities in the annexed lands. The substantial completion standard is one piece of a much larger picture that needs to come together to attract investment and growth to Edmonton. Taken out of larger context, it does not provide the needed direction and momentum to stimulate Edmonton's growth. Thank you very much for your time today. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go back online and turn to you, Mr. Rubottom, for your presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, you're coming through fine.
Okay, great. Good morning, Urban Planning Committee, Mayor, and other members of Council. My name is Nicholas Rubottom, and I currently serve as the Executive Director for Infill Development in Edmonton Association. While the topic of substantial completion may appear to be primarily focused on suburban development, IDEA felt compelled to share its position. As an organization, we have always advocated for regulatory policy that creates parity between infill and greenfield development, and at the core of our advocacy has been to realize the vision of City Plan. However, in the course of finding that parity, we believe that any methodology that imposes artificial constraints on the market will only serve to impede housing supply, increase development costs, and diminish the competitive advantage Edmontonians have on housing affordability. The City of Edmonton's framework for growth management needs to be a comprehensive consideration of planning and efficient land use across different areas. Supporting a holistic approach benefits all types of development, by ensuring that city resources are allocated efficiently and sustainably. Maintaining housing affordability comes from the streamlining of processes, not the introduction of unnecessary barriers, something that strongly resonates with the goals of infill development. Efficient processes and reduced red tape benefit all types of development, contributing to more affordable housing options across the city. As migration into Alberta and Edmonton continues to escalate, it is critical that we be prepared to support housing demand both in existing and future growth areas. Increased densification through redevelopment in Edmonton's mature neighborhoods is essential to supporting City Plan's vision of 2 million people. But in order to keep up with the current momentum, supporting suburban development's responsible growth, where a measured consumer demand exists, is equally important. Implementing artificial barriers that slow the market's natural course for suburban development does not positively incentivize infill development. Removing barriers for infill development incentivizes infill development and the market demand for it. In summary, IDEA, in tandem with other industry partners, looks forward to a continued collaboration with the Council and administration to create a framework for growth that advances development goals that ensure Edmonton maintains its competitive advantage of housing affordability citywide. Thank you. I'm happy to stay and answer any questions you might have.
Thanks very much for your presentation. And finally, we have Mr. Bendari for our final presentation. Over to you for 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll get those slides. And then if you can just turn your microphone on, there should be a mic on button. Perfect. Fantastic. There you go. And you need to sit somewhat closely for us to hear you. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Yash from Grow Together Edmonton. I'm just here to piggyback off of the excellent comments from David Barry and express our support for substantial completion with one minor caveat. I could bring with me some nice data visualizations that I think illustrate our point. On the left is a map of per capita carbon emissions in the city of Toronto and surrounding suburbs. The emissions in suburbs and exurbs here per capita are more than 2 to 4 times as high as they are in dense core areas within city limits. To the right, we have a screen grab from Census Mapper showing what percentage of Edmontonians drive to work according to the 2021 census. As you can see, all of the, while there is relatively strong transit ridership within the inner core, within the inner ring, outside of the Henday, transit ridership is almost non-existent. That's a big deal when transportation makes up such a huge portion of our emissions. And might go to explain why the graph on the left, the map on the left looks the way it does. On to the next slide. This right over here, you may be familiar with this chart. It's actually from Urban Planning Committee from last year, showing the cumulative revenues and expenditures for the new community Dakota in southeast Edmonton. At no point in its lifespan will this community make financial sense for the city. We will be losing, we will be in the red tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for until 2065 and beyond. When we already have an infrastructure maintenance, when we're underfunding our infrastructure maintenance by about $470 million a year, is it really tenable to build more infrastructure that doesn't pay for itself? Why should we rush into building these new communities when there's plenty of vacant and underused land within existing boundaries? I mean, even in our plans, these communities don't make financial sense. So why should we allow developers to leapfrog them and skip the housing forms that help to stem the bleeding? They want to exclusively, the whole point of substantial completion, from my understanding of it, is we want to encourage developers to not exclusively build the most profitable low-density housing types, even if they're the worst even if they're the least affordable and the worst for our fiscal and environmental sustainability. Right? That isn't artificially distorting the market. That isn't imposing onerous barriers. What is distorting the market is how we service these communities for far below the real cost to provide those services, to provide that infrastructure, to maintain it. That's the distortion of the market here. On to the next slide. Now, if we're talking about reducing sprawl, I do want to share some statistics. This is from building permit data in the city of Edmonton. The chart on the right shows what proportion of the units that have been started in the past year are within redeveloping areas. Now, city plan sets a target for 35%, and we have, slightly gone over that at times, although we dip below. And so I just want to share some good news here to say that our work has been, to reduce sprawl, has been paying off a little bit. However, the cause of this, if you look on the left, isn't because our redeveloping area development has grown substantially. It's largely because new development in the developing area has fallen off quite substantially. And so I think this really gets to the main consideration we should have when it comes to reducing sprawl and changing how our city grows, which is that if we are going to be imposing, if we are trying to limit outward sprawl, we don't want to repeat the mistakes of other cities that have approached this, and the former speakers have made some reference to this, other cities where housing affordability has completely evaporated. If we are reducing outward sprawl, we need to make sure that we are allowing for new growth inside of the city, which is why I think substantial completion should come hand in hand with the zoning bylaw renewal and increasing allowed density with district planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentations and to all of our speakers this morning. We'll go now to questions from committee members and other members of council. So colleagues, please sign up if you'd like to speak. Councillor Cartmel. Oh, Karen. Yep.
Okay, thank you then. Thank you for all the presentations. I got quite a number of questions here. I'm going to try to keep them themed, but I'm not making any promises. Maybe to you, Ms. Anderson, to start with. I think there's an undertone here. I think there's a couple of them, but the first to me is there's a contextual question between the census metro region, which is to say the Edmonton region, and the city of Edmonton. So when we talk about affordability, when we talk about, I would say, Alberta's promotion that Alberta is a more affordable place than, say, Ontario, and we've seen some uptake on that. When we talk about affordability, are we talking about, and we get that feedback from industry, and we get that feedback through various government agencies, is that the census metro region? Is that the metro region, or is that just the city?
We can look at it from both dimensions. Generally speaking, there are exceptions within the region, of course, but generally speaking, housing is slightly more affordable outside of our borders, which drives a lot of demand. All in, Edmonton is actually attainable, which means that there is a possibility for somebody to utilize 30% of their household income on shelter. That's not the case in other markets across Canada. If and as the pressures of urban living and the costs associated with that go up in Edmonton, I think we'll see a greater distortion between what's happening, for example, in city proper, Spruce Grove, Sherwood Park, St. Albert, any of the other communities. So there's already a differentiation, but there's the potential for that spread to further widen.
So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to say maybe it a little differently, is that Edmonton writ large is affordable. But if the city of Edmonton isn't affordable, there's opportunities in the region for people to purchase a home there.
Correct, and typically the center city, Edmonton itself, starts to get a little nervous, as it should, if it loses market share below 75%, 70%, and so just caution that.
So, and I want to, I'm sorry, I'm going to end up jumping around here. I'm going to go back. I'm not sure if anybody else remembers this, but there was the 1982 annexation, which came on the heels of the development, which was shortly after we developed the first leg of the LRT, to northeast Edmonton. And then my understanding of that time was that that land in the northeast of Edmonton was annexed as the next growth area for the city of Edmonton. Served by mass transit, great big lump of land up in the northeast. That's where all of our housing was going to grow. And the council of the day soon realized that regardless of what the city might have wanted, uptake of its new LRT system, the demand was in the south. And that resulted in approval of development in the south and, you know, the various plans, which, to Mr. Nicholas's point, we've seen in Windermere and in Heritage Valley. Thoughts on that? I mean, we've tried this before to drive development into different corners of the city, but it always keeps coming back to the south and specifically to the southwest. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, market demand consistently over decades has been favoring the south. I don't know if either of you would like to add anything to that, who are sitting next to me, but through policy you can't force people's independent decisions. If somebody wants to live in South Edmonton for proximity to Nisku or the airport or whatever reason it might be, connectivity to the River Valley, there's a million different reasons why people might choose that, but there's velocity behind that market expansion in the south. If that's limited, the choice that people make isn't to move to the north. The choice is to find another community in the south.
So if we push people out of the south, we have no idea where they're going to go. We can try to force them into some of the developing areas in the north side. Where's the market going to take them? I've heard Beaumont, Leduc County, those kinds of places.
Yeah, we can't, great comment. We can't force the market to do anything. These are individual actors spending their own household income on the most important investment they'll ever make in their life. So they can't be forced.
So if the census metro region gets larger at the edges of the region, then things like heat islands that are related to transit service don't get better. Things like the servicing plan that the city of Edmonton is largely responsible for don't get better. We just get less revenue in terms of taxes to pay for that. That revenue goes to the regional municipalities.
That's correct. And there's also a lot of big city services that might not be covered off regionally, such as homelessness supports, prisons, major hospitals. So keep in mind that in addition to those municipal services, there's a whole bunch of other things that the city bears that is not borne by the region.
Great, thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this conversation. Today's very, very important conversation. Maybe I'll start with Speaker Anderson on the affordability issue. Edmontonians are facing a big affordability crisis. Housing is part of that. Yes, our housing is affordable. What I want to get a sense of how we tackle this issue is that what I'm hearing from Edmontonians living in new areas, yes, housing is affordable compared to other cities, but I'm paying a huge amount of money for transportation cost because they don't have access to public transit, or they have to drive miles and miles to get to a library or to a rec center. That drives transportation cost. So what I'm really struggling with, how do we maintain affordability in a holistic way? Not just housing affordability, but the overall affordability. I just want your thoughts on that, how we catch up with that gap in services and programs that people need.
It's a really great question, Your Worship, and I might even go a step further to say it's maybe not affordable, attainable. It means people can still get mortgages. There are a lot of things that are, let's be honest, way outside of municipal control. The interest rates, supply chains, it goes on and on. Migration levels that are set by the federal government. There's tons of things. But within the city's control, much as you've described, there are investments in infrastructure and transportation and social supports. So those are three great things. What I would say is that the city plan tries to tackle that sort of wicked question by looking at the districts and trying to plan districts comprehensively, appreciating that Edmonton is too large to imagine that anyone living in any one part of the city will have to be able to access the entire footprint of our city to meet their daily needs. So as you're planning transit, as you're planning parks and recreation centers and libraries, thinking very much about creating those clusters of activity within each district to serve the local communities well is probably the best bet that we have at this time.
Absolutely. I think that 15 meant local living, absolutely. But what I'm trying to get at this time, if I'm sitting here today, I'm struggling to find resources to close the gap of 280,000 service hours in the ETS, right? That are lacking that service in both in existing but also developing areas. I'm struggling to understand around $380 million that we need to upgrade parks and amenities in mainly newer areas. So where is that balance of affordability on those end of things and the housing affordability, and what we need to do to close that gap? Otherwise, it's going to become unattainable for taxpayers, and that's my worry.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance. As I say we because we partnered, UDI partnered with the Chamber and NAOP back in the fall to come forward for the budget. We really think it's critical, and I'll speak to this again under the transit item, that the core municipal services that council stewards on behalf of Edmontonians are prioritized. So that will include the hard trade-offs. So are we short X number of service hours? Are we short X number of dollars to build the kinds of parks that we need? I think a fulsome reevaluation of where the city budget is being allocated relative to the needs of residents is only for the upside.
Yeah, I think we are doing that. When I look at the investments we are making over the last 4 years, 400 and I think close to $800 million is going toward public transit to rehabilitate existing infrastructure, to add more service, to replace LRT cars and all that. So we tend to do that. But despite those investments, despite focusing on core services, we still have a gap, right? So what I'm trying to understand, as we open up new areas, that gap will continue to grow. We need to have a plan in place how we close the gap within existing areas first before we start looking at adding more. That's where at the same time, absolutely I don't want to do anything to constrain housing supply, because that is also a big component of affordability. That's where I'm struggling. That's what I'm looking for, some thoughts and ideas.
Yes, I do understand that it's a struggle. I would say that if you're looking at the density and diversity of both population and built form in our new communities that are built outside of the Henday, you'll be surprised to find how much more efficient that they are than our infill neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
Which is why we're here in support of redevelopment of our city, which is why we're delighted that IDEA is here in support of the continued growth of our city, because these are not separate items that can be traded off against each other. We need to be able to comprehensively redevelop so that we can afford those amenities.
Thank you.
Councillor,
sure, yeah, we can do, I have a sense there'll be multiple rounds. I'll go next to Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I think Mayor Sohi shored up a lot of the same concerns and tensions that I'm feeling as well. I guess one of the things I just wanted to understand a little bit more is in the attachment 3 of the report, it talks about sort of that flow from raw land or redevelopment to, a home. And in the report, it talks about starting those a little bit later, and I know there's concern there. And I overheard, this idea of making sure we're nimble for what might happen, right? We don't want to be behind the 8 ball. So I guess I'm just trying to find that balance of how far down that road could we go early to create that nimbleness while still protecting and phasing the growth in a reasonable way. And I guess I'll put that to Kaylin first.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I would say that the best thing that you can do is plan. I won't say that there's no cost to planning. That is not accurate, but it's a good investment to make at the front end. I would also say that the way that the substantial completion policy is being interpreted and depicted is based on a certain idea of what planning gates need to be evaluated. Keep in mind that as City Council, you have about 4 shots to look at how planning works, right down to the moment where you approve zoning at public hearing. So there's really no harm in getting started sooner. The worst case scenario would be if we suddenly realized we needed it and then had to do some kind of rush job to have an area structure plan put in place for development in an extremely short time frame.
Yeah. So I guess just on that, like for me and for the general public, I'm trying to get a sense from IDEA or even see like the Canadian Home Builders Association in that flow chart, where would you like to see us kind of go to? Is it the strategic planning and policy guidelines? Is it the area and neighborhood structure plans? Is it the rezoning and subdivision? Like, what stage in that are you hoping we do earlier rather than later to to maintain that nimbleness?
Yeah, I think that you're asking the question that needs to be asked, Councillor. I think the default assumption is that all we're talking about here is area structure plan, neighborhood structure plan. I don't think it has to be that way. And I think that we could look at any different numbers, components of the planning process and consider that more holistically in a staged pattern. That was commentary that came out through the engagement with administration. So I'd say that's on the table.
And what would ideal state of that look like to you? Like, if you know, you're feeling like there's that balance that's struck today.
Yeah, Councillor Rutherford. You know, it's, and I guess to Mayor Sohi's question too, I want to no conceptions here. We are endorsing substantial completion. It's very important to have complete neighborhoods. That's what we do for a living. That's what our customers, your constituents, rely on, right? So, and to go to the cost. We're not endorsing growth and not supporting substantial completion, just for clarity, if the notes weren't clear. But to your point, I think it's super important to have as much time as possible to plan a city. We all know, some more than others here, how complicated this job is, especially for a large piece of land. So, but equally as important is for council to still have control of when it actually proceeds. So if I was to draw it up, I'd say we need to get on servicing and non-statutory planning immediately. We need to get on ASP so quickly thereafter. And we can wait on the zoning, which would give council the trump about actually when we go, because there's so much more to be waited on, including substantial completion and fulfillment of services of developing neighborhoods.
Okay, I'll leave the rest of the questions to my colleagues. I might come back for a second round, but I appreciate the responses.
Great, thank you so much. I will take a round now, and I don't know where to start. This has been such a great conversation already, so really appreciate the discussion. So maybe, there's so many, okay. I'll start by saying I think that you know, maintaining Edmonton's affordability advantage is absolutely critical. So certainly agree with that. I'm just struggling with some of the logics here. So maybe Mr. Smith, so you were talking about how constraining one area will potentially drive costs across the city. So again, talking about sort of restricting the supply of lots, we know that there's a large capacity. There's 75,000 available lots for development, granted not all in the Southwest. So why would constraining one area necessarily result in higher prices across the whole city if there is that abundant supply in other areas?
Well, in the short term, you might have a supply in those areas. In the long term, you will not, because you will erode supply in those areas. But further, people will find a different place to go. I think that's the more important part.
Sure.
Look,
So
we're not a major landowner in the Southwest. I'll speak from personal experience. We're a major landowner in Spruce Grove. And the best thing that could happen to our land in Spruce Grove is putting a hard boundary on the Southwest right now.
Sure.
Because it would push people to other areas and it would drive up demand, which allows pricing to increase in those areas.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's, you know, a question I'll come back to. But I guess my question is then, what happens when we build out the future growth area? Like, what happens next? If we're committed to building within our existing boundaries?
You mean, are you talking out to like 2040, 2050? You're talking that far into the future?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a pretty difficult question to answer because demand can change, I mean, every couple of years. I think, you know, if suddenly industry's incentivized and builds 10 new plants in the Northeast, demand for housing in the Northeast will most likely increase, and vice versa. There's so many different things that play into where people want to live. I mean, Mayor Sohi is talking about distance for driving. Well, that's not just an outcome of people wanting to live in the Southwest. It has to do with where they work, where they commute, where they go to school. There's so many different reasons that play into where somebody might want to live.
Sure.
And
Sorry, Mr. Smith, I'm just going to stop you there. I'm just mindful of my time, but appreciate your input on that. Maybe Ms. Brightwell, I mean, your comments really got to something that I struggle with, just around having sort of the big city pressures without the big city tax base. And, you know, again, the Dakoto Integrated Infrastructure Management Plan, you know, that to me doesn't suggest that building more neighborhoods builds us a tax base. It actually looks like it erodes our tax base.
Certainly that could be taken out of context, I think, a little bit. We don't have where that came from, but when
well,
speaking...
sorry, just to clarify, that came from our growth management report from administration last August.
Right, and we have our own report in play currently that's looking at those costs that I can't currently speak to, but what we were speaking to was more the diversion of people to Leduc and Beaumont, yet continuing to use those services.
Well, and again,
Edmonton.
I'm not sure why we would be concerned with that if having the low density residential in our own community, again, creates more costs than revenue.
Maybe I'll jump in on this one, Councillor. Of our 400 neighborhoods that we have in Edmonton right now, there are only 4 that don't fall into that kind of category.
Sure, so
those 4 neighborhoods
I
are
understand.
downtown, Oliver, Summerlee, and Empire Park. So actually, it's kind of a false conversation to be saying that a certain neighborhood doesn't pay for itself when actually 99% of the neighborhoods in Edmonton are in that circumstance.
But why would we repeat mistakes?
I don't think it's a mistake. I think we're the most attractive, affordable big city in Canada. I don't really see the mistake we're making.
Okay, well, lots to come back to and dig into on a second round, but I'll go now to other members of council. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate the conversation so far this morning. I'll probably have to have a few rounds as well. Maybe I'll start with Speaker Barry. Thanks so much for being here. You know, you mentioned that substantial completion and growth management really touches on every aspect of civic life. And I think one of our other speakers, Speaker Bandari, mentioned that, you know, this work alongside district planning and zoning bylaw are really intertwined and integral to the way that we grow. You know, reading through the What We Heard reports, seems like there's, of course, been a lot of engagement with industry, which makes sense. But I guess thoughts on community and community's voice in this conversation. Do you feel that Edmontonians are aware of this body of work, just given how direct an impact this could have on the livability of their neighborhoods, or tax levy, things like that?
I wouldn't say Edmontonians are excessively aware of very many aspects of city planning. Why that is a much broader question than I could take on, but I'd only say as someone who's interested in these issues, this wasn't something that I was aware of until quite recently. And I do think if people were a little bit broader aware of, for instance, as a homeowner, what building on the edge of town does to your livability, your taxes, all those issues, I would expect there might be a few more people here speaking on the issue.
Right, yeah, thanks for that. And maybe I'll jump to Speaker Rubottom from IDEA. Yeah, so a few questions. I think you led with IDEA, of course, is still pushing for parity between infill and greenfield development. And I'm trying to square that with some of the comments that you provided today. I guess I struggle to see parity in the current context, where existing commercial properties, residential infill properties are in many ways paying for and funding the cost of future expansion through property taxes. And at the same time, many of those mature neighborhoods are losing amenities and amenities that are integral to the development of 15-minute communities while paying higher taxes. So help me understand IDEA's position on this.
Sure. Well, I think the important thing to remember is when we're talking about parity, like if we really break it down in terms of city plan's working towards that 50% for infill, 50% for suburban. And often with IDEA, we end up talking about the 50% for infill and the removal of barriers tied to creating that parity. And what we're a little concerned about with substantial completion, the way that it stands now, is it's not that we don't support the idea of substantial completion. It's more that we're worried that if we impose artificial constraints on the market, which we can't control, then the result of that is that housing supply costs are going to go way up. So what we would rather see is we'd rather change the market perception of development. So from an infill perspective, what's going to make infill development more attractive? Well, our ability to keep costs down is definitely part of it. And the way that that can be done is through the removal of barriers in an infill context, as opposed to trying to create barriers from a market context as a whole. So it's the approach.
Right. And I think, as outlined in administration's presentation, I think the city of Edmonton is absolutely a leader when it comes to removing a lot of those barriers.
Yeah.
And especially with our new zoning bylaw coming down the line, some really exciting
absolutely
there. I guess maybe in the remaining minute here, one of the things that I flagged, and I'll be asking further questions of the administration about this in future rounds, but there were no infill targets included in the report as a tracked metric. And it seems that substantial completion of developing communities is viewed in isolation from the entirety of the city. And as you mentioned, we have pretty ambitious infill targets. What are your thoughts on having a tracked metric for infill targets? Should we not be considering that as part of this conversation?
I think so. And I think that's kind of what prompted us to come into the conversation in the first place. I brought up the misnomer that maybe this is a suburban discussion, like a discussion about suburban development. But I think infill really does have a place in this conversation. So if we are going to be continuing to discuss substantial completion and how we as a city measure that, definitely I think that infill...
So you'd be supportive of an infill target?
Yeah, we'd definitely be.
Yes?
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to go now to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Honestly, I actually don't have a ton of questions because I think I understand and appreciate where everyone's coming from. I can't say I agree with all of it, but I hear you and appreciate your perspectives. I want to come back to David really quickly. You talk about going a step further. What does that look like to you?
Do we have to stay realistic? Or, quite frankly, like from my perspective as someone who already lives in the core of Edmonton, I would like to see us not build anything else on the edge of town. I understand that that's probably not a realistic sentiment, but at the very least, I think that would involve cranking up our completion targets a little bit. I'm not entirely sure why we would remove things like public sector infrastructure targets from the completion standards. That would be a big one. And just in general, I think it's ensuring that these communities are complete before we start bulldozing new ones. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I think, Kaylin, to your comments to Mr. Mayor here earlier about looking at our investments as a city and making sure we have those amenities in place are absolutely critical. I guess for me, when I look at this report, managing growth in that way to consider for those amenities is a big part of it. Would you agree?
100%. In fact, I think that the best thing that council can do right now is to be creating implementation plans for the city plan, looking at the 1.25, 1.5, and even if you want to really go for it, 1.75 horizon. There's no reason that you can't create a bit of a shadow plan for the future growth areas to understand the population you'll accommodate, how many schools that would require, the number of parks that would be needed, the transportation systems, so that you can have a really robust understanding and start actually planning very proactively for those investments. So I would strongly encourage that.
Right. I guess I see this report as very much part of that work of planning for.
Maybe you can repeat the question. I apologize, Councillor Tang.
No, I just think your point about, investing in the municipal amenities is a really big part of it, but part of it is that it's growing to be extremely unsustainable at a current rate, so we have to think about our growth pattern. And I think everything you're saying actually validates why we need this right now, right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I think that's why, in fact, from a regional level, their EMRB has set density targets. Keep in mind, talking about suburbs and infill is a bit of a dichotomous conversation. I like to say, and I do believe it, we only have neighborhoods. They just have different birthdays. So my neighborhood was built in 1920. It's a suburb that was built in 1920. That doesn't make it morally superior or more efficient in any way possible. In fact, it's 2 to 3 times less dense than some of the neighborhoods that are being built right now in the suburbs. So I think that the way of thinking about it isn't who's new and who's old and when is the birthday of your neighborhood and should we have a party to celebrate it or not. It should be which infrastructure, amenities, and community services are in a deficit position or perhaps or even in excess of what other parts of the city are able to expect.
Actually, in my ward, I don't really have a lot of infill, so I don't really think it always in those terms. I'm struggling to get transit service in those neighborhoods already. I think a lot of us are, and that's been, I think this meeting is really top of mind for me. I don't disagree that we need to kind of think down the road, but to me, having a growth management framework with some of these pieces is very much part of that. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna leave it there. I really appreciate a lot of questions because I think they capture a lot of my thoughts as I listen to the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. So being a councillor that sort of represents the whole gambit, the maturing and developing and future growth. My concern, I guess, maybe Mr. Banderi, in your one slide there with the dropping off in the developing areas, I'm just wondering, can you provide some rationale why you think that might be happening? Is that financing costs or?
Yeah, well, this is units like building permits issued, the total units in the trailing 12 months. So I'd imagine a big part of that is rising interest rates making larger homes, which would normally require a larger mortgage, less affordable, and there being and lower density suburban development being something that's easier to kind of turn on and off than more longer term projects that are building high density housing in mature neighborhoods.
Okay, and I guess Mr. Nicholas, you talked about how well industry had done in increasing density in developing neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yeah, especially in the last 10 years, Councillor, I guess.
Okay, and then, but that has left that gap of that higher density without the programs and services and amenities that our residents are looking for. I guess my concern is if we allow further development and urban sprawl, are we not just increasing that gap?
And I think we're having two conversations where it's one and the same. We all agree. Substantial completion is essential for the growth of our city. We're not here to say we don't need some metric in order to facilitate. Again, I'll say, those are my customers. We want amenities there as soon as possible. The densities are not creating the gap. It's how we are funding and how are we looking at these new communities. And again, the ask is not to put a shovel in the ground of the new, it's to be ready because people are coming and we need to figure out how do we create the amenities? How do we afford the going forward? What is the real metric? Because I don't buy that chart that growth doesn't pay for itself. It's just that, you know, if you do a lot of reading, there's more papers that would prove the difference. And what are you doing as a city? So it's not the density. We're doing a very good job of creating 15-minute cities, way better than we ever have. It's a matter of how do we plan this proactively in order to get the amenities and what the citizens deserve there.
Okay, I kind of disagree with you on that, like representing some of the neighborhoods here, especially Laurel. It was brought to my attention at a community event last year that within that community of Laurel at the time, that there was not even sort of one retail or commercial location in that whole neighborhood. So that to me isn't a 15-minute community. That's not what we're looking for the city plan. I mean, now there has you know come about a few. My other concern is with the schools. We are at a loss for schools out here in the southeast. We're only now getting a high school that was promised over, I think, 35 years ago. Yet there's schools in mature neighborhoods that are, you know, at low capacity, and you know, we've had a lot of school surplus sites go up as well. So isn't it better to use the existing infrastructure within those mature neighborhoods rather than expanding and not being able to provide the services that residents want?
Councillor, it's a good question about the school boards, and I think ongoing collaboration with them is critical. They need to consider where the kids are, not just where we want the kids to be. So, you know, the brand new neighborhoods are sort of bursting at the seams with little ones to the point where there are portables being added in huge demand. So, you know, is the alternative to bus the kids in? I'm not sure what you're suggesting, but, you know, the truth is the school boards have to be responsive to where the children are located.
Oh, they know where the children are located. They just don't have the funding for construction. I'll wait to my next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, sorry, just jumping off on that. That is absolutely the provincial government not awarding schools to Edmonton where the children are. That is 100% not on the school boards. But I just want to unpack, is it Chris with MLC? So Chris, I'm perplexed by your comment about suburban growth paying for itself. I have not seen one jurisdiction anywhere in the world that is trying to balance their books by allowing more suburban growth. Industrial, yeah, absolutely generates revenue, but I mean, clearly we even heard from another speaker here today that only 4 out of the 400 neighborhoods in Edmonton are financially soluble. So why would we continue a pattern that is just going to increase taxes for everyone else in the city?
Where do those people that work in the industrial part that pays, where are they?
Where do they what?
Where do they come from?
Well, so that's creating kind of a false dichotomy of like, well, we have to keep sprawling in perpetuity and all the way down to Red Deer, or else no people. Like, surely we can do better than that.
I don't think anybody's suggesting such an obscene kind of idea here. What I'm saying is we've, and this went back to 2 councils ago where we created this big IAMP, which was the beast of all spreadsheets that looked at just infrastructure cost, just tax per neighborhood. It's not how cities work. So if you look at, where the people, what they need to be doing, my comment is the metrics, and depending on how you're looking at this, you can't just look at a cost base on infrastructure versus taxes. The people are the most important part of our city. What are they doing? How are we attracting them? And how do we ensure that the jobs are being created so we can create the industrial opportunities, so we can create the commercial, so we can create.
But you would agree we should do so in the most fiscally responsible way possible, right?
I believe that we're doing a very good job and improving all the time.
So, but part of that improvement is we need to stop subsidizing the growth that is losing us money, right? Like it'd be like building a new home with no insulation. We're just going to be hemorrhaging heat costs from now into the next century.
You and I'll disagree on the terminology of losing money while creating people like good places for people to live. There's always room for improvement. I think that there's demonstrated a lot of improvement been done over the last 5 years, but yes, we have to keep on looking. This is a good mechanism in order to be looking at how we grow.
As I read the report, though, like there's thousands of spaces still available. This isn't even counting opportunities like the U of A Property Trust, where the West 240 could bring 12,000 new residents to the South Campus area. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of lots still available in Edmonton. So why would we even begin planning? We're already so overextended financially.
All it is planning. A city needs to be ready. You need to know where we're going. We need to, with the comments of the school boards, they would be sitting here endorsing the same thing, so they can be asking for money or knowing where they're going to be. But it's all we're saying is planning.
But we're decades away from that. Why? I guess I don't see the harm in not planning. If to your point, you're saying like
we'll just agree to disagree on that. Both can happen in tandem, and just sticking our head in the sand and saying we don't need it is not good city planning.
But I think we agree we don't need these new homes for probably a decade. Is that right?
I don't know, but if we plan today, you're not going to be ready to build a house in there in 10 years. We started planning yesterday. It wouldn't be ready.
Yeah,
even if we wanted to.
I appreciate it. I'll take this line to administration and try and test your point there with them. Thank you. I guess going back to maybe I still can't get past the balance sheet here. So maybe I'll go to Mr. Bandari. Your point about financial solubility on neighborhoods. Are you familiar with when the city studied the Decoteau area and the result there?
Yeah, so that's on the slides. That was presented here at Urban Planning Committee last year.
And are you aware of any development pattern or place in the world where the suburban growth is the preferred?
I'm not aware of a city where suburban growth long-term improves financial sustainability.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the great discussion. I heard lots of good questions and good answer, and also very important points and in terms of our city's development. So I do have a question. So I try to get sense from our public speakers about the economic impact. And then, so I heard lots of other questions. I'm not going to repeat that. And specifically, I'm going to Mr. Nicholas. So you shared the story about our Windermere Center development and also Heritage Valley Town Center development. So I heard some very good points there, and in terms of the economic impact for those developments, and specifically for advanced planning as a necessary. Can you comment on a little bit more about that?
Oh, I'm kind of getting these stories from guys that predate me, but apparently in 1998, an MDP, which at the time was a couple years behind because it has to be refreshed every 10 years, was brought to council. The long-range planner at the time, who I can name, but I will not, recommendation was everything south of what is now Henday, but of course that didn't exist back then, none of that would be needed for about 25 years. And Terry Kavanaugh said, well, that may or may not be the case, but we should get on planning this because, if I was smart enough to know the real estate market, I certainly still wouldn't be working. It's a very complex beast. So I guess that was the point of the story, that the proactive nature of at least planning the city to know where we're going so we can take advantage of shared infrastructure and other, in 1998, that's what happened.
So in terms of the economic impact, so I'm going to ask administration the same question as well for that analysis piece. So what I can say, I want to confirm if my understanding is correct. All those developments, in one hand, to support our city plan and to satisfy the housing supply and to fill out the gap for the housing deficit. That is one point. Another point is about really those type of developments can really support city's economy, development, recovery, growth, and is not only about the housing development. And because with that foundation, and we can keep tracking, and people come to our city, and then when people come to our city, we have sufficient housing supply, and also we talk about the housing affordability to ensure our city that advantage is still in the place. So that means I see the linkage between this economic positive impact and the housing affordability. So is that understanding correct?
Yes, Councillor Rice, I think you put that in a very good way and kind of brought us up to the level that we need to be having the conversation, which is that ultimately Edmonton needs to attract investment and talent. And that's our economic development strategy at the foundation. So all the parts that go into stimulating that are important, but it really, truly, cities are economic engines in and of themselves, and they thrive with more investment and more people and more talent. So that's what we're talking about. The part of the conversation where we build communities for people to live who are part of that city is where we are now, but truly what you've just escalated for us in terms of thinking is where we need to be having the conversation and starting it.
Because during my listening and I'm thinking about why people choosing the certain area and close to airport. There must be economic reason there. And then when we have this type of conversation today, and where our city should develop, how we develop, and I think economic factor and should be one of the most important factor to consider this type of policy and strategy. We cannot just talking about any development without mentioning economic factors impact there. Is that right?
We agree.
Okay, so that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. On the second round, Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. This sort of, my time is only, thank you. This neighborhood versus neighborhood conversation, frankly, I think it's a bit silly. So, I mean, it depends on the point in time that you're talking about. I look at the neighborhoods in the ward I represent north of the Henday. If you go back to some of those homes were built in the 80s and 90s. You go back to the 80s and 90s and there was 3 schools in the whole neighborhood. So there was no schools, there was no rec center, there was no library, there was frankly no proper roads. And because there's no roads, there's very little transit. But as the city grew and we took on the neighborhoods of Windermere and Heritage Valley, that provided some revenue streams to borrow money to build the rec center, to augment the road network, etc. So right now today, the people in Windermere that have none of those services might argue that they are subsidizing the rest of the city because they're paying in and not getting anything out.
If that was a question, yes.
Yeah. So, you know, depending on the point in time that you're talking and depending on the neighborhood you're talking to, you're going to get a different answer, right? Because if we ever do get to a point where we're building a rec center in Windermere, then the math might be different.
Correct. It's a dynamic system with no endpoint.
So one day the city will be finished and we'll never build anything else and then everybody can catch up.
Cities are never finished.
Yeah. So I don't think that's a worthy argument, quite frankly. But when we talk about, I guess one of the questions I have is, has UDI or any other body done a study on big regions made up of a number of municipalities that shows how much of a tax dollar within the city goes to things like policing and social services and houselessness and those big city demands versus how much of a tax dollar in the municipality outside of that circle goes to support the big city demands?
No, that sounds like a great study.
Yeah, like, so how much is and I'm not, Mayor Daniluk, I'm not picking on you, but how much does a citizen of Beaumont pay towards the greater need in the city of Edmonton.
Now, keep in mind, as the Urban Development Institute for the Metro Region, we support everyone. So in some
Right.
case, I might say, good for Beaumont.
Well, Beaumont would say good for Beaumont, because that frees up resources to do things like build another rec center, have bigger properties, snow clear more frequently, those kinds of things, because they don't have to spend the dollars to contribute to the greater good of the entire region. So insofar as we might, as a region, want more people paying to the collective pot, not just the local pot, having people in the city versus out of the city might be to our benefit.
Yeah, and I think different city regions have taken different approaches. The GTA was amalgamated, Montreal was amalgamated, then disamalgamated. It all gets very dramatic across Canada. But, you know, here in our context, we're different than even Calgary, who's more of a unicity. We have 12 neighbors. And so, you know, that's how our current circumstance is. We have no choice but to think regionally and as a team.
So let's look at the city then. So if I look at the west end of the city, do we have plans in place all the way to the city border on the west end? Yes?
We do.
Yeah. And so industry generally, if something changed, if a giant plant went in on the west end and demand shifted to the west end, we've planned it out to Edmonton's limit.
It is all, statutory plans are all done to the western side, yes.
But even statutory aside, the city's general plan of what's going to happen there is done.
Done.
Northwest, done.
Done.
Northeast, not as much, because there's a big question about the energy park.
I'd say that's the only question. The residential portion of is done.
East Edge, done. Maybe
Dakota,
Maple,
yeah,
little bits.
Done.
So if we separate the planning sequence from the building sequence, and in my view, the underpinning of substantial completion is don't build the next neighborhood before this neighborhood is built to some high threshold. But if the demand shifts, the city and the industry is ready to build the next neighborhood in sequence in those three places.
Everywhere else except the south.
Everywhere else except the south. And so we're looking at this and saying, okay, we can adjust and shift and move in all other corners of the city, maybe the northeast, not quite as much. In the south, we've got a 7-year, to your words, Mr. Nicholas, we've got a 7-year horizon. It takes 10 years to plan, and when the rest, even if the rest doesn't fill up, if that's the demand, this artificial line pushes things to other places that don't pay into the big pot.
That's the danger, sir, yeah.
And that doesn't mean, sorry, I'll come back.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, I firmly believe in orderly, smart preparation, keeping in mind that our population will continue to grow. What I would be interested in that planning should also be looking at the impact of climate change. That planning should also be looking at equitable access to services, amenities. So would you be open to having those conversations for those new areas that we are growing denser? Absolutely. We are building diversity of housing choices? Absolutely. But we also looking at, okay, how do we make it more sustainable? How do we make them possibly net zero into the future? I don't know, right? Because my concern is that the existing developing neighborhoods are not equitable in a way that access to services is not equitable. Many newcomers live in those areas, multicultural communities and others. They don't have equitable access to services as would other neighborhoods. So that's a concern. Maybe we would have to think about as we plan smart. And would you be open to that, UDI?
Absolutely. It's an essential conversation. It can happen soon enough. And to your point, the planning is the first step. Just funny story so I was out with administration and a dozen people from administration on Wednesday, and we had an amenity map from when Allard started in 2011 and an amenity map for Durocher only 10 years later. South of Ellerslie, there was 2 schools. That's it. The amenity map identifies commercial and everything. In 10 years, it gets filled in.
Yeah.
But yes, logical, getting it advanced, and yes, we'd welcome that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just driven by free market, but there are constraints around, as we have done in the past. Good. Thank you for that. I also want to know, maybe I'll come to you, Speaker Kaelin. Like, you're the representative of UDI, right? And you speak on behalf of all developers. The struggle I have is that I want orderly development, but we don't have the resources to pay for services and amenities for that orderly development, and we are already lagging in access to services. Would you be open to having conversation jointly with City Council, City Administration, UDI, approaching the provincial government, say, look, we are doing this orderly plan, right? But we have identified gaps that we would have to meet for services in order to provide that equitable access and build 15-minute communities and local amenities. Because province benefits a lot from your development because they reap huge amount of tax benefits, but city's ability to pay for services is very constrained. Edmonton property owners, their ability to pay is becoming an issue, right? So would you be open to having those conversations? How do we attract more revenue to the city from the province in order to pay for those services and amenities?
Yeah, 100%. I think that we should be having a couple of conversations at the same time. One is, if we're not structurally able to provide the basic services and amenities, what can we do around what's within our control locally? For sure, we want to have that conversation, and absolutely we would go shoulder to shoulder with you to the province, because the province is in the macro game of attracting investment and population, and we know that most people settle in big cities, and urbanization is an increasing trend. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why wouldn't we partner on that?
Great.
Happy
and
to.
That could also include what Councillor Cartmel was talking about was, there's a cost to city taxpayers providing services to a bigger region, right? And how do we include that into the conversation? Okay, so I'll think about some ideas about how we kind of formalize that conversation between city and UDI, then approaching together to the province on having that bigger conversation about revenue sharing to relieve pressure on property owners in the city.
Well, yes. I mean, there's 2 ways to pay. You either pay through your property taxes or your mortgage or your rent, mortgage rent. So there's only 2 ways that people pay. So that's
or your income taxes, corporate taxes.
Oh, sure. I meant in terms of city building.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. On his first round, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Maybe just one follow-up question, because I think Mayor Sohi asked what I was thinking, but maybe I want to do it slightly more direct. So we have had conversations about offsite levies, and I know that is a tense subject, and there's I don't think, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think beyond the fire station conversation, which is now in that offsite levy piece, there hasn't been really anything new in a substantive way. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, nothing else has been raised yet in Edmonton, but elsewhere, yes.
Yes, and so I guess that's the question I do want to ask. I mean, I heard Mayor Sohi ask you a fair question if you're willing to work together. I think some of the hesitation I'm hearing and that mix of perspectives, and I think you nailed it, Ms. Anderson, which is that we only can pay for this 2 ways, through the price of the mortgage or through property taxes. And I think there's a hesitation to continue down the path where it is as much on property taxes as it is. And so if we're going to continue on this planning, which I think is a reasonable ask, does that mean you're also willing to have a conversation about potentially more in that offsite levy conversation to help us make sure that we're not solely putting it feels like we're almost exclusively putting the burden more on the property tax side of the equation?
Well, an offsite levy turns into an increased housing cost. So
exactly.
I mean, it's a balancing act.
Absolutely. And so I'm agreeing on that. I guess what I'm wondering is there an openness to at least talking, if we're going to do some planning of this next phase, can we talk about what that right split is? Because I get, again, it's either coming from property taxes or coming from housing price. You don't want to go too far on any one path. And I think the concern right now is we've gone a little too far down the property tax path, which has put us in a bit of a deficit. But if you go too far down the other path, and that's why I know the hesitation of industry is that you make our city unaffordable like many other major Canadian cities. But is there a better ratio? Is there an opportunity for a conversation about what a better ratio might look like, a more thoughtful approach on that?
Well, I think we've got the target in the city plan, around 35% of household and transportation as the target. So we can always measure against that. That's the great place to kind of be in terms of a reality check for all parties, you know, as we're talking about these trade-offs. The other thing we haven't talked about yet is, are the, you know, standards, the infrastructure standards and regulations even required? Are they up to date? Do we have the right size roads, the right size parks? Are we overbuilding our pipes in our paths? One of our major arguments over the last year as industry is that we have, you know, really doubled the density in 20 years in our suburbs, but nothing has changed on the public realm. So we need to have a conversation too about what's driving those costs at the city, and then dig into each one of them and find out why. Why are they costing what they're costing? Instead of just assuming that they're the right size and the right price and we have to pay for them.
Love that, because I think we are overbuilding our roads. So yeah, I think that's a great conversation and maybe a good way to have that conversation on the costs. And the reason I ask about it, because I think I heard one of our speakers is from Cameron, and you know, I think about, we've got a lot of residential developers here, but I often hear from a lot of the commercial property owners about every time we're increasing taxes, it's often hitting the commercial properties in a substantially greater way. And they are the ones who are often speaking to us at public hearings about, you know, a 5% tax increase they don't love because it's typically more than 5% on the non-res side. And so I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, a willingness to say, let's go talk about what are the standards of what we're building to. Maybe we can do smaller roads, which in turn save more costs for other amenities that we're struggling to provide right now through property taxes, but we're willing to have that holistic conversation in that plan. So if we're going to go do planning, let's holistically talk about it all.
Yes, please. And it goes to your point, Mr. Mayor, of that does talk to environmental, it talks to everything. It's just about doing it smarter, everything.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, coming through fine.
Okay, great. So this is interesting. Maybe stick with Kaylin. So I'm just wondering, when you hear about the cost sharing, if the blood kind of chills when it comes to potential loss of profitability for development.
Well, I mean, yeah, well,
or will developers just simply add any extra costs onto the homeowner?
Well, we see the worst case scenario. And actually, maybe admin can take a look at this more closely, or we can provide follow-up, where, you know, there's just absolutely massive costs in the GTA associated with development charges and offsite levies, you know, just absolutely astronomical, which is driving concretely whether people can afford a home or not. So without being, you know, alarmist about it, we already know what the outer edge could deliver if we're not careful. So open to adult conversations 100%, but also not naive to think that we won't be having an effect on home ownership and affordability and the cost of rent.
Yeah, so there's that balance between attainability of a home, but then, oh, here's your taxes to cover that attainability. So, you know, it's trading off one way or the other. So what difference does it make to the potential homeowner?
Well, that's where I think that you as elected officials, you know, really working in your wards would have the best sense of what people want. I mean, if you're a new home buyer, maybe you're definitely new to Edmonton, you're maybe new to Canada, what is it that you want more? Like, what are you seeking to achieve? Because there's no such thing as like the perfect model neighborhood that we all need to replicate. I mean, everything is a series of compromises and trade-offs, and what do you prioritize in terms of what you wish to invest your life savings in. So I think that's a really good conversation to have with Edmontonians. Like, do you want a smaller place with bigger taxes, or do you want a bigger place with lower taxes and fewer amenities? Like, it's just a constantly dynamic conversation.
So here's the challenge. According to population growth and inflation, the city has not kept up with either of those costs with the tax rate. We've got a 4.9% tax rate. If we were charging the taxes according to just even Steven, growth and inflation, I think it'd be somewhere around 9.2% or, last year and 7 point something percent this year. So the city itself is not keeping up with taxes. So there's a larger conversation here. How do we explore that from a developer point of view? Because presumably you also want to develop in a municipality with lower taxes.
I mean, at the end of the day, we want a competitive city that attracts talent and people to Edmonton and provides a great quality of life. How that gets determined is so tricky, and that's why we have, through this process, elected representatives who will do the hard work of wrestling it out and seeking perspectives.
But what does that mean?
I mean, I don't. I should be asking you that, Councillor.
Practically, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, maybe I don't understand your question either. Can you try to reframe it for me?
So the question is, I'll repeat it. Population growth and inflation is generally how municipalities determine a base level of what the tax rate is going to be for the next year, the next year, the next year. With the rate of inflation currently and the rate of growth as far as population, we are nowhere close with our tax rate just to maintaining services and where we're at. We're not. And so we either have to increase taxes by almost double to get to even, because right now we're bleeding money and bleeding services, as everyone can obviously tell, or we have to find a new formula where we all sort of share that cost together, or we just, everything just goes right on to the taxpayer.
Or we reprioritize what's most important for Edmontonians and focus on funding those services while cutting others.
Doing that. That's already our endeavor. And also, when we're talking about reprioritizing, if our tax rate is not keeping up to growth by almost half, I think that's already an immediate reprioritization that's happening. And we saw that through COVID budgets. So I'm out of time, but yeah, those are my thoughts. There's a larger conversation here.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. I'm hoping that we can get through questions of our speakers this morning. So I'm going to try to limit myself. I think I might have two rounds from now, but just wanted to I appreciate this high-level conversation that we've been having. I think there's some more technical details I want to start moving into in regards to this report. So, Mr. Nicholson, I was interested by your comments about sort of doing the planning first, and then we still always have the gate at public hearing in terms of rezoning. In my mind, rezoning is the worst time for us to be making those decisions in terms of the amount of investment that's gone into planning, prep, all the work that the development industry is doing to get to a public hearing. So I just wanted to dig into that comment a bit further to understand if that's truly a workable approach to planning in your mind.
Good question. That came from basically that's the most finite and the last basically gatekeeper-esque that that council gets. I don't know what, again, I was just trying to come to a balance where we could get ahead, yet, council remains the gatekeeper of that, because then we do it cleverly. Is it zoning? I don't know. Maybe it's an NSP but that's, as you know, not statutory, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I feel that tension, and in my mind, I think that's why I was excited for this direction in city plan about doing that gatekeeping at the planning level, at ASP or NSP level. But I do also really take your point about, again, wanting to be nimble to respond to those market shifts. But this idea of the market shift also kind of brings this other specter in my mind, which is, what if we see a really drastic market shift? As a very extreme example, something like Detroit, where growth dries up or where growth shifts very dramatically from one area, and we're left with sort of these 10% completed communities that aren't viable for bus service, that maybe don't have their parks in place yet. you know, that to me is another role that substantial completion plays to help mitigate that risk as much as possible. So I'm seeing heads nod, but so how do we again strike that balance to make sure we're not left in that situation while again being nimble in case growth is happening on the other end of the spectrum?
Again, it's the two conversations that can be in parallel, right? It's essential that we be finishing neighborhoods. Yeah. It's essential we come up with a good metric that we're all comfortable with for substantial completion, so we can say that and we can prioritize what it is to complete a neighborhood before getting on to the new. But they are totally independent of each other. We can be doing this at the same time as planning what the future is. And a lot of it is because, I'm going to pick on the Southwest again. There's little things like 41st Avenue. When we like to tell people when that's going to be built, 2 lanes of that doesn't get built until everything south of there gets built. We're going to have huge traffic issues well before that if we haven't even planned. Right? And that doesn't mention the school sites. That's not the infrastructure shared costs. That's not, while we're building this out, we better know where we're going if we were to have the conversations of efficiencies.
Well, and that's a really interesting question. So I've been thinking about the metrics that are proposed. So, you know, residential building permits, commercial zoning, and then active parks. But I mean, you raise a really interesting question. You know, is road network build out something that we should consider in the completeness of communities?
Probably, but you'll find, and you know this very well, Councillor Stevenson, it gets done super quick, or at least the ones that industry is in charge of doing. It's where that's lagging is when we need the public funding to finish it. But so it still begs the same. That's always where the rub is, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I think maybe just toggling back to another point, I think you spoke really well about the relationship between residential and commercial, industrial, right? Those being connected, that one supports the other. So again, wondering if again, we want to be looking at this more holistically, do we need to be looking at commercial and industrial growth in the district as a whole or the city as a whole?
Well, especially when you look at all the lands on the, I'm going to call it the Devon Highway, right? About like, the land use strictly is that.
Yeah.
And looking at it, you know, as an Edmontonian, that is an incredible tax base, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's, as Kaylin always says, it's, you know, the economic development is jobs, location to jobs, lifestyle, great place to live. That's the economic development, so yes.
And I think, oh, and I'm out of time, but I'll come back for a final round, I promise. And now to Councillor Wright for second round.
Thank you. I'm just looking at sort of the affordability and demand for housing, and I know that's one of our advantages here at Edmonton is the affordability. And it did speak about that in attachment 6, but we don't really have any stats. And I've gone to the Realtors Association website and looked at from their stats for detached homes are about 500,000 and apartment style condos are about 194,000. But there's been a greater uptick in sales for that apartment style condo. And I'm wondering, couldn't we achieve that that higher density, I guess, with infill?
Well, Councillor, they wouldn't be the same price point. There's a premium for infill. It's more challenging to do, the land costs more and it's more expensive to build. So it wouldn't be a 1-for-1.
Okay, and yeah, and again, on Realtors Association, that's just the average price. So can you maybe give me an example of what an apartment style condo on an infill basis would cost?
I can respond to that a little bit.
Thank you.
There's a couple factors that would play into that in terms of like the density and number of units. What it really speaks to, like I think Kaylin made a good point that it wouldn't cost the same compared to a suburban context. And this is where like IDEA is really getting at with this issue is how do we create market conditions so that we incentivize the infill option and make the infill choice be the direction that the market actually wants to go. affordability is a big part of that. And the way that we can create that is by removing certain barriers to incentivize it. Now, you've already done so much in terms of like the introduction of the new zoning bylaw. Once that gets implemented, that's going to give us the opportunity to densify in more areas within mature neighborhoods. When a developer is able to densify at a higher volume, they're already going to be able to bring costs down. So I think
I'm just guess I'm looking for an example or just sort of a price point of what, you know, maybe some in around the university area that that we've recently approved through public hearing. In that, what would the cost of those apartment style condos be? Is it in line with that 194 or?
No, it wouldn't be in line with that. It would definitely be higher. I'd have to come back to you with that. I can't actually name the number off the top of my head.
Okay, that was just something, because I'm just wondering if there is greater demand for those
No,
for those
it's
apartment
usually
style condos.
it's usually the infrastructure that really hikes the price up in order to do the infrastructure upgrades and increase density for an apartment building like that. We end up having to put a lot of money up front for the development, and then that, of course, gets levied onto the cost of the housing.
Okay. Do I have any other questions at this time? No, I think I've got maybe a couple for admin. I'll wait till that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. Maybe getting into a few questions around the required versus tracked metrics, and I'll get there by maybe directing to Speaker Anderson. Yeah, you know, what I'm noticing is that when I look at the required metrics, of course, those are all metrics that are primarily within the control of the entity that is doing the development. And the track metrics would be more so under the control of the city as an organization and requiring public investment. But I'm also hearing that there is broad commitment to creating complete communities. And my understanding of complete communities absolutely includes things like public transit, rec facilities, libraries, fire halls, etc. So can you provide some commentary on why we wouldn't include some of those public oriented metrics as required metrics?
Well, I guess I would start by saying that it would be awfully difficult for private sector development to be not responsible for but accountable to public investment. We do agree that the public sector should be upholding its end of the bargain when it approves neighborhood plans and proceeds through them, and plans for transit centers and plans for rec centers and libraries. It's critical that those facilities be built in as timely manner as possible. But, you know, if the city doesn't want to, let me put it this way, if the city doesn't want to allow any more new development until it has provided the services to the level that it deems acceptable on its own balance book, then what you'll do is you'll just stop development until you have decided that you've paid for what you want to have. And in the meantime, what we're here to say is, as the Urban Development Institute for the Metro region, we don't recommend that you do that, but if you do, it will be a boon for the rest of the Metro region.
So what I'm grappling with is, I think that there have been promises made in the past around, or expectations set around what types of amenities and investments, public sector investments, communities can expect to see. And I don't think we've been able financially to hold up our end of the bargain, as you put it, simply because we have stretched ourselves so thin. So it's this tension between wanting to create complete communities, but the fiscal realities of our current situation, knowing that we can't deliver in the way that I think Edmontonians expect. So I will direct some of those questions to to administration. And I think the challenge is, if we continue down this path, that gap gets wider and wider, and our ability to deliver is diminished even further. So maybe I'll loop back to one of the other comments that you made around reprioritizing and reprioritizing in a way that would help us overcome our existing deficit and infrastructure deficit. But again, I'm struggling to see how we can reprioritize our way out of about a $470 million annual renewal deficit. I mean, we're considering a dedicated renewal levy to start to make up for that deficit. So I don't think reprioritizing is going to get us out of this. I think it would take a structural change to the way that we grow. So can you speak to that piece? Or I guess I'm looking for a little more justification on your comment related to reprioritizing and how that's going to get us there.
I think there are an almost endless number of solutions that could be examined. I don't think it's quite as black and white as here's what we need to build and here's the deficit that we have. Are we building to the right standards? Do we need the size of rec facilities and locations that we've been putting them recently at the scale and scope that they're designed? Is that required? Those are all choices. They're not default settings. So I think in every single case, you can look at your core services. You can look at the services that you provide that are not core, and you can think through carefully what those might be.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess if I may go to guest Barry today. So I would say my first election I volunteered on was Don Iveson in 2007. I think that's where we met. And it was Smart Growth through Ward 5. And I remember going door to door, and this is 2007. People were saying, yes, we have to stop sprawl. There was talk of a green belt even. And then now it just seems like that's only amplified with the school closures in 2010 and on. It feels like we're in a really weird bubble in this room today where I'm hearing people say that, no, we should continue limitless or, suburban growth and some limits at some day at some time. But I'd be curious hearing all the speakers today. What do you think? Where are you now hearing other voices?
You'll have to forgive me because I'm a bit new to this process and I apparently missed rehearsal, but I am baffled by this conversation, quite frankly. 4 out of 400 neighborhoods pay for themselves, and that isn't a giant flashing red light that we need to do something to make those neighborhoods somehow more soluble. I could walk 15 minutes in almost any direction and find a site that I could stand naked in the middle of, and I'm not sure anyone would even see me, much less be bothered by that. I have to walk across a massive empty parking lot just to get to the library for my neighborhood, which is, Westmount, by the way, I think is one of our sort of shining examples of a good neighborhood. Like, I think that a townhouse in my neighborhood or a condo in Rossdale or doing anything with one of the gravel parking lots that dots our downtown will do as much for providing people to work in industrial zones, for paying for Windermere's schools, and creating a city that is actually attractive to global talent as bulldozing yet more farmland to build yet more tract suburban housing. Like, this city is going to be in massive trouble if, standing at that precipice, we jump further.
We already are. We're facing a $10 billion renewal deficit. We're looking at more Skona pool closures throughout the city, and not just pools, libraries, all sorts of amenities, fire halls, who knows what else next. In the report, it cites that the substantial completion standard to manage growth, if this is implemented, administration calculates that it will reduce the anticipated tax burden by 8%. Do you think if you went around the Westmount Community League and asked, would you rather see more suburban development in new neighborhoods out to the airport and around the airport, or would you rather see an 8% tax decrease? What do you think your neighbors would say?
I don't even think I need to answer that. Obviously, they would take the tax increase. Or, frankly, I think we're a pretty good progressive neighborhood. We might like some more services in our city, which, I mean, we talk about quite a bit at this council. This feels like a real chance to do something about that.
I'm perplexed by some of my colleagues' line of question, which is suggesting like, well, the revenue might go to Sherwood Park. I don't see any revenue here, and neither does administration. So would be curious in your thoughts there.
My understanding of the issue, and I'll wait to see the report that would contradict every other one I've read. But I don't think these problems stop at our borders. Like, if Sherwood Park wants to dig its hole deeper to build more housing on the edge of town, I guess as an Edmonton taxpayer homeowner, I'm pretty okay with that. I think we have plenty of places to build within Edmonton, and I'd like to see us work harder to do that.
And I guess the other piece that's not here, I saw the National Housing Advocate who just went to the Liberal Party of Canada retreat. He was saying one of the top things we should be doing is looking at building seniors housing where people are. So I think about Westmount Mall for you, that if your parents or in-laws wanted to downsize to seniors housing on a mall site, that could be looked at. It just seems that this report, why I'm a little, well, I'm not frustrated, but I don't see the malls taken into account. I don't see so many other development opportunities taken into account inside the core of the city. So
I think that's a huge opportunity. Frankly, I live near the old rail line. There are a bunch of underused for lease warehouses that we could do something with. I mean, again, you do not have to walk very far to find an unused parking lot in the city. There's plenty of places that have big white fences around them that no one is doing anything with. I would love to see council, quite frankly, work harder. I hope this is a part of that, but find ways to get those things built up, because again, no one is arguing about we don't want growth, we don't want development. I just think we need to have growth and development that fits within our borders and fits within our budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so maybe I'll just continue with David or Dave. Speaker Barry. So Thomas Edison famously said, if I asked people what they wanted, they'd say faster horses. So we're hearing about what the market wants from developers based on where people are buying. But it seems circular because people are buying from where things are developing. So in your perfect version of things, how do you break that cycle? What's going on? And I'll give a little bit of a quick example. You know, incandescent lights. It took the Harper government to step in and say, you know what, we're moving away from that for the market to change.
I mean, I don't know that I have a perfect version of this. I certainly think that the market can be pushed a little ways, and I think probably the people sitting beside me also think that, or they wouldn't be sitting here talking to council. To me, it's about more choices in the city. I mean, it's easy to say that, yeah, people want to live on the edge of town, but they're not making an equivalent choice. You're talking about a $300,000, 2,000 square foot house that they're not going to have to do any renovations on versus, you know, a 1,200 square foot bungalow that they're going to have to pour tens of thousands of dollars into. I think if we give people those choices, they will start making different ones. Right now, they don't have that choice. I would, you know, love to move into a townhouse so I don't have to cut all this lawn and shovel all this walk, and I can still be close to things that I can walk to with my daughters. That just wasn't a realistic option. I think if we give people these options, we're going to start to see their choices change. And if all we do is build the same kinds of things, of course they're going to choose the same kinds of things.
Yeah, and so that's sort of the what we're grappling with here, and maybe I'll get your thoughts on this. So people tend to want a single family home with a little lawn and maybe even a garage. That's like the dream. When we do that, you know, right now, the density of what's being built is more than the density of a lot of core neighborhoods. So the contention from developers is that because of that density, those new neighborhoods are paying for themselves. We've got condos, we've got fourplexes, duplexes, so on, and single family homes and zero lot line homes. So there's a big mixture. And so we also know that there is a impending population rush. And before we know it, we're going to have massive constraints. And we are not moving fast enough. We do not have either the builders or the regulation in place to handle answering that need with infill or with converting office towers into residential towers. So do you kind of see that there are some pressures here that maybe a full stop doesn't answer? And I don't think the city is proposing a full stop, by the way, but because you have been thinking about this, what is your response to that?
Well, I mean, yeah, as far as I know, a full stop is not on the table, and I think I spoke previously about how I don't think that's a realistic solution, but that doesn't mean that pushing growth to different areas is not a realistic solution. And again, to me, it's about taking those steps to help build out these areas that I think can very clearly be built up, whether that's something like the zoning bylaw renewal, which will allow gentler density, or more aggressive things, which I would strongly encourage this council to consider. But to me, the solution to the problem that new neighborhoods are denser, though maybe still not actually solvent, and old neighborhoods don't pay for themselves, is not let's keep building more new neighborhoods. It's make the neighborhoods that exist more functional.
Right. Okay. And just double checking, I did attribute that quote to Henry Ford, I hope.
I couldn't tell you who actually said that.
Right,
I
no,
apologize. I'll look it up on Spark Notes.
All right, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Briquette. Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. So again, just to reiterate, the suggestion here is not that we have unfettered building and leapfrog building. The suggestion is that we don't stop planning. We don't stop the non-statutory planning. Yes?
Yes. The City of Edmonton and City Administration is in charge of the statutory plan. You can put in the economic endeavors, your climate initiatives into that strategic plan. We're asking to just be prepared, because what if we get it wrong? What if, in this case, the federal government increases the amount of immigration into this country and that leads to more people in Edmonton? What if we get it wrong? Affordability gets eroded. What's the harm in the pre-planning, in the statutory plan, in the area structure plan, at which point City Council and City Administration has full control over, and then hold, and that way we're ready.
Yeah, so because the counter argument is don't make a plan. So the suggestion is the city shouldn't have a plan. And I'm struggling with that. There's been references to the GTA. I think it's a GTA Greenbelt and the Vancouver Agriculture Beam. I think that's another one. Maybe you, Ms. Anderson, I think you made the suggestion that in Toronto, at least, there's been all kinds of off-site levies and that kind of thing. Not asking for that today, but do we have information available that tells us in those cities where there has been constraints like this on development, what the outcomes have been?
I would be willing to commit to researching that further. I can tell you that of the three major kind of land preservation tools in Canada that I'm the most familiar with, there's the agricultural land in Vancouver, there is the I can't remember if it's called a Greenbelt or not, but in Ottawa, I think it's called the Greenbelt. You're nodding at me, Councillor Stevenson. And then it similarly in Toronto. In all three cases, the development jumped the boundary decades ago, and now commutes are just elongated through a highway surrounded by farms.
So we would have, if we study that further, we might know if development was pushed to the burbs, perhaps sooner than it might have been. We might know what's happened to affordability in the core. Those kinds of things could be teased out. So we would actually have live examples of that. Understanding the nuance that Toronto's on a lake and Vancouver's on an ocean. But
yeah, I mean, in all cases where the green belts have been put into place in Canada, and a few famous examples in the States, like Portland, in no cases was growth contained.
Yeah.
It simply jumped the belt.
In Detroit, the Detroit example was brought up, and my understanding of that is that for other reasons, development was pushed to the burbs, and effectively the core of Detroit found itself without resources and with the ability to adjust and adapt. But that belt around Detroit thrived. You go to Ann Arbor, and I don't think there's a big problem. But yeah. Detroit had one.
Yeah. Detroit's a very fascinating and extreme example. They actually deconstructed neighborhoods after the city actually went bankrupt. But it's interesting because now they're rebounding. So it just goes to show that that cities are in flux, they're dynamic.
And they're never finished.
And they're never finished.
Maybe Mr. Rubottom, do you know, using I guess that same example, the cities that have these development limits and effectively lines on a map as a development limit versus other metrics, has that done anything to incent infill in those locations, in those municipalities? Do you have that information?
What I would say is that the approach to annex a certain amount of land and then not go further than that is definitely a good measure to incentivize infill in other directions. But to kind of speak to Paquette's question before, because I think it's relevant to this conversation here, when we put limitations on suburban development and we put those limitations in, that doesn't make infill development any easier because it has its own set of problems that it's trying to overcome. What we're seeing in Edmonton is we're seeing that there is a demand for diverse built form. We see that there is a demand for higher densification, and suburban neighborhoods have been able to offer that in some respects. Where the problem is there's not the affordability aspect that in an infill context we can provide. So even if you disincentivize suburban development in the exterior of the city, that doesn't mean that we can make infill development happen in Edmonton. It just won't automatically happen. We have to remove the barriers that make it affordable.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mayor Sohi.
Just a quick question. I will follow up on that with you. That'll be Nicholas, right? Nicholas Rubottom. So what I'm understanding that what we need to see this discussion today that we are having about substantial completion in the context of overall city plan, right? We need to look at how we are moving forward on the zoning regulation changes, which is coming up for debate in October, right? And how we look at district planning, for example, how we look at affordability within the mature neighborhoods, or other policies that would help us encourage the redevelopment and infill. Am I sensing that right away?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. Councillor Salvador, she brought up the idea of whether or not IDEA would be interested in there being infill targets as part of substantial completion. And that's definitely something that we would support, because we would like to see how we can make our inner neighborhoods more complete and how we can incentivize development and population attraction in those areas as well, because it definitely is a balance. If we suddenly take away the suburban development that we've already planned for, so to speak, based on the land that's been annexed and the projected growth that we're going to be having long term, then all that's going to do is that's just going to impact housing supply costs, and that's going to impact our ability to deliver on infill projects.
Got it. So it's not one or the other, right? It's
it needs to be a
suite of things that
a holistic, comprehensive approach to realizing city plan.
Okay, okay, that's all. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just some very last questions. Ms. Anderson, you spoke at the beginning about the housing shortage. Is that single detached homes or housing units?
That's units all in.
Okay, great. So all typologies being considered there. Just in terms of, just to make sure we have shared understanding, I think I heard agreement that, substantial completion is not a limitation. We're not talking about a green belt. We're not talking about development limitations. We're just talking about how we fill up our lands in the most efficient way possible. Is that fair? I see some nodding heads, but
yes.
Great. Okay, well, this has been such a robust conversation. I'm deeply grateful to all of our speakers for joining us today. Those are all the questions we have of you. I would like to do a bit of agenda management right now to manage everyone's time. What I propose, there are a few proposals. We are going to likely postpone item 7.5, so that's the open space amenities in developing neighborhoods, to the September 19th Urban Planning Committee meeting, just so that we can give that a fulsome conversation. I'm also going to propose that we deal with item 7.6 immediately after lunch, so at 1:30. So we'll pause on item 7.1. We'll jump to 7.6 just to hear from our speakers and get that wrapped up. Then we'll proceed to questions of administration on 7.1, and then move to our cross-referenced items 7, 2, 3, and 4. And just to ensure that those have the time and space for the fulsome conversation that is also warranted, we are proposing to extend our orders to reconvene. So we'll go today to the end of the day at 5, and then we would reconvene tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 5 p.m. So that's the outline. There's some technical motions. So with unanimous consent, yeah.
Can just ask one question? Like looking at the agenda, and we have list of speakers on 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4, would it be more appropriate to make that item tomorrow, I mean, for Wednesday, instead of having them wait through the day? Or you want to hear all of them today, then?
My only concern, it's a good suggestion, it's certainly open to it. My concern is that we wouldn't be able to finish 7, 2, 3, and 4 in the 2 hours tomorrow afternoon. So I'd like to get started on that. My hope is that we can get through speakers in 7, 2, 3, and 4 today.
Also, you want to listen to speakers today? Okay,
Yes,
got it. Okay,
yeah,
got it.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so if I can have unanimous consent with some nods that we'll do 7.6 as soon as we come back from lunch, and then I will move that the orders of the day for the August 29th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting be changed to continue on August 30th from 3 to 5 p.m., and that the August 29th Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01728 be postponed to the September 19th Urban Planning Committee meeting. And we'll do that as a double-headed motion, if we may.
We'll just have to vote separately.
Okay, no problem. So we'll vote on the first, which is to extend orders to tomorrow afternoon, 3 to 5 p.m.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you, and I just want to thank my committee members for making that possible. I know it's not ideal, but appreciate you all finding the time in your busy schedules. And then the second motion to postpone item 7.5 to the September 19th Urban Planning Committee meeting. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. So we will be back here at 1:30 to touch on 7.6, and then we will dive back into questions of administration on 7.1. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are live from River Valley Room.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our August 29th Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'll start the afternoon off with a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmell.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We also have Councillor Jans again joining us in chambers.
Hello.
We have Councillor Knack online.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
And that is all for now. So as we discussed before the break, we're going to be moving now to item 7.6. I see administration is ready for a presentation. I just would like to make a motion that we also hear from an additional speaker, Keisha Kerr of the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, who'll be joining us remotely. If my colleagues, oh, and she's here. Oh, hello. So I'll make that motion if we can please vote to add that additional speaker.
Yes.
Great.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
It carried with 4 votes.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, over to administration for your presentation on 7.6.
Good afternoon. My name is Kent Snyder. I'm the branch manager of Planning and Environment Services, and we're here today to provide an update and recommend that committee supports the continued efforts with the North Saskatchewan River Heritage Designation Initiative. Joining me today is Hoeda San, Director of Urban Growth and Open Space, Corey Churchill, General Supervisor, Urban Growth and Open Space, and a special member of our delegation this afternoon is Kyle Scully, Planning Technician with Smoky Lake County, and who has been the project lead with the North Saskatchewan Heritage River Designation Initiative. I'll now turn to Hoeda to start the short presentation.
Thanks, Kent. The Canadian Heritage River System is a national program that acknowledges the values of heritage rivers across Canada. The program was established in 1984 by the federal government, provincial, and territorial governments to celebrate the role and value of rivers to Canadians. This collaborative program, delivered in conjunction with local communities and residents, recognizes and promotes rivers with outstanding natural, cultural, and recreational values by awarding them heritage status. Today, over 40 rivers representing more than 10,000 kilometers have been designated. These rivers collectively represent renowned national waterscapes, cultural treasures, and healthy waterways. The program supports long-term stewardship of designated rivers for the benefit and enjoyment of Canadians and tells the stories of our rivers, including Indigenous stories. Smoky Lake County has been leading the initiative to designate the North Saskatchewan River in Alberta as part of the Canadian Heritage River System since 2019. Next slide. In August 2021, the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, provided a conditional letter of support to nominate the North Saskatchewan River for recognition with the Canadian Heritage Rivers System. The conditional support was based on the need to better understand governance and funding models, as well as the City's role as part of the designation initiative. As these details have developed over the last 2 years, administration is pleased to provide additional information and an update to the Heritage River Designation Initiative. At a strategic level, this initiative aligns with the City Plan, Breathe, and the Ribbon of Green, which recognize the importance of the North Saskatchewan River and the regional role the river plays both in major ecological functions and as a recreational water corridor. This initiative also directly aligns with a number of other city initiatives and work being done by key partners, organizations, which seek to protect, preserve, animate, and celebrate the river and adjacent spaces, including the River Valley Alliance, Explore Edmonton Tourism Master Plan, the Rossdale Business Plan, and the National Urban Park Initiative. I'll turn it over now to Kyle Sholey, Planning Technician with Smoky Lake County and Vice Chair with the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, to provide additional information on the North Saskatchewan Heritage River Designation Initiative.
Thank you, Kent and Hoeda. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Committee, members of Council. I'm also joined online later, perhaps for questions, by Leif Olsen of O2 and Stephanie Neufeld, who's the Chairperson for the NSWA. I hope you've had a good summer break and that you've been well since I saw you here last on June 12th in relation to the National Urban Park. I promise I'll endeavor not to repeat myself. And let me begin by saying that we appreciate from Smoky Lake County administration's support in bringing this report forward. In some ways, it's been a very easy undertaking, inspiring love for this natural feature that we all share. Edmontonians, indeed Albertans, already have powerful personal relationships with Saskatchewanissippi, which interconnects people, communities, and jurisdictions. Flowing more than 1,200 kilometers from the toe of the Columbia ice fields to the Forks, where it meets its sister, the South Saskatchewan, the North Saskatchewan River is Canada's 12th longest river and forms part of Canada's second longest river system. The Heritage River concept area, reflected in this image, includes 718 kilometers corridor along the length within Alberta, which has been broken down into approximately 1 to 3 day float segments. The designation of Alberta's portion of the North Saskatchewan amounts to about 55% of the river's total length. This will complement a small portion, about 50 kilometers, in Banff National Park that was designated a heritage river in 1989 due to its outstanding ecological, recreational, and cultural heritage values. Many ongoing stewardship activities affect the condition of the river. Designation as a Canadian Heritage River is unique from other designations that Urban Planning Committee may be somewhat more familiar with, such as municipal historic resources, provincial historic resources, or even National Historic Sites of Canada. Next slide, please. In the early to mid-2000s, the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance began some of the early work in this space, which resulted in a NSR Heritage River background report. However, the Alliance struggled to advance to the nomination stage. So in 2019, Smoky Lake County, motivated by a Victoria District economic development strategy, which emphasizes cultural and experiential tourism opportunities as a driver of economic development, picked up on the effort to obtain this recognition. And so, in the 28 months since former Councillor Walter's original motion of support was carried unanimously in April 2021, the project team has been hard at work. First, the nomination document was accepted by the provincial and federal governments in fall 2022, confirming the river's eligibility for inclusion into the system. And that, of course, paved the way for us to continue into the next phase of work over the previous year, almost 1 year to exactly, actually, in creating a collaborative designation concept plan. Next slide, please. Broad engagement was undertaken to support the development of this Heritage River concept plan, and this includes Indigenous engagement, public and targeted stakeholder engagement. The project received a blessing, and First Nations and Métis were invited to virtual or in-person visits between November 2022 and March 2023. A total of 68 community members from over 10 Indigenous communities shared stories and dialogue through this process, sharing stories of the river, connections with the river, as well as river governance and the future. As part of the designation process, efforts have been made to reflect the importance of storytelling in traditional knowledge, the role of river in creation stories and spirituality, ceremony, trade, medicine, and food, as a connection to the past, as well as a beacon of hope for the future. The project team heard the importance of language and returning to original place names as a way rather to reflect decolonization and to breathe a spirit into the work that cannot be done in English alone. Many Indigenous participants viewed the heritage designation as only the start of a much longer process, and we acknowledge that heritage designation is largely symbolic unless it is a stepping stone leading to more meaningful, tangible improvements to the health of the river and our relationships with it. Other common themes that emerged through engagement with members of the public and the tourism or recreation operator space included aligning recreation and preservation to balance recreation with a natural river environment, ecological connectivity with the river valley and connected ravines and creeks is important to facilitate wildlife movement and watershed health, the need to maintain water quality for drinking water, fishing, recreation, and other uses, a strong desire for stewardship, including river cleanup events and citizen science, and recognition of Indigenous values, sacred sites, and traditional knowledge, and a desire to learn more about these things. We did also hear opposing or dissenting views on proceeding with the designation, and these views expressed an anxiety that designation would eventually lead to the restriction of access and use. Next slide, please. The city is just one, albeit by far the most populous, and a key partner in this project. We are in the late stages of finalizing the concept plan itself, which has been informed through engagement, as I mentioned earlier, and made available for public comment and stakeholder review or input since May of this year. The concept plan must comply with the Canadian Heritage River System requirements under Principles, Procedures, and Operational Guidelines 2023 and the 2020 to 2030 CHRS Strategic Plan. The project team intends to present this document to the Interprovincial Canadian Heritage Rivers Board in late September, after which we will be seeking ministerial endorsement, first from Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and then from Environment and Climate Change Canada, which is also the minister responsible for Parks Canada. Once approved, the project then moves into the implementation phase over the next 5, 10, 20 years and beyond. Implementation will be evolutionary, and pending Council's approval of administration's recommendation will involve ongoing collaboration with the City of Edmonton. Next slide, please. Many landscapes and water bodies have intrinsic heritage values, and civic society will be strengthened and healthened, if I can use that term, if we begin to think in such ways, honoring both our ancestors to the benefit of our descendants. Indeed, if we desire river stories to be known, we must make space for them, and this is true for many equity-deserving voices who deserve to share in them. Designation as a heritage river represents a goodwill commitment to work together collaboratively and interjurisdictionally. And with that, thank you. We would welcome any questions from committee at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll have you all step back and I'll invite our speakers forward. So I'll call Linda Duncan up to the first seat. Scott Miller, are you joining us online?
Yes, I am.
Great, welcome. David Ridley, are you also joining us online? Oh, you're right there. Hello, welcome. And Keisha Kerr, come on up. I think most of you have spoken at committee before, but just a reminder that we'll have a 5-minute limit. The green, yellow, red will let you know when you're coming up to your 5-minute close, and we'll go from there. Ms. Duncan, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm here representing the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, and my understanding is some time ago we actually submitted a letter as well in support of this initiative. I think the strongest case that we could make for this is Edmonton is Alberta's capital city. And I can't think of a river more deserving of recognition than the North Saskatchewan River. We want to give kudos to the County of Smoky Lake for taking up the charge on this initiative and clearly recognizing day one of the economic and recreational opportunity with this designation. Part of the struggle that cities have is just getting the message out. What I have noted over the many decades that I've lived in the city that I grew up in is often when visitors are invited here, the first thing they're struck by when they fly over is, oh my gosh, look at your river valley and your ravines, particularly when they come in the fall and they see all the fall color. So I think everybody recognizes that the North Saskatchewan River is a real attribute to Edmonton, both for the experience to nature and also for potential economic development of tourism and just attracting people and giving a place for people to escape to. The one thing that I think that we failed in the city, and frankly the province, is in recognizing the heritage and the history along that river. Back in the late 1970s, early 80s, my community of Rossdale developed, and the city has copies of this, as does the archives, Rossdale Living Heritage Park Plan. And I would encourage councillors to get hold of that and take a look at it. It's quite astounding just within Rossdale, the heritage. More than 43 sites of industrial development, from, you know, the first railway station to the first Dingman oil well, the Dowling flour mill, the ice plant, on and on it goes. The Donald Ross's Hotel was the first hotel west of Portage la Prairie. And it was so exciting. You know, I did the history for this project, and it was incredible what I found. I admit to my embarrassment that we didn't spend enough time documenting the Indigenous history, except for, I think, some of the first people to identify the burial site, which is now recognized. Certainly, it was our first fort, and I'm often perturbed when I go to Fort Edmonton and they try to suggest that that's where the fort was. In fact, it was in Rossdale, and in Rossdale, in our backyards, we were always digging up, you know, artifacts from the rail, from industry, and from Fort Edmonton. I think absolutely our city deserves this designation, along with all the municipalities along the river. Kudos to every one of those municipalities in Alberta who've stepped forward and supported this initiative by Smoky Lake. I can't think of any downside to Edmonton going ahead and endorsing this project. I think we all love and value our river valley. It's one of our greatest attributes. And wouldn't it be great if we joined those rivers in Canada that have been so designated? It's kind of silly that the original designation was limited to Banff National Park, kind of forgetting, okay, and then where does the river go? So our organization is just 100% in support of this. We think it ties into all the great initiatives that the city's undertaking, including the modernization and the National Urban Park Initiative. I think this will all help us to get resources, hopefully, from maybe private people, from foundations, and maybe the federal government, to begin to do some more interpretation so that Edmontonians can learn about the heritage along the river, certainly within our borders. That's all that I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll go now to Scott Miller joining us online. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yeah, you're coming through fine.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak just very briefly today on the Heritage River Designation Project. I'm the Executive Director of the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and our focus is really about improving the health of the entire watershed from the Rockies to the Saskatchewan border. This designation really is a mechanism to bring together the science, the history, the heritage, the culture from the entire watershed, so that we can manage a resource as a community of communities, actually. You know, when it comes to things like water management, we have to realize that a lot of the key parts of that are outside of our control. For instance, the city of Edmonton, the water that the city uses comes from upstream. The impacts or any effects that the city might have affects downstream. And so we all work together to make sure that the resource is kept in its best condition. This designation is really another way, not only to recognize what we have, but to be a bit of a siren call for us to work together to make sure that it stays that way into the future. The North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance has stepped forward to be what would be called the river manager, but basically we're hoping to take that role of reporting on behalf of all the partners. And I think it would be fantastic to have the city of Edmonton in a leadership role in that whole that whole designation and the implementation of anything that comes out of this work. This is a fantastic way to recognize what we have here in Alberta and actually leverage resources well beyond our boundaries to make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Ridley.
Thank you, Councillor. The Edmonton Heritage Council has we previously expressed support for this initiative, not directly to City Council, so I think this is our first foray, but to the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance and support as we're going forward. So this goes back to 2020, so pleased to do so now before committee. And I appreciate Council's previous support of this, in August 2021, the conditional letter of support subject to clarity and on governance and funding implications. And I think you can see that the progress on this has moved ahead. And in collaboration with 15 municipalities, more than 50 organizations, including the Confederacy of Treaty 6 Nations and the Métis Nation of Alberta, this is essential in this initiative. And it's no small feat. And the Heritage Council, I want to recognize the commitment of Smoky Lake County and many others in this, and the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and of our colleague Kyle Scully, who's an Edmontonian, by the way, working with Smoky Lakes. I think he's lives in your ward, Councillor Stevenson. Oh, you know that, so I'm not making any introductions here. So that's wonderful. I think I'll just draw your attention, I don't have, it's not up on screen, but attachment 4 shows the strategic alignment of related City of Edmonton plans from City Plan, but that's a lot of moving pieces, even within the City of Edmonton, let alone the other jurisdictions and interests in this. But I really believe the Heritage River designation for the North Saskatchewan is an important, essential, it's a green thread, or if you like, a golden thread that has been missing and will provide additional focus and connection for both practical purposes, planning and coordination, as well as the important symbolic value of designation. And the symbol matters in this regard when it comes to the recognition of this essential life-giving resource in the city. Like all cities with rivers through them, Edmonton has a complex contemporary and historical relationship with the North Saskatchewan. I don't think it would be a stretch to say that for much of the past century, and more since if you like, the incorporation of Edmonton as a city, its industrial purpose has been essential for water supply, and then, if I can put it perhaps indelicately, as well as providing the flush and cleaning solution of a modern city, as one commentator has put it. Well, I think with the prospect of this designation, while the industrial uses need to continue and will continue, it's really important that this will raise the profile of the cultural, recreational, economic, and social importance of the North Saskatchewan in this designation. It'll add to the vibrant future of the river for Edmontonians, which, as we all know, is growing. I mean, we just have to be out there on days watching what's now going on in the river compared to 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And really for all who live in relationship with it along its banks and in the watershed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, Ms. Kerr, over to you.
Hello, Mayor Sohi and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Keisha Kerr. I'm with the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society Northern Alberta chapter, also known as CPAWS. And for the too long didn't read version of this, I would just say that CPAWS strongly supports the designation of the North Saskatchewan River as a heritage river. We believe that this designation would provide formal acknowledgement of the cultural and ecological importance, both historically and in the present day, for the North Saskatchewan River, and would provide increased awareness in the public realm for the importance and the historical values of the river. The designation encourages a collaborative approach to stewardship of the values of the North Saskatchewan River. And I think even this process that has been a very long one, and that Smoky Lake County and the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance have put a lot of time into, really shows how that works. And we know that there is now quite a bit of support from other municipalities and counties, so it would of course be quite a shame if the City of Edmonton isn't on board with that collaborative approach to stewardship. We really do see that increased public awareness of the importance of our green spaces and connection between them is sorely needed. And although the designation as a heritage river does not provide formal habitat protections, we see great value in the designation from a public communications and education perspective. As this committee is very well aware, the committee recently approved a motion for a potential national urban park in the River Valley in Edmonton and the greater Edmonton region to go to a planning stage. And we see a heritage river and national urban park designation as very much dovetailing well together, and that they would provide national and even international recognition for this beautiful river valley that many of us call home. In particular, we see from a city perspective that this designation would provide recognition for competing with other cities that are competing to attract visitors and residents. But on a conservation and ecological values side of things, we see those dual designations as potentially in the future providing improved ecological and biodiversity conditions, and again providing that understanding within the general public of the importance of the connection between areas along the river for wildlife, and just generally we are all seeing how these dual crises of biodiversity and the climate crises are beginning to impact us all. So anything that we can be doing to improve conditions in our green spaces are very much needed and very much supported by CPAWS Northern Alberta. So we 100% also support the designation and the City of Edmonton supporting the designation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will thank you all for joining us and sharing your thoughts. I'll just see if any of my colleagues have questions. Councillor Tang?
Sure, I can start. Thank you all very much for making time to come out. I think this is a great initiative. I think the report was very comprehensive. A lot of work went into this. I really support what you all have been saying. But I guess I'm just wondering if you can articulate a bit more for me. Keisha, maybe I'll just go to you first. That conservation effort has always been there. Awareness work is always going. What significant difference does this make in your day-to-day?
Well, I think I would echo what Kyle was saying in his presentation, that if the designation isn't accompanied with additional actions, then it is only that name. But this type of a designation can really hit home in the hearts of people and can shift their perspective of the values that we have in the spaces around us. And so we see that as being that important part. Of course, the river is a very large space, and this designation is for that Alberta portion that's not within that's not already designated. But for Edmonton, combined with that potential national urban park plan, then that actually really would provide those protections. And the last time I spoke to this committee, I mentioned that although there is very much an understanding within council of the importance of the River Valley and the importance of those green spaces, we still are losing them. So we do actually need to make changes to prevent that loss.
Can you just remind committee again what that number is? How much are we losing?
Yeah, it's 6.4% in the last 15 years. And that's a net loss. So
Thank you. Thank you. Scott, some questions for you around the alliance. As you know, as the presentation pointed out, Edmonton plays is a big player, and you had mentioned it would be good to see someone from Edmonton at the table, but is there not someone there already, or can you just elaborate?
So currently the sort of corporate or the city representative is from EPCOR. So EPCOR, I think a few years ago before my time with the watershed, EPCOR took the role of sort of that liaison with the North Saskatchewan watershed, and also does provide some funding as well. One of the reasons we were kicking around this idea of somebody from the city, perhaps a councillor, was just because we were thinking we wanted to start to elevate the role of the city in things like the Heritage River and things like that, where maybe it required a bit more of a presence in that work. And also some of the work, as you've mentioned, around the updating and modernization of the river valley. So it's just a way of situating the city inside the whole community of the watershed.
Right. And so is that part of the expectation that comes with being in that role, is to provide some of the funding?
No, at this point, we're only talking about the designation, and all of the actions that come from that are subject to future conversations. So there's no ask in this for NSWA.
And I guess just I'm thinking of some of the other regional tables we're at as well, where we may be the biggest player, but sometimes I think we have to be quite mindful of that role. I guess, do you see that kind of potential dynamics at this alliance table?
No, I mean, we have quite a variety of partners as it is. We have industry, nonprofits, summer villages, all the way to EPCOR. And in general, because we're a consensus-based organization, it kind of makes a level playing field for people to really have sort of those open conversations around aquatic environmental management, water management, water quality, those types of things.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And just actually, I'm going to come back to Keisha, because you had mentioned something about, and I think you all have really said that in one way or another around that collaborative approach, because I feel like there's also a narrative here of this effort also is a good example of rural-urban collaboration, which, I think has a kind of a, between counties and cities and towns, I think is a narrative that's been really stretched and polarized in many ways. Would you agree with that? Or anybody in the room? Oh, okay. Okay, great. That's it. Thank you. Thank you all for coming and waiting patiently for this item.
Thank you very much. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us and your sharing your perspectives with us, and always being part of the conversation in this one, and also the urban park discussion. I saw somewhere in the report that because of the number of dams on the river, that somehow the natural aspect of the designation would not be considered. Can you? I'm trying to find that in the report here. I saw that somewhere. Can you elaborate on that for me, if you don't mind?
I'm not sure I can elaborate specifically on what's in the report. Kyle certainly could, but...
Yeah, it was here it is. I think under the Environmental and Climate Reviews section of the report says the stretch of the North Saskatchewan River is being nominated for Canadian Heritage River designation based on its cultural heritage and recreational values. However, it was not eligible for nomination on its natural values. Maybe I'll ask that to administration, but do you know why? Do you have a perspective on that? Are you aware of that? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly don't have any deep insight. I noticed that too, and I reached out to Kyle, and he indicated that yes, it's a matter of impoundments on the river, but there are designated rivers such as the Ottawa, 2 or 3 others that do have these impoundments. So I think it's a dated. It could be regarded as a dated element, and in the Canadian Heritage River designation process that is in need of updating.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I don't think it's an impediment
we'll
at this point.
We'll ask that to administration, but I understand it still doesn't impact the designation itself, right? Okay, got it. So city doesn't have any representation. Maybe I'll go to the speaker that is online from North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. So are you saying city doesn't have a representation on the alliance, or the city doesn't have a representation as part of this effort, collection of partners?
Yes, thank you for the question, and let me clarify. So the city does not have an official representative on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance.
Okay.
Although we do have an advisor to our board from the city, so it's a nuanced position. In terms of this initiative, that the city has been involved throughout, as you can tell from the report.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. All right, good. Well, look forward to this. This is exciting, along with the conversation on National Urban Park. Sorry, I should correct my language. Great.
Madam Chair, could I just add something here?
Please.
I think the significance is that council is looking towards assessing the modernization of the River Valley, potential for some form of national urban park, and a Heritage River designation at the same time. Both of the first two initiatives, by and large, are sort of land-focused. The Heritage River designation is bringing us back to valuing the river itself. You know, to keep it clean, that provides our drinking water, provides water for industry. As the city CEO has pointed out to us a few weeks ago when we met with him, all of the species of fish, he's a major fisherman, that there are now in the river. So I think that the exciting thing about this coming forward at the same time is we need to remember too, we're talking about a beautiful river.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you so much for that. It's a beautiful note to end on. Thank you all again so much for joining today. I'll have you step back and I'll invite our administration up. Great. I'll go to Councillor Tang first for questions. Just wait as we get settled here.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll just pick up some of the last questions we just had to the speakers. Can you talk about some of those actions that would come with the designation? I don't know who wants to. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So we've identified through the work several bodies of work that are already underway, and the document speaks to who is kind of shepherding those initiatives forward, kind of what are the anticipated timelines for completion or implementation of those items, and certainly the concept plan being non-statutory and kind of just jurisdictional surveillance doesn't obligate any of those or restrict any flexibility. There are a number of actors, as you would have seen on one of the attachments, in terms of who is considered to be a river manager. There's many different sectors, many different groups. And so many of those objectives and actions, strategies, I should say, we're calling them, they're holistic, they'll wax and wane over time, and there's many different groups that have ownership of them.
And what does the resourcing for all of that look like, and how does this designation give you that advantage?
So I'll continue. Thank you, Councillor. Honestly, the Heritage River system does make available certain grants to undertake certain new pieces of work, and we're eager to leverage that and make use of that, and certainly as you have additional granting opportunities available, you can leverage those time and again and ratchet up. This is very much intended as a convener collaborator type of vehicle where you have now, as was mentioned, urban-rural conversations that wouldn't have necessarily been happening otherwise. You do now have new conversations occurring amongst different agencies, boards, civic society. So that's the economies of scale that we're hoping to achieve.
Right. And the concept plan, as you noted, you were kind of nearing, you're in the process of finalizing it, and that's non-statutory. What are some of the statutory plans that would be helpful if they were finished? If they were there, if they were in place.
If they were in place, one comes to mind immediately. Of course, there's many types of statutory plans. The one that we've all kind of been waiting on is the North Saskatchewan Regional Plan. And I know that Utility Committee had a conversation about that last fall. If I'm not mistaken, there's been advocacy efforts from Smoky Lake County's perspective, the village of Vegreville as well, and indeed the city of Edmonton, if I'm not mistaken, but I would look to one of my colleagues.
Yeah, do you mind elaborating on the kind of status of where that's at?
Absolutely. So previously and recently, the city has been advocating both administration to administration and politically as well for signaling that that plan is important to the city of Edmonton and that we would encourage the province to continue on with the regional plan. No response in terms of sequencing has been received back, but support for completing regional plans is in the latest mandate letter that was issued with the new government, and so the hope is that perhaps these plans can move forward.
Okay, that's good to know. And then I have actually a couple more. I'm curious, how does this work affect, say, our River Valley bylaw? Would a designation like this that's going to be widely recognized strengthen it, for example, and protect it even more, let's say, from industrial development?
So there's good alignment, I would say, Councillor, with, as you say, protection of the River Valley in terms of stewardship, leveraging partnerships we might have. So in terms, like, I guess when we talk about the River Valley and the River Valley planning modernization, it's a bylaw that will look at what we're already doing with respect to development in the River Valley. And so this will be another lens that we look at when we're considering what we allow and what we don't allow in terms of development in the River Valley.
Okay, so that added tool for us.
Yes.
And then on one of the diagrams for the governance, I was just very curious about why Indigenous communities are in, and I get the metaphor as the river flowing parallel, but I'm curious why they're not at the table when the basin also goes through many of their communities.
Thank you, Councillor, and you've identified a really good question, and perhaps I'll try to provide a concise answer, and I'll look to Leif perhaps to supplement if in fact he's with us. So the graphic is meant to convey, as you pointed out, there are a number of groups that do have connectivity to river. That's the main stem, that's the creeks, that's the ravines. It is a very central part of this work and very central to our intention to continue to work together in relationship. And so definitely not intending with that graphic to convey in any way any kind of divide, only to say that that there is strong connectivity there, and there is an intention to move forward together and paddle into the past together. And I'm not sure if perhaps
you know what? I'm actually way out of time, and I can just come back.
Apologies.
Sure, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much. I'm very supportive of this. Only question I have, which I raised earlier, that outdated assessment around not recognizing rivers that have dams built on them as natural, having natural value and ecological value, right? So this river does, right? So just want to know what, I know it doesn't impact the designation, if I understand correctly, right? But it does take away that such a significant part of the river and ecological value and the natural value of it. Will there be any conversations with the federal government around maybe they need to update some of this criteria?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair, I think you've identified a really important piece. I can tell you that my understanding is that these cultural values framework and natural values framework from the years 2000, 2001 are in fact under review now, and although the natural values framework does identify that impoundments represent a disqualification. This river would not be the only one with impoundments. In fact, impoundments can in some ways improve water quality during the winter months due to higher flows. And so I think that work is ongoing. I think it's exciting that Alberta's North Saskatchewan River is going to be contributing perhaps to a revitalization of the system as a whole. And what a wonderful value that this province can offer to the system, strengthening the system and amplifying it at this time. It took many, many years. It took several decades for the Ottawa River to cross the finish line and achieve designation status. And so too has it been with North Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan-Mississippi. So perhaps I hope that answers your question.
Okay. No, thank you for sharing that with us. Look forward to further. I know these things take forever sometimes, but at least we're moving in the right direction, flowing in the right direction. Okay.
Thank you for that.
I'm done. If somebody's
Great.
moving the recommendation.
Great. Councillor Tang?
Sure. I'll move that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the mayor, on behalf of City Council and in partnership with Smoky Lake County, write a letter to both the Minister of Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Canada, supporting the designation of the North Saskatchewan River, Alberta, as a heritage river under the Canadian Heritage Rivers System.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce that, or did you have further questions? Okay. Any other questions?
No,
Mayor Sohi?
let's do it.
Did you want to speak to it?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you for all the hard work.
Great.
And look forward to further conversations.
Yeah. And I can, please?
Yeah, just I did have a couple of, I think this is a great initiative. I think it aligns with so much of the River Valley related projects that's already been mentioned. I think this really demonstrates such a strong commitment to whether it's environment, to climate, to regional collaboration. And I think just in thinking about it, I think that piece is actually quite important in all of this as well. I had a few kind of additional thoughts, but maybe I'll just put it here, and I welcome some follow-up if there's a possibility. I know there's still questions around governance and funding, just even in my question, but I wouldn't mind a follow-up on that. I think we need to kind of get this in motion right away to get to some of those answers. I think this notion of representation, I will want to know what would be the impact, and are we looking for representation in terms of political representation, or can it be administrative? So I think that's all part of the governance follow-up that can be done. Just because I feel like our city council, we're a part of so many things. How do we really prioritize what's really important? And I think this is a really important one. And the piece around the statutory plan at the province, I do see that there's progress there going on, and I would just encourage that continues. And then finally, I'm sure you could have said a lot more in terms of the Indigenous involvement in the decision-making process. I think there is certainly, yes, walk together, but also making decisions together are a little bit, there's a nuanced difference there. And I certainly would like to learn more about how the collaborative would, and the various stakeholders really strive to kind of incorporate that Indigenous voice from the various nations and communities. But overall, I think it's really exciting, and thanks everyone who's involved and all the advocates for all the effort put into this and getting it to this point. And I look forward to hearing some positive news. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you again, everyone, for your work on this. Okay, as we switch back our delegation to item 7.1, I just want to share a little bit more about how I see the afternoon flowing. So we're going to turn now to item 7.1, questions of administration. I'm hoping that we will be wrapped up by 3:30, but if we are not, I just wanted to let all the speakers on 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4, the transit, that we will hear from you after the break. We will, if we're not finished with 7.1, we will stop 7.1 and we'll hear from all of our speakers. So you will be heard by the end of the day, by 3:30 at the latest, and hopefully a little bit sooner than that, 3:45, I guess. Okay, so with that, colleagues, please sign up and we will go to questions of administration on 7.1 Growth Management Framework. Well, oh, there we go. Councillor Rutherford, over to you.
Thank you. Sorry about that delay. I guess one of the things I wasn't clear on in the report is, there's going to be a lot of monitoring, and, it talks about administrating, updating Urban Planning Committee in Q2 of 2024 prior to implementation. But I'm just trying to get a sense of those proposed targets. Is that a council level decision? Like, will it be coming to further public hearings when there's statutory plans, or when and how will that data that's going to be proposed and collected be utilized? How is it being envisioned to be utilized in multiple decision-making spaces, both for council and administration?
So, Councillor, I'll take a try at answering your question. The data ultimately that is collected, whatever council decides is appropriate for the metrics of what needs to be achieving a certain threshold before a neighborhood is deemed complete. All of that, of course, is lining up to guiding council of when you would authorize, as per the city plan, statutory planning for the future growth area. So that's the end goal. And the intent, though, is because growth is dynamic, and we see years where there's a lot of growth and years where there's slow growth, we need to monitor that continuously. And so we will monitor that annually. Likely, but we're still working through it, is that there'll be an annual report, or we'll tag it on to annual reporting of substantial completion of how close, what progress has been made on council's decided metrics to those thresholds. So it would be probably an annual frequency of reporting.
Okay, and so it's just, so I guess another thing that was a bit confusing to me is today we're just accepting for information if we're fine with how this is proceeding. And then when it comes back in Q2 of 2024, that's when you would have solidified your proposed actual targets. Because I see there's like attachment 2 as proposed targets, but it sounds like it's still more engagements needed. It's still a bit fluid. I'm just trying to get a picture of like, so if it's accepted for information today, what does that look like between, what's that work plan between now and that Q2 2024?
So, Councillor, what we're really hoping committee can help guide here today is those metrics shown on attachment 2. Are those the appropriate measures, indicators? So we're not suggesting that everything gets measured, because that would be quite a task. So we're looking for indicators, and we think these might be potential indicators that signal an area is generally complete. And so today we're looking from committee is, are these indicators the appropriate ones? And we've heard from speakers that perhaps some others should be included, or perhaps some should be subtracted. And we're just looking for committee to quantify that for us. Once we have that direction, we can build out the current state of completeness based on those metrics, what we're trying to have complete. Make sure that we have confidence ourselves and with our industry partners in terms of the data from the field of what actually has been built. And then we'll bring all of that back to committee next year as a full package. So the approach is really where we would seek guidance from today.
Okay, but what about, so for example, in attachment 3, you've kind of got the development process here from raw land to homes. And, we're hearing it's kind of a 10-year time horizon. Is that correct?
So, Councillor,
start to finish?
this attachment 3 is really the sequence of tasks is what's important. The dates and the time frame, that is very much variable. And so if committee and council wanted to include many more metrics, then of course it'll take much longer to open up the future growth area because you're looking to have the developing areas to a much higher level of completeness.
I guess what I'm just trying to get at is like, what's the harm in starting the strategic plans now? Where's the other stopgaps, I guess, on that growth management?
Yes, okay. So the sequence of on attachment 3 is built off of the city plan, which says before the future growth area is opened up, council has to authorize that. And so that is the statutory planning. And we recognize in our work with industry that in order to be ready for growth and to be more resilient in how we can accommodate growth, we suggest moving some of those studies up further in time.
Thank you.
I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thanks. Well, I can maybe pick it up there. So going to attachment 3, then that shows the sequence. And I heard what you said, Mr. Snyder, about maybe forgetting the timelines on that. But my recollection when we were talking about the city plan was that this was the sequence of events in that area. That we were going to hold the, and I'm losing the vernacular, but we're going to hold the developing area until we needed it in the south, not until we needed it in the whole city. That's the conversation I remember, that we were going to have methodical growth and not leapfrog growth in the south. So why not consider these metrics? I understand there's still some definition around them. Why not consider them on a district by district basis, or at least on a quadrant basis? You know, to say that a district is not going to start development before the adjacent district is complete, but not necessarily the whole city is complete.
So, Councillor, that is a viable alternative approach, and it is up to interpretation of the city plan policy. The city plan policy, the way we have interpreted it and started this project, that it is intending, it does seem to signal a more global approach than rather just a district approach, because the future growth area is a separate policy area. Designation has its own policies separate from everything else. The scenario you are describing wouldn't need that special policy component if it was just finish when grow when contiguous growth is ready to go. But that direction from committee would be helpful if you'd like to take a different approach in terms of district by district rather than a more macro approach.
Okay, so I'll just, before any other motions come along, I would like to offer that direction, understanding that would take some sort of a motion and that would have to be voted on, but I intend to offer something in that regard. So I understand what you're saying. I guess the next question then is, earlier we talked about just how complete the planning is in broad terms. The high level planning is in other parts of the city, but not this one. And I maybe I'll back up a little bit. My understanding of substantial completion, just as a as a value proposition, is that we don't add anything more at the edge before we fill in the spaces inside the edge. But it seems to me though that we're arbitrarily defining the edge. So if the edge, and I'm talking with my hands now, which is not helpful, but if the edge of the city, or if the edges of the city migrates south, as long as it migrates south with the spaces filled in before it migrates any farther south, what's the difference? I mean, so if we talk about when we build things, separate from when we plan things, if we don't build another house south of 41st Ave until, quote unquote, all the spaces are filled north of 41st Ave, what's the difference then if all the space is filled to the edge of the north end, even if the edge of the north end isn't the boundary of the city of the north end? Like, why the arbitrary line at 41st Ave? I'm not sure if I'm articulating that very well, but
I'm going to take a shot at it. and perhaps I'm getting it wrong, so correct me if I go sideways. I think we're looking from guidance from city plan, and it does draw that edge. That line is in city plan. There's policy attached to it. So that's where we're getting our initial guidance. But if we were to not look at that and just say, looked at the principle of where does it matter where we grow, we're just going to have a certain amount of growth, and then it doesn't matter if it's in the southwest or west or northeast. It's all just the same amount of growth. I think perhaps that the challenge to that is, like you had mentioned, we have a lot of statutory plans already in place. So commitments in place. We have authorized developers based on market conditions to continue forward. And so we can't pump the brakes in any of those other areas. And so we could overcommit ourselves by opening up a new area by adding commitments to those that have previously been made.
But is the approval of a plan a commitment? Because aren't those that are developing those spaces going to be governed by market forces? So they're only going to add another home at the edge of the north end if there's a demand for that home.
Correct. I wouldn't disagree that market in the end will govern, but we don't govern what developers' risk and appetite is for how speculative they perhaps might be or cautious they may be. So we don't control those levers after that authorization is put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And thank you for this report. I guess, so my take when I kind of read through, a similar understanding that, we're really trying to focus on making sure we bring amenities and the communities up to a certain standard that they're complete before we kind of venture out. However, it's not, I didn't read it as a moratorium. Like, we're not saying it's a moratorium, no exploration or discussions in some of those spaces. And in fact, what you laid out is a bit of a scoping of how would we tackle that. Am I missing it, or?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. You're absolutely correct in that, how that's being read. By no means has administration approached this as a barrier to growth or trying to restrict supply. In fact, we're trying to implement city plan policy that says that area is growth. That area is intended to grow, and that's what our highest level statutory plan says, is that will be a future growth area. But before you move into it, make sure that the sequencing, and we're very strategic about how we move into it. So the piece of work in front of committee is trying to be as strategic as we possibly can so that we're a financially sustainable community in the future.
Right, which is, I think, a big question for all of this. And, I think I heard some urgency, that was expressed with the speakers. And, to move this process up also means resourcing that we currently don't really have. Would you say that interpretation is?
That is correct. We're undertaking priority projects that Council has commissioned through your budgeting process recently. So if this was moved up beyond what the report is suggesting, we'd have to review and then come back to Council and talk about trade-offs potentially.
Right, right. And, the piece that kind of came up for me too is this notion of housing affordability. I know we do have our quarterly economic outlook that kind of helps us track what's going on citywide, regional-wide. And I think there is a bit of discussion on that, but can you talk, I guess, maybe to Ms. Petrin, how do we monitor that? And what kind of time horizon is suitable for the city to kind of monitor that? We are having a lot of policies on the table. How does that actually affect housing affordability in real time? How do we mitigate pressures, et cetera?
So, Councillor Tang, I think it's noted in the report that we're going to continue to investigate the issues of and impacts around housing affordability with any changes to policy, process, or requirements. We do know or have information related to existing state, like what's the current numbers, and we're very mindful of City Plan's target to maintain 35% of housing and transportation costs for Edmontonians. So we are undertaking more work to better understand this and of what is the impact of changes and how that might look long term. I would suggest that a change made today doesn't necessarily reflect itself in an the affordability factor in a quarter. It may take a little bit more time. So we're scoping out how we can better report on that to council through our performance measures. There's a city plan targets and measures report at committee in October, or other financial reports that we can provide.
Right, but I mean, I guess the point is you are looking at kind of ways that we as council, as city, we can kind of really have that in a public forum.
Keep it top of mind, correct?
Yeah, that's great. And I guess just to follow up on the point Councillor Carmel raised earlier, can you just talk to me a little bit more about the pros and cons of sort of the macro versus district approach to this work?
So one of the things we take note of in the city plan policy is that it does talk about substantial completion of the developing area, and that is one of the development pattern areas that's identified in the city plan. And so that's the direction we took. We decided that it was kind of unambiguous in that way in the policy with respect to looking at the entire developing area. The potential risk of looking at it at a district level or say quadrant level is that it could potentially lead to inequities, I guess, in amenities being provided in other areas of the city if we're not looking at holistically the completion of the developing area, rather just an area, a quadrant or a district.
Councillor Tang, if I may just add that the city plan's a really recognition that we're growing in a different way. It's not about developing versus redeveloping communities, it's and so the city plan's financial assessment, and I think this is noted in the report, found that phasing growth into new areas and activating growth in our existing areas results in an 8% reduction in tax levy over the course of city plans. So
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. So growth is happening in the city, but it's not happening evenly in every part of the city. So Southwest has grown more than Northeast. What I want to understand, I understand what you're saying, Kent, about the city plan looks globally, but how would it help if we say no more growth on the Southwest? It wouldn't help growth in the Northeast, would it?
No, not likely that far of divergence.
Yeah.
There may be spillover to adjacent districts, but
so
no,
adjacent district or Southeast, right? You have one area structure plan there, maybe to the west. I mean, the growth is happening there, right? So, but this significant lack of growth that we have seen when I look at the map is the northeast part of the city, right? There are, less uptake in the approved areas, right?
that would be a fair read of, I think, our development pattern. The intent of this, though, is not to shift market preference necessarily to the northeast or expect that would be the outcome from this work. It's strictly putting a financial lens on our land use growth decisions.
No, I understand that. So I think we would have to figure out what are the reasons that Northeast is not growing as fast as Southwest, but at the same time, not artificially constraining growth in the south part of the city, anticipating that somehow growth will shift somewhere. I think that would be a concern. I think that will definitely drive up the city's contribution to the cost of housing, or we will drive up that cost because of constraining that land. Am I wrong in that, in kind of understanding?
At this point, it's difficult to be definitive in an answer, but you heard from speakers that there's approximately 7 years left of low density availability lots in the Southwest, but that is just low density. There is approximately just under 20 years if you include all housing types in the Southwest. So it's one product type in one district that appears to be the concern. It's not, we're creating something that is looking across the whole city for all units, for all folks.
Okay, so single family lots available, supply is available for 7 years, mid-rise or high density, 20 years, you said? 20, 25?
Just under, I mean, depending on growth rates, but just under 20 years for the entire amount of units or lots that could be put in that Southwest district. But if we look broader, there is many more availability across the city, but we understand that that we don't grow evenly. And so through this work as well, the intent is that there would be different thresholds. We're not all saying that all districts have to reach the same 80, 90, 70%, whatever. We do appreciate the market conditions, and so there'll be differences in thresholds.
Okay. So I think what I see in the report that you can start planning for Southwest, right? But not, like, when would that planning start? Yes, you have 7 years of supply for single family, another 15 to 20 years of supply, or 25 years supply for other residential. When would you start that planning that you are not, like, we continue to grow, but continue to grow in an orderly manner and not constrain it? Like, what does the timeline look like? Is it we should start today, should start 1 year from now, 2 years from now, and be ready?
So another challenging question, but assuming that what we're measuring for what's complete is what's contained in the report. Because if committee and council added other things, other items, metrics, to say school sites have to be built before we open the future growth area, or as part of that equation, the timeline stretches really far out beyond what is seen in the report. But assuming that the metrics are correct and supported by council, we know that it's about 10 years from when we say, yes, go start doing study, to actually having occupancy of those first homes in the future growth is about a 10-year window. That can slide around depending on growth patterns and how fast the city develops out. We're suggesting that in the next budget cycle, some of that initial planning and servicing work commence to give us all some little bit more flexibility and resiliency to population spikes.
I have more questions, I'll come back.
Sure, thank you very much. Oh, it's me, my turn. Thank you so much for the discussion. I wanted to hone in on the 3 criteria that you're looking at so far. So I really appreciate, the residential looking at all typologies, not just low density. I think that's a great approach. Just wondering how you're planning to manage the planned versus actual expectations for neighborhoods. So recognizing that there may be density or unit expectations set out at an NSP, and then sort of compared to what's actually provided on the ground.
I'll maybe start with an answer, Councillor Stevenson, and I'll pass it to my colleagues. So we do know that was one of the items that was kind of brought up during our engagement with industry as an issue, and so we're well aware of it and working through what that might look like. We're thinking about, identifying some thresholds at which, undeveloped land that is still zoned as agricultural might tell us that there's potentially areas that are not going to develop. Maybe we need to consider that as part of our thresholds, but I'll maybe pass it to Sarah to speak a little bit more to it.
Sure, hi. As Hoeda alluded to, we're working on a methodology that we're calling our secondary capacity analysis or refined capacity analysis that takes into account the fact that planned capacity and number of buildings or units built don't always match. And so, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this methodology is very much in development, which is why it's not provided in detail in the report.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering how, because if we think of ourselves as, well, again, I always think of, the tax yield per acre. We have certain expectations when a neighborhood's being built about what those tax revenues will be. So when we're not hitting those, I really struggle. Again, I see the feasibility if 90% of the land has built out, there's only 10% left and you need to build 1,000 units, they're not gonna all fit on that plot. At the same time though, we are building our city with the expectation that we can achieve what we plan for. So how are you balancing those tensions? Or what principles and will a principle around financial sustainability be considered?
Councillor Stevenson, those are excellent questions and something that we're committed to bring back to committee in Q2 of 2024 when we bring back more information. We're also committed to work with industry to collaborate on that data and reconcile where there are those differences. And so we'll have more information in the report for our next report.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's certainly what I'll be looking for, is in terms of that financial viability, and also accountability mechanisms as well, and maybe not through substantial completion exercise, but just ensuring that we're actually getting what we are expecting in our plans. For the commercial, you know, curious around the zoning only. Again, I understand that that's, you know, there's a certain density base that's needed to support commercial, but again, there's a certain development tax revenue basis for substantial completion. So just wondering again what other options were explored around the commercial side of substantial completion.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, do you mean beyond just zoning, but to think maybe at the building permit level potentially? That might be a little bit problematic in that we think that the zoning right now, as it is as an indicator, follows closely with residential development. To take it to the next step might unduly hinder the ability to open up the future growth area. It's kind of an additional, I guess, barrier perhaps to allowing that to proceed. And so we have a better indication around zoning. And our understanding is that following zoning, usually the building of the actual commercial sites happens within a couple of years.
Okay, so I think that would be helpful data, just in terms of if that is a trend where commercial is lagging to residential, and that we do see generally that commercially zoned sites are developed as such. I think that would provide some assurance. This will be a bigger one, but I'll just kick it off. Again, the choice to use active rather than developed parks, recognizing that active parks represent effectively a capital deficit that the city has owing in terms of developing those parklands. So just wondering if the developed park was considered. And I'll come back. I'll self-monitor, self-chair myself. I'll go to Councillor Salvador now.
Yeah, thanks so much. And thanks to administration for all their work on this. Maybe I'll start with questions related to the inclusion of infill targets as a metric. I know there was some back and forth and questions to some of our speakers about that, but looking to get the perspective from administration on what that could look like, maybe why that wasn't considered, and if it could be.
So, Councillor, one of the things, again, going back to the policy from which we derived our mandate here, it talks about substantial completion of the developing area. The redeveloping area is a different part of the development, or the development pattern areas map. And so it's not something we've considered here. We've strictly looked at the developing area. It could be something, we would probably be a little bit worried about including it perhaps as a required metric. We could consider it perhaps as a tracked metric. Having said that, we will be tracking infill annually and be providing updates on that as part of the city plan implementation and targets as well.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And yeah, I mean, that was one of my other questions around just the parameters of substantial completion, recognizing that it is just touching the developing communities. If it were included as a tracked metric, I guess I could see that being beneficial for decision making eventually when that time comes. So what would, and heard support from groups like IDEA for that, what would be required to provide that kind of direction? Would you need a motion, or is that something you can just sort of take back and consider?
Councillor, I think we could just proceed if that was the consensus of committee.
Yeah, and willing to hear from other colleagues. I'll put it out there as something that I think would be just an important consideration, knowing how ambitious our infill targets are. If we weren't making as much progress as we'd anticipate towards those targets, I think that's important context to the overall financial viability of the city, recognizing, yes, substantial completion is only on developing, but I think that macro picture is also really important. So I'll leave it at that, but curious to see what other colleagues might have to say. Okay, and then getting into a question around commitments and obligations. So once a community starts to be built, of course, the city has obligations related to infrastructure, service delivery. do we have an understanding or an inventory of the commitments that we've already signed up for? Like, and I look at like the IIMP for Dakota. I know in there, there was even reference to, I think it was 125 million in 2014 dollars for a rec center at 50% build out. And what is the scope and scale of our existing commitments? And what is our degree of confidence that we can even meet those existing commitments?
Councillor Salvador, we recognize there's a gap in growth and renewal investment, which is not sufficient. And I'm going to maybe look to Pascal or Stacy if they want to comment further on this in terms of specifics.
I'll maybe jump in, Councillor Salvador. I think that there is absolutely a tension between what services does council want to provide in all of the areas as a base level of service, and what is the level at which the city is willing to tax to receive those services. And you're right, in the current environment, there isn't enough funding from the tax base to be able to do all the things.
And thank you for that answer. Is the premature, or would the premature approval and moving forward on additional areas and lands at the fringes of our city, is that going to move us farther or closer to closing that gap?
I think, Councillor, maybe while Stacy is musing, the principle behind the city plan and the referenced 8% potential savings reduction over the life of the city plan build-out signals that by being very strategic and not taking on additional assets, which could be liabilities, is very important to how we grow, and that we make sure that we are financially able to provide the services that Edmontonians desire.
And I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So first of all, I guess if a proposal came forward today, I guess, and given this current framework, if this was passed, I probably wouldn't feel I could support it. I think there's a few reasons here. So for one, my feedback would be I'd like to see this tightened up a lot before we go ahead. I would, building on the mayor's comments earlier, I would really like to see some environmental goals there, because we all acknowledge we're talking years away, but we do know that the federal government has a 2050 net zero goal for new buildings. I would like to see some environmental goals in there, like assurances around net zero or passive house or other pieces that I know will be there in future. It may seem premature right now in 2023, but that'll be there. So I'd like to see those integrated. The financial goals, I'd like to see some sort of metric around that a new neighborhood will be revenue generating or at least revenue neutral. So however that can be factored in and costed. I would like to see some education and service goals enhanced more in there. And I believe I looked at the sheet. I think the schools were consulted, but could administration comment like what feedback did we get from the public or Catholic school board?
Can I go first and just answer your first statements?
Yeah, please, of course.
So absolutely valuable information. This work is looking at the developing area, and when it is deemed, those areas are deemed complete. Everything that you listed in terms of, is this financially tenable, and what the plan is to move into the future growth area. Are we going to meet our climate goals? Those are all the next steps, and they absolutely will be part of the next steps. They're just future work beyond this. This is just the signal of, yes, council would authorize a developer to go do a plan or to start work on planning for that area. Then we would give them the terms of reference. It has to be financially sustainable. It has to meet our 2050 climate goals. All of those pieces will be in it, and they'll be in the next piece of work coming.
Interesting. Okay. So a bit of the sequencing there. Yeah. So then with the education piece, what feedback did we get from the school boards?
They were very interested in school site assembly. That's top of mind for them. So being able to, when the province is ready to fund a school, having the site available and ready for construction to begin in earnest. And so for them, that was quite important. There was also a sentiment around wanting to ensure that the school sites themselves, so there was an interest perhaps in considering school site construction be included as a required metric, but understanding how, given it's outside of the school board's hands with respect to construction, that it could hold back prematurely development in the future growth area.
Or it could provide incentive for developers to actually turn their massive lobbying efforts towards the provincial government to get new schools for Edmonton.
They didn't mention that.
I wonder. Yeah, I know it was a major point of consternation where you can go out to neighborhoods today and it says future school here, and buy a home here, future school here. Yet there's no plan for that school to be built in probably any of our lifetimes. So that's a major frustration. I'm also so I just want to come back to the environmental piece. So there's no way that we could either ask for, we will open this area when building code gets to a area, or when some metric gets there, that we have assurance that the buildings that get there will not negatively impact our carbon budget. I have to believe there's some sort of lever.
So we're trying to stay as pure to the foundation of city plan of what we've got. And so if we're trying to stay pure to what that policy is instructing us to do, adding what you're talking about would be a challenge. But that's not to say that the city plan couldn't view this differently and amendments to talk about, no, it's not complete community that needs to be done. We need to have we're fine to move into that area, but it has to be net zero day one. Or there's other ways to look at this.
I love that, yeah. And how this would factor into our carbon budget. If we were to open up this area, would that punch a hole in our carbon budget? And then finally, I can't help but think about Ontario right now with the Greenbelt and the RCMP investigating, and then also with Calgary and municipal campaign contributions and everything else. Is there any sort of index of ways to monitor or better understand the relationship between donations to provincial or federal or municipal governments and X company comes forward, it should list their donations that they made to parties or PACs or councillors or whatever in future years?
Councillor Jans, I don't think that's relevant to the conversation we're having here on a substantial completion standard. The standard is really just about identifying when's the right time to grow south of 41st Avenue. So, that's the metrics and thresholds that are being contemplated here through this report. And there will be subsequent work through the development of council authorization on area structure plans that we can articulate more principles that might be applied for that. But I would say that's how we would pursue the planning of south of 41st Avenue.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. Great conversation. Not sure where to, okay, so first of all, there's not a moratorium on planning. It's just there are different stages that trigger the next stage of planning. I have that understanding correct?
That's absolutely correct, Councillor Paquette, and just want to be really clear, given what's happening in other municipalities across Canada, is that this is not about a no growth zone or a growth boundary. It's about identifying the right time to grow. So yes.
Right. Now, is there a philosophy guiding this? Councillor Carmel brought up an interesting point that in his reading of the city plan, we don't slow down growth in one area in order to compensate growth for another. And I think I agree with that. But what I'm wondering about is in areas of the city where we already have amenities and structures available to support populations, is that sort of the thinking that it makes a lot of financial sense to see development in those areas to take advantage of what we've already built instead of being compelled to build more infrastructure to support populations?
Councillor, I think that's actually what was found through the relative financial assessment for the city plan. When we make use of existing infrastructure, there's a savings there. It means we don't actually have to build infrastructure to support growth elsewhere, new infrastructure, and take on not only the capital, but also the operating and maintenance associated with that. So certainly there is there's validity to what you're saying around use and efficiency of existing assets and amenities.
Right, because the mayor's flag of the Northeast caught my attention because I was like, yeah, we actually have an LRT out there. And we've got the Horse Hills about to be developed. I think there's some developer application snags there that hopefully get smoothed out soon. But as things get a little bit more constrained in the Southwest, is it the thinking that maybe values will rise there, and then because values maybe are a little bit lower in other areas, that the market demand shifts to the lower areas, and that's what spurs faster development?
I can speak to a little bit of the data and what we know from our growth monitoring work. So over the past 5 years, we do know that the majority, again, as we all know, the majority of growth in terms of dwelling units has happened in the Southwest. But then right up against and next to that is about 25% of that growth is also happening in the West Henday district. And so what that implies is that the growth then perhaps when constrained or due to preferences and market forces, we'll find other areas for that growth to happen and that demand get captured. Whether or not that will get captured in the Northeast over time, we have less insight into that. We only have our past trends to draw from, but that's just an example of sort of that spreading of demand is already something we're seeing happening with the West Henday district picking up in terms of demand.
Right. So if there's a little bit of constraint in one area, it doesn't necessarily just go to surrounding communities, but goes to areas that are already within the city of Edmonton.
That appears to be the evidence from the data, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Which I'm sure neighboring communities probably would appreciate, considering that right now they have the benefit of lower population spread. They don't have the same sprawl that they have to account for. Okay, so then the next question is about so we heard maybe in the Southwest, for example, there's potentially decades left of condo or multifamily available. But so to me, that says people aren't interested in that market as much. And so are there things that the city should be doing in order to encourage that density type of build, either through reduction of barriers or through incentives?
I'd argue actually through even the current zoning bylaw and where the zoning bylaw is going, a lot of that, I guess, diversity is possible within different zones. And so I think the market is using that tool, the zoning, to determine what are the types of built forms that are in demand. So I'd say to some extent it's probably already happening through the tools we have in place.
Okay. All right.
I think as well, Councillor, if I could add, when we look at developing area and multis in developing area, the singles go first, and then in development generally higher density follows. Higher density typically enjoys or really benefits or looks much more attractive when the community is complete and when the transit network is in place, when the services are there, because they're less reliant on an automobile. So.
Thank you very much.
I'm out of time. Stages and phases.
Okay, so for the second round, Councillor Cartmell.
Great, thank you. So just going back to comments made earlier.
Order.
Oh, yes.
I think I don't have the first rung yet. My name should be
I'm
there.
sorry, I don't see you on the list, but over to you. I apologize.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions here. First one is about the scope for this substantial completion standards we're discussing today. I want to focus on that. Can you clarify this standards only apply for the residential development or also apply to the industrial development or the commercial development?
It only applies to the residential, Councillor.
Only to the price of residential, so does not apply to. So I want to get that confirmation first. Thank you very much. In terms of the next question and the tax-based question, I would like to ask our CFO and Ms. Padbury. Can you provide me the data regarding the commercial percentage contribution to our tax base? comparison to the residential tax base?
Councillor Rice, I'll just check that Stacy's on the line.
Oh, I saw her, but she may not. Oh, yes, I saw her right.
So are you asking what is the split between residential and non-residential?
Yes.
I'll need to double check, but I think it's about 48-52, with 52 residential, 48 non-residential. But remember that non-residential will include all types of non-residential. So I'll just put that out there, but I will double check the numbers.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the follow-up question is about if we're going to put these standards in place right now and from future growth perspective, I want to ask city administration team to comment on some financial advantage and disadvantage for our city, and from that tax base and revenue and our city revenue perspective.
Councillor Rice, sorry. So there's been a lot of study and work the city is undertaken, most recently with the city plan, and looking at the link between and the effect of our development pattern, how we grow, where we grow, and to what intensity, density that we grow, and how that impacts our financial standing as a city. And through that study and what city plan then, the foundation it's built on, the pattern, the concept, is that if we are very strategic, like as shown in the city plan, like employing things like substantial completion, we can save Edmontonians, future Edmontonians, about 8% tax rate reduction into the future. And so other studies, other communities have found similar results in that how you grow is really important to how you're financially sustainable. And there's all kinds of variables attached to that, but that is a well-established principle that type of development growth does affect the financial health of a community.
Oh, okay. So can you expand a little bit more on the economic impact analysis on this? And the reason for me to ask this question specifically, if our city plan is attract more people and to our city, and then however right now, and we are put some limitation and for the future growth and in certain area. So what has impact and economically and to our city?
So we do have Councillor Rice, our chief economist, I believe, part of our delegation, and perhaps she may have a comment. One of the tenets of city plan is that economic development and linked to affordability and being a great place where folks want to start a business or come and work at a business or live in, is that it is affordable. And what substantial completion is trying to do is look at not just affordability for somebody new to the community or somebody looking for a new home, it's affordability for those that are already here, that are already in a home, and what they would pay for in terms of rate base and the taxes. So it's a much broader view of affordability than just newcomers coming to the community. But I'll pause there and see if our economist has any other observations.
Thank you, Kent. Unfortunately, Councillor Rice, it's difficult to say in terms of quantifying an economic impact of a policy like this, just because when it comes down to market dynamics and the behaviors of households, where they're choosing to locate, how they're choosing to consume, it's incredibly difficult for us to even quantify it at this point. So unfortunately, we don't have an answer in terms of the economic impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Now for the second round, Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. So just circling back to some comments made earlier, I think I heard you say, Mr. Schneider, that we're not trying to drive a market shift. But at the same time, the way it's written today, further planning would not take place in the Southwest until thresholds are met in every other district around the city. So we're not, maybe our goal isn't to drive a market shift, but until that market shift happens, Southwest development doesn't proceed.
I'm not, yes, potentially true what you're stating. That's not the intended purpose. If we step back and look at city plan, it is intending to shift how we live and grow and develop in the city. So the whole base of city plan is trying to recognize a market shift to a more urban, sustainable community. And
Agnostic of where in the city that shift takes place. The city plan doesn't say, we need to see more people live in Northeast Edmonton. It says we need a more compact city, we need to take advantage of our built form, we need, et cetera.
Yes, correct, absolutely. I think what the intent here is not to say where people live, but our sequencing of growth. And so to make sure that we're completing communities before we move into the next area.
So I want to come back to that. I'm curious about your data. Again, I understood somebody say that there's 20 plus years of multi-family sites left in Southwest Edmonton. There may be several sites on the edge of Southwest Edmonton, which is to say out 28th, 30th, 34 Avenue South. But, and I'm curious where the data is coming from. South Terwillegar might have 2 sites. Ambleside has 1 site and 1 non-participatory owner. Langdale has a non-participatory owner. Windermere might have a couple of sites. McTaggart has none. McGrath has none. McTaggart has a couple. So where is this data coming from that says that we've got 20 plus years of multi-unit sites available? It's just not accurate.
So Councillor Cartmel, I'm going to ask Sarah to provide a little bit more information about the data. And please, the data is not intended to drive the discussion. I think regardless of what the data says, we're looking from committee to say, what metrics do you wish to see to recognize what a complete community is? But
the discussion earlier suggested that consumption or absorption of multi-unit residential is one of those metrics. And the data on which that rests is the data provided by administration, and that data is not accurate.
Okay, so yes, I'll turn to Sarah. The 20-year or just under 20-year supply is not just multis, that's the singles as well. So the entire district, all of the units in that area. But I'll turn it over to Sarah to provide a little more information.
Thanks. So if we think about both what's built and what is planned for a district, in terms of the data for what's built, that's coming from our development permits and building permits. So we know that that's real data. What's left to be built is really based on the NSPs, the approved statutory plans for the area. The numbers in those plans are based on the terms of reference that are based on density. So we, as the city, tell developers, if you're designating this land for low, medium, or high density residential uses, we're telling you how many units you must build per area. And they're then telling us this is how many units we'll build. And those numbers are, to this day, our best understanding of what will be built in that neighborhood. But through our discussions with industry, we're also hearing that that's not always an accurate reflection of what can or will be built in a district. And that's part of our work that we'll be engaging with industry on between now and our next report to you, to figure out what is a more accurate capacity. We've heard loud and clear from industry that they're not happy with the use of those statutory planning capacity numbers, and so we're working with them to figure out how can we refine that.
So Council Cartmel, related to the data, we're taking that back, working with industry to better have consensus around what's left, and we'll be reporting that back to committee in Q2 of 2024.
Yeah, my question is not about what, when everything is built, what that amounts to. My question is, you're saying that there's so much space left generally, and that's not true. But it is that we are basing our decision on planning, is what's left, and it's not there.
Thanks. I'll go to Mayor Sohi.
Okay, so please take this with I'm saying this with a lot of respect for administration, but I am disappointed that so far engagement on this has been only with the development industry, which is absolutely a very important stakeholder, but I have not seen any engagement with the Youth Council on whose behalf we are actually, and young people, how we accommodate them in our city for their housing needs. I did not see any engagement with Transit Advisory Committee about getting their perspective on service. I did not see any engagement on Climate Change Adaptation Committee that we have, and they guide our work, or immigrant serving communities. UDI talk about accommodating future immigrants, but they don't speak on behalf of immigrant community. Immigrant serving agencies, communities do. We have not engaged with them. We have not engaged with affordable housing providers. So I'm sorry, I need to flag that for you. I am concerned that we are putting too much weight in these conversations on one stakeholder, not engaging many other stakeholders in the community. I just want to get a sense from you, how are we going to change that in the future?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the feedback. Appreciate that observation, and certainly the work around substantial completion was grounded in the engagement that was done to deliver on city plan. Subsequent to this work, when we develop the servicing study and the area structure plan, those are absolutely the stakeholder groups and more that we would be engaging on to understand how we want to develop our city. Those are really important perspectives to hear from when we're thinking about how we might plan our future growth area. But as it relates to the report before committee today, it was really just about what are the metrics we want to use to trigger growth. But
understand.
appreciate that we can circle back as well with those groups between now and the next report, just to share information on what we're working on.
And also, the Edmontonians, like at the end of the day, they're footing the bill. Right? They're paying the taxes to pay for services. So I think there has to be some form of engagement with them. I'll stop here on that. You mentioned something, Kim, that our goal is that the household spending for transportation and housing should be around 30% of household spending, right?
35.
35, okay.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised to know that if we are at 35% in new areas where we don't have access to public transit, people I know living in those areas are so much dependent on private transportation that they're having 2 cars or 3 cars or 4 cars in some cases because people need to get to work, but they have no access to public transit. So I would be surprised we are actually meeting that goal.
I believe we do have some information as it relates to the city as a whole, and we have a report coming to committee next month around city plan measures and targets. Okay. And but there's further work to be done around defining affordability and for who, what housing types, and so that work we're continuing to evolve. But would there be anything more you'd want to share? No, thank you.
Because it's very costly, like to own one vehicle for insurance cost, capital cost. Fuel is, I think, is close to $8,000 to $10,000 last time I checked the number. So you multiply by that 3 times, that's $30,000 added to the cost for a household that doesn't have access to public transit. I'm worried that our lack of coordination on how we're growing and our inability to expand services is causing is adding to affordability challenges. Am I wrong in that? I'm just...
As Stacey mentioned before, that tension between providing services and increasing the quality of life and the amenities that Edmontonians expect in our developing communities, and the city's ability to deliver that. Certainly there's challenges with that.
So we are unable to keep pace with services as development happens. And that's a huge gap and a huge concern for me, which I don't know what the solutions are, but I'm grappling with those through these questions. Maybe I'll stop here.
Sure, thank you, Mayor Sohi. A few last questions from me. So, we've had this conversation about, well, I've been hearing different things. My understanding is that where growth happens isn't neutral. that it has an impact on the services we provide as a city, whether that's needing new service yards, longer distances that utility vehicles need to travel, more roadway that we're responsible for. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, going back to, so again, the option of potentially exploring developed parkland as a required indicator, what are your thoughts on exploring that further in your upcoming discussions?
So if we're looking at purity in terms of when a neighborhood is complete, that seems like an obvious one to include. The rationale for not including it is that it will lengthen out that timeline. So we've talked about 10 years, and when do we start to affect affordability? When do we start to have issues with certain districts being completely full and they're migrating to others or outside of the community? Yeah. That is one that, because of the gap that has been spoken about here in terms of budget and where we sit, might be really tough to achieve and may lengthen out substantial completion quite substantially.
And I guess, I hear that. I think if we take a financial lens to it, again, if we think of those active parklands that aren't developed again, as being infrastructure deficits, again, it seems like that is an important part of the picture in terms of what the cost or our financial capacity to accommodate additional growth.
You are correct. Yep.
Okay, so I'm hoping when you're back in Q2 that there's maybe a bit more digging into that again, sort of really taking that financial lens. Actually, and on that, is there any possibility to, so again, I really take the point that the city is a system as a whole, and that, our industrial areas and our, primarily commercial areas generate tax revenue that can, offset potential operating losses in others. So are we considering, again, if we're really wearing that financial feasibility lens, looking at some of those indicators in terms of commercial and industrial growth that, again, provides us with the revenue to support additional residential growth?
So what you're asking, Councillor, is the potential to add some kind of an industrial or commercial metric as maybe a track metric to better understand, as a proxy to maybe understand if our tax base is increasing?
Yeah, again, going back to the Dakota IIMP, I think it was fairly explicit in there that, we'll make up the 25% shortfall through industrial and commercial development elsewhere. So if that is an assumption that we're using as a basis for our neighborhood growth, is there an opportunity to check in on those assumptions, ensure that they are proceeding as anticipated?
Yeah, I think we could explore at a district level what is in ASP, area structure plans, maybe perhaps neighborhood structure plans with respect to industrial or other non-residential land uses coming on, and consider how it could be used as a track metric.
Okay, great, thank you. Then just wanting to get your thoughts on the tension that I see just around the pre-planning and what that does in terms of setting expectations. So, I really hear the argument. I really understand the perspective in terms of wanting to be ready, not wanting to be caught flat-footed. At the same time, I think even earlier I heard plans spoken of as commitments. We've made commitments to growth happening in a certain area. We've made commitments to these land uses. So I worry that, we won't be able to stop the planning train once it gets going, regardless of what substantial completion. Or maybe the other way of phrasing that question is, what checkpoints could we have after a planning stage that would prevent us from getting ahead of our substantial completion policies?
So the natural checkpoint is the one that currently exists. But if we're trying to get creative, and the report does suggest that perhaps that we should move that gate further towards the development pipeline of closer to rooftops. But that's taking a lot of risk for the city.
And for industry, right?
And for industry in terms of investment, land assembly, designs, absolutely.
Servicing plans, yeah. And again, I just can't imagine getting to the rezoning stage and that being the, so perhaps, I don't know if there's maybe like looking at drafting plans that don't actually get approved, right? Like, anyway, just looking forward to some creative thoughts around that, but that's a huge tension that I see and hope to see some creative solutions coming forward. I'll go to Councillor Salvador, then Councillor Cartmel, and then I think we will end our discussion there and then shift to questions or to hearing from our speakers on our next items. But Councillor Salvador, over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much. So just closing a few loops to the mayor's point around additional stakeholders. Was ETCRC, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee of Council, were they engaged on this particular topic?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would just concur with Mayor Sohi's comments there. I think those stakeholders are really critical to this conversation, especially on the climate front, given the direct connection between land use and climate action. So yeah, I'll flag that as well. And then maybe just to Ms. Hadbury, getting into that tension that we were talking about earlier, if the goal with substantial completion is to help determine when the time is right to grow beyond 41st Avenue, a critical piece of information that I would like to see is a clear picture of existing liabilities or existing commitments. Like, what have we already committed to create complete communities in approved developing neighborhoods? Like, do we have a picture of what that dollar figure looks like? Is there an inventory? Is that readily available, or would that require a lot of work?
I'll maybe stand to be corrected by any of the other administration members there, but I do think that would take some work. I think one of the things that you also have to consider is you as council can define that standard. And I think that we have a lot of legacy policies that have standards. And I think I would maybe defer to Mr. Snyder on whether all of those policies get layered on in this particular application. But I do think that part of your growth framework also needs to contemplate what is a reasonable standard for a new community.
And layering in onto that, Councillor. So standards change, levels of service change. Those are dynamic for sure, but there's some bones that when we have a neighborhood or new community, so if there is a park site or there are fire halls needed to service that area or mass transit lines, those are tougher to move and can be viewed as more concrete in terms of commitments.
Right, and I guess I appreciate that. I look at, recent example, Lewis Farms Rec Center. That was and whether or not, council has that final say, there's an expectation that is set from community around what they will see in their neighborhoods. So I guess I'll just kind of leave it there. Any additional, I guess, tightening up of that gap could be helpful for me, at least, and I would hope to see a little bit more commentary on that piece when this comes in front of us again. But I'll jump to something else. So looking at the metrics themselves, I recognize that the required metrics really reflect work that's undertaken by developers, as opposed to the tracked metrics, which require city involvement, public investment. Why would the city of Edmonton, or what is in the interest of the city of Edmonton when it comes to giving more control to developers over when substantial completion is achieved? Like, why not have some required metrics in there that are related to the city of Edmonton's ability to fulfill its commitments to creating those complete communities? Does that make sense?
I think so, Councillor. So that is the purpose of this check-in, is to determine if we've got the right split, in that this is probably, to satisfy the city plan policy, this is probably the minimum approach, or very close to it, that would satisfy that policy in our view. And so we'd be looking to committee to confirm that or do additions to add public sector funds to consideration of a complete community.
Right, right. Well, I would definitely like to see that dial turned a little bit further when it comes to those public sector investments. Just knowing that, you know, a complete community is not complete without basic things like public transit. And yeah, I don't have time for another one, but I'll leave it there and appreciate all the dialogue and conversation that we've had today, and look forward to seeing this in front of us with some, you know, new additions and changes. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel?
Great, thank you. So going back then to the amount of space available, just quickly, one more question on that. If we're looking at the total build-out of ASPs and NSPs versus what's been built already, that presumes that non-participatory land is available for development, correct?
As part of the secondary analysis that we want to work on with industry over the winter, we want to look at that factor and that variable, because we want to have the most accurate data of current state development as well.
Has there been any conversation around expropriation of non-participatory land in order to get away from leapfrog development?
No, not through this project, but potentially an outcome of this project, it could be abilities of what the city could do to help complete communities. And depending on the verification of data of non-participatory landowners through this winter, if it is a significant factor to completing communities, perhaps then there's a work plan to what the city could do to help move that forward.
So there's 2 communities in southwest Edmonton where non-participatory landowners are tying up roughly 80 acres each. And that's preventing the roadway plan from being completed, which speaks to transit, speaks to walkability, speaks to paths in both places. So if we're truly serious about eliminating leapfrog construction, we need to consider what we do with those non-participatory land parcels.
That's an absolutely fair statement, Councillor.
Okay, so do you need a motion on that to explore that? Would you like a motion on that, a subsequent?
I would imagine that when we come back with the data for you and committee next spring, then it will help verify if that's a true constraint or if it's a more local constraint. But then that opportunity for a motion might be helpful at that time.
Well, I'm watch my time. I just think that if those parcels were developed, that pushes off a new neighborhood coming online in southwest Edmonton for a few years at least. Every little bit counts. Yeah. The conversation around further development induces demand for amenities and causes, you know, it increases the cost that the city has to pay to run the city. I've heard transit, I've heard in transferred infrastructure in terms of snow clearing and maintenance and those kinds of things, rec center amenities. And there's something buried in the report that I don't quite understand, that there's an 8% factor that if we do something instead of something else, our costs will be 8% less at some point in the future. Can you tease that out a little bit?
So, Councillor, that comes from the relative financial analysis that was done for the city plan, and that report is actually available online under the city plan webpage. But essentially, it compared our growth pattern, business as usual, potentially needing to annex more land by 2 million versus the city plan concept that you see presented in the city plan, and it's the difference, and looking at all of the various city delivered services and infrastructure, the cost based to the taxpayer is 8% less in the city plan concept, just due to the way the growth pattern is designed.
Isn't growth? We build a neighborhood, there's more roads, there's more demands, there's, you know, so what does it matter where it is?
So the geography of growth does matter. I think that's what that study proved, is that growth happening in existing areas where there's existing infrastructure and amenities.
So that's a greenfield versus infill argument then?
Well, the study looked at, yes, the entire city plan concept, which included redeveloping in the developing area as well. But as part of that, the policy to phase growth.
Do we have the sense of what demands will be induced if we build out all of the current ASPs and NSPs, so, and in various corners of the city? So I'm going to pick on the northeast, sorry, Councillor Briquette. If we built out to the city border, how much more transit investment would we need? How much more capital maintenance and renewal and operation money would we need for the road network? How many more rec centers we need? Do we know that kind of by NSP? Do we have that? Have we done that analysis?
I think when each of those neighborhood structure plans and area structure plans were developed, there was, through the council authorization on those that required it, the integrated infrastructure management assessments that showed operating and capital costs over the long term.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like if we would know in each one of those plans, you know, what the MR was and how much of that MR has been consumed or built out, so what's remaining. Could we do that analysis?
It's a tall order.
Yeah, it is.
And it is similar to a question that was raised earlier about what is the gap. But you're looking at what is the gap plus what are we on for committed to in the future. It definitely is worthwhile exploring, but no immediate answers or solutions to offer comfort for that question.
Great. Thank you so much for another round of very robust conversation. We are going to pause on this item until tomorrow, I'm assuming, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. When we come back from a short recess at 3:45, we will go to our presentation from administration on 7, 2, 3, and 4. Assuming that's a fairly brief presentation, and then we can move to our speakers on those items and hopefully hear from them all and ask them questions before 5 o'clock today. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you back here shortly. We're going to have a 10-minute break, 11. our meeting today. I'll just call us back to order. Thank you. Quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmell.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford. Shoot.
Hello.
Hi there. Okay, we'll get rolling with a presentation from administration on items 7, 2, 3, and 4.
Good afternoon, committee members. We're here today with 3 reports that respond to the motions from council that address or that ask about transit service. The first is about transit service for developing and developed neighborhoods. The second is about options for youth after school to connect to recreation opportunities. And the third is about developer-funded transit. We have a presentation, a brief presentation prepared today for you, and then obviously we'll hear from speakers. We look forward to any questions you may have. With me today in the delegation, we have Carrie Hott McDonald, Branch Manager of ETS, Daniel Vrend, the Director of Planning and Scheduling at ETS, and Sarah Feldman, the Director of Business Integration, is here as well to help answer any questions you might have. I'll now turn it over to Daniel and Carrie.
Thanks, Eddie. We connect people to work, to school, to healthcare, childcare, social and recreational opportunities, and move people around the clock every day, rain or shine. Transit's an integral part of the city plan and an essential service. It's an enabler of creating community of communities and a critical part of climate change. Transit is climate action. We also can create equity for our communities by creating convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible transit experiences for all. We'll start off by reviewing how we make transit service decisions. And fair warning, this isn't going to be the most riveting couple of slides here, so I get the joy of bringing you the policy description.
Thank you. And just so we don't miss a single riveting detail, do you mind just speaking a bit closer to the microphone? Thank you. We're that excited.
I'm pleased to hear it. Transit service decisions are guided by several key inputs, including the allocated budget to support capital and operating funding, which enables us to add a service. The council-approved transit service policy guides the type of service we provide. So the transit service standards guide when and how we add service. As an example, running bus service requires having access to appropriate roadway and sidewalk bus infrastructure. And 5 times a year, we make service adjustments, including reallocations within the standards and budget. Service capacity is important too. For example, having fleet and facilities to maintain the other elements needed to deliver service. The transit service policy outlines the following components. That's the next slide, please. The service warrants. They guide the introduction of new service and expansion of service hours. Network design guidelines guide the detailed development of the transit network and provide more precise parameters for network design, such as hours of service, frequency, and bus stop locations. Service quality guidelines guide the adjustment of service levels on routes, such as maximum loads and reliability. And service productivity standards guide the assessment of route performance, such as tracking productivity measures. So principles in the standards include being consistent, the application of the components will be undertaken through a consistent approach and applied equitably, efficient, that application of the service standards will strive to make the transit system more efficient, optimizing the use of the limited resources, integrated, that changes and updates to the transit network must be integrated early and proactively in the city planning process, must contribute to sustainable transportation choices through effective integration with other transportation modes, and through the design of the transit network, collaborate and support city building initiatives in the city plan. And they must be rider-focused. Transit system will focus on service that is safe, fast, convenient, and reliable, and it must be data-driven and evidence-based. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie to review the current state and opportunities as we go forward.
Thanks, Daniel. So as part of our analysis for our reports today, we reviewed transit service hours relative to population, housing, and employment trends from 2015 until 2022. For this chart that we're showing the service hours by population. So we layered our service hours together for on-demand LRT and bus and found that we've not kept up with growth. So during this time frame, population in Edmonton grew by 15%. The largest part of our service hours, more than 90%, is delivered through bus service. So that is what we're showing here in the chart. As the chart illustrates, the bus service hours per capita have declined since 2015. The 2020 figure is a bit of an anomaly as we had lower service levels during low ridership demand periods in the initial peak of the pandemic. While the addition of on-demand service in 2021 has provided some respite, the rate is still below the 2015 levels. We're grateful for the addition this year of 500 weekly off-peak service hours and the 25% increase in on-demand service. However, they also don't close the gap. So how does this compare to other cities in Canada? There's no agreed upon standard for what the right level is, but we did check comparators with other large Canadian cities that we consider comparators. So when we looked across Canada at other large transit systems, we found that Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa have bus service as well as total service levels that are higher than Edmonton in the range of 2.05 to 2.3 service hours per capita for bus and 2.1 to 3.53 total service hours per capita. Vancouver's service levels are similar to Edmonton, and these figures are shared with us through our membership with CUDA. Next slide, please. Service hours in this time frame also didn't match housing growth, so the blue bars show the housing supply growth, and the red line plots our bus service hours per capita against housing to show how they work together. Growth in newly developed areas, as an example, creates a need for a first kilometer, last kilometer connection to transit hubs and creates challenges for school transportation support, which I know you're all familiar with, for our school board partners. Additional housing growth in redeveloping areas means additional demand on existing routes. So that's a good thing. That's beneficial for riders as routes closer to the core can provide more direct and higher frequency. But additional bus fleet capacity is needed for those routes to respond to that demand. Next slide. Lastly, looking at employment, service levels did not match our labor force trends in this time frame, starting in 2017. The blue bars represent labor force volumes and the red line maps our service hours per capita against labor force trends. So that means that service levels didn't match demand, and there's an opportunity to provide better service to support labor force mobility as well as employers. Edmonton's labor force continues to grow and recover from the effects of the pandemic. As we look forward, the Economist's Office is projecting growth each year in the remainder of this decade. We are continually reviewing various data sources to understand where there is growing demand to support labor force mobility and where service is needed the most. Next slide. So, to close the gaps we have and get us to 2015 service levels, 5,000 weekly service hours or 260,000 annual service hours are needed for the network. We have a detailed plan for where we would add the service. So this is based on detailed planning done by Daniel's team within ETS. So it includes the following types of needs: new routes, better frequencies, new peak service, new off-peak service, and transitioning some communities from on-demand service to conventional bus service because they've reached ridership thresholds and would be better served by conventional bus service at this point, which gives us an opportunity to reallocate those on-demand hours. In 2018 to 2019, as you're aware, we introduced our transit service policy and detailed service standards. And as part of that, we redesigned our bus routes. It was intended to be a foundational reset and able to support growth following its implementation. So examples of specific areas where we would apply these changes are outlined in the reports. We continually review the network and we make changes to schedules 5 times a year, and we monitor the network for opportunities on an ongoing basis. New service hours will benefit the entire city, and in particular, equity-deserving groups in our communities. To add service hours, it requires access to buses, as well as operational funding to deliver the service. So that covers things like operators, maintenance, and fueling or electricity. So how can we do this? Next slide. So we've identified 4 opportunities for consideration. So the first 2 are short-term opportunities within the next 18 months. They will help us address needs for developing and redeveloping areas, as well as provide more support for schools. So the first opportunity we've discussed before, and that's repurposing the temporary Valley Line Southeast LRT precursor bus service hours. And that would be to permanently add them to our bus network. Council already made a motion to explore this and we will bring it forward in the fall budget adjustment process for discussion as a follow-up to the four-year budget discussion that we had. This would add approximately 70,000 annual service hours, so that addresses about 27% of our gap, and would be available shortly after service commencement of Valley Line Southeast. And no, I don't have an answer in terms of when that is. So this represents an annual cost of $7.2 million, could be achieved in the short term, and it uses existing buses, and we have the operators, so it's one of those options that can be implemented fairly quickly. The second option that's also a short-term option is repurposing an existing facility that we have access to grow service hours and add up to 40 40-foot buses. So the facility itself is an existing set of buildings on the northeast side of the city that could be accessed through an operational lease. This satellite facility could add approximately 100,000 annual service hours, which is another 38% of our gap. We would need to fund purchasing growth buses in that particular scenario, and then the service hours when the buses are going to be deployed. If council funded this option, our plan is to pursue hydrogen electric buses. These two options would give us 170,000 service hours, which is about 65% of our gap. To go farther and to close the gap entirely, we wanted to present two additional opportunities. So the first one is our new Southeast Transit Garage. When it opens, we could look at adding up to 75 buses per year of operations. And then the fourth opportunity is about efficiencies within the bus fleet. So looking at our fleet renewal, if we invest in it, we can lower the fleet age of our buses that we already have. It would reduce the number of buses needed as spare, so our spare ratio could shrink because we have a newer fleet. And that would allow those buses to be put into regular service. It would depend on the volume and pace of the bus renewal investment. We do need to do a bit more analysis on it, but it looks quite promising in terms of efficiencies and creating some other opportunities. So addressing these service gaps will depend on the extent to which these four opportunities can be pursued. Next slide. So we know that this is very challenging, and it's a challenging situation for everyone, and not just for transit, but for a lot of our core city services. We appreciate these motions that led to the analysis and the discussion today. Through these reports, we've outlined options to close current service gaps, including opportunities for council that you can consider that could have an impact in the short term. As the city continues to grow, our service hour per capita will continue to decrease without adding more service hours. These gaps will grow larger. They're going to put more pressure on future budget cycles. It will also put additional pressure on being able to achieve our goals in the mass transit plan for 1.25 million residents, as well as our city plan. And I know we've all heard from Edmontonians, including equity-seeking groups, who feel they aren't being well served by the network, and we know we have underserved areas in our city today. Now, some good news. Research shows that investing in service generates the highest return on investment among the levers of ridership. So in turn, that can improve our mode share for transit, as well as active modes of transportation. It can help with our climate goals and the city plan. It can also generate revenue from additional fares. Last year, 83% of our riders were satisfied or very satisfied with our transit experience. Our bus ridership volumes have been impressive. Looking at a report from the American Public Transit Association, we are right behind Toronto, Vancouver, and Ottawa in Canada for our bus ridership volumes. As we've discussed before, we were one of the first large transit properties in Canada to recover our bus ridership to pre-pandemic levels. In terms of next steps, from a service planning perspective, the 2024 annual service plan work is underway. That is in development, and as per previous years, will be available in the first quarter of next year. There's also a follow-up report coming to Executive Committee on September 20th that talks about potential revenue tools for transit led by our finance colleagues. It explores a motion that was made last spring and is a follow-up report with more details about 3 specific tools that Council wanted to explore. The report is complementary to this work. Our analysis is ongoing, and we have collaborated quite closely. Lastly, we delivered almost 4 million rides this July, during what is typically considered a quieter time of year for transit. To our staff, to the speakers today, and our riders, I just want them to know that we deeply appreciate them. That brings us to the end of our presentation. We look forward to answering any questions that you may have after you've heard from the speakers. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. And that's incredibly exciting news about our busy summer. So I'll have you step back and I'll invite our speakers now to come forward. So Mr. Bradshaw, come on up. Ms. Anderson, Ms. Brown, Ms. Smith, are you, is Sarah Smith online potentially?
Yeah,
Hi,
I am.
Welcome. Mr. Adams and Mr. Pye, come on up. And we'll get things rolling right away. Mr. Bradshaw, over to you for 5 minutes. I think all of you have spoken before, but again, 5 minutes, and we will... Oh, okay. Well, welcome. We're delighted to hear from you. There are lights in front of you. I'm sure you'll get the drift. Okay, Mr. Bradshaw, thank you.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sohi. And I'm Steve Bradshaw with Amalgamated Transit Union, and thanks so much for this opportunity to address the committee about these important reports. I'd like to share some thoughts that could help you make the tough decisions ahead. I want to start with a couple of quotes directly from the newer Developed Communities report that stood out to me. Quote, across the entire network, service gaps totaling approximately 5,000 conventional bus hours per week, or 260,000 hours per year, are the service gap. Quote, conventional transit service hours did not increase from 2015 to 2022, and during that time, Edmonton's population grew by approximately 15%. End quote. Even when factoring in on-demand service and new and still inoperable LRT service, transit service per capita has fallen far behind Edmonton's 2015 level. Transit forms a centerpiece of Edmonton's brilliant city plan, adopted just 3 years ago. Half of all trips being accomplished by transit or active transportation is one of the 4 primary targets of city plan. For some here in this room, the time when Edmonton's population hits 1.25 million will occur within their career window. Time presses on, our population growth is accelerating, yet we're allowing transit service per capita to slip back instead of building forward. This is one of those wonderful areas where the union and administration, and we hope council, share some common ground. Building transit is an important environmental goal, it's an important city building goal, it's an important city plan goal, and it's an important goal for the union as well. But we've been letting it slip. With the exception of the 500 hours of service council funded last fall, in the almost 3 years since city plan was finally hammered out, and for the 5 years previous to that, there's been no new funding for transit service. The longer we leave it go, the more difficult and more costly it'll be to bring it back. To be sure, it'll take resources to bring transit service levels back to where they should be and start advancing them to where they'll support city plan in the fundamental way intended by the document and its authors. Administration has outlined some of the capital and operating needs relative to this initiative. You'll need capital for real estate and buses. You'll need operating budget for operators and maintainers and fuel and such. But administration has also proposed some innovative solutions to begin to solve this shortfall of service. The idea of acquiring a satellite facility to house and maintain 40 or so additional buses for the fleet is not new. Mayor Sohi may recall that council refurbished the aging Cromdale shops about 20 years ago to accomplish precisely that goal of creating space while awaiting new space to be constructed. That space we now call Centennial Garage. Folding in the Valley Line replacement service hours into new conventional service hours is another innovative use of service that's already there. This one doesn't even take any capital budget, as the buses and infrastructure already exist. It would require a continuance, of course, of the roughly $7.2 million in operating budget, but it would cover more than a quarter of the operating gaps identified in the report, again, without any capital cost. Setting a routine fleet replacement growth plan is just good business, and admin's suggestion of 75 buses per year is the bare minimum it would take to get and keep ETS in the prominent place it holds in city plan. We urge council to adopt the innovative ideas contained in this report. I want to quickly address the equity gaps that can so easily be overlooked and are so important. Hearing the voices of Edmonton's marginalized and equity-seeking peoples is crucial to devising a transit system that works for everyone. Despite everyone's best efforts, it is still sometimes more difficult for some people to make their voices and needs heard. We urge Council and Administration to continue and enhance the city's efforts at inclusiveness and equity when it comes to transit. And finally, regarding the idea of developer-funded transit, we suggest the following. Developers are profit-generating businesses. They must pass on their costs to the end buyer to maintain their profit margin. Home buyers in the development become the actual funders of the transit service. It causes non-standard distribution of service, and however marginally, it drives up the cost of housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you very much, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. Pleased to be here to address transit service in Edmonton's new neighborhoods. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute. I want to start off by saying that UDI strongly supports the provision of transit citywide and encourages City Council to prioritize public investment in this area, as it is a core municipal service and aligns directly with the city plan, which is also Edmonton's transportation master plan. The real estate development industry builds the communities where most Edmontonians live and actively invests in creating great places for life, leisure, and commerce all across Edmonton. Reliable mobility options are critical to this success and this partnership. It is concerning to us that public investment in transit has not been keeping pace with population growth and economic development, and that bus service in particular has not increased to meet the level of growth that Edmonton has experienced. We encourage Council to actively prioritize public transit investment for Edmontonians citywide. We also strongly encourage City Council to fund transit in new neighborhoods where individuals and families of all types are looking for new options to get to work, school, and their activities. Successful big cities require excellent public transit, and buses are the backbone of that system. We're pleased with City Administration's engagement with industry on these reports, particularly the very open and honest discussions about developer-funded transit, which recognizes that we tried this in the past without ultimately succeeding. In general, industry is open to discussing voluntary programs where service could be provided if that's advantageous to the individual real estate businesses and their interests in the short term. But we strongly caution against relying on this as a potential or partial solution to this larger systemic problem of underfunding the core service. To consider voluntary participation, industry would need to have a strong understanding of associated costs, the duration of the commitment, and what trade-offs would need to be made to ensure no negative impact on housing affordability occurs. As a temporary measure, industry has previously filled in this gap for Edmonton as city building partners, but this should not be seen as a long-term solution. In fact, it's not common practice in other jurisdictions, nor is it equitable or sustainable from a citywide perspective. Furthermore, there is no interest from industry to see any form of mandatory funding formulas imposed, as this would add costs to new homeowners and be highly inequitable from a citywide perspective. We encourage Council to set clear priorities for the type of transit system and levels of service that will serve Edmonton both efficiently and economically. There is a sense of urgency to catch up on previous backlogs and to plan for future growth. Now is the time, the perfect time, to tackle this problem. City building relies on an effective mass transit system, which doesn't need to be overly complex or fancy. It just needs to work reliably and safely. In this vein, it's important that we capitalize on short-term opportunities while planning out those longer-term sustainable solutions. It's about thinking big and high level while being pragmatic in the moment. Ideally, the type of decision-making that gets us there will not be about adjusting one route at a time or nibbling around the edges to incrementally reallocate existing service hours, but to actually invest in the core service that is critical to the city's vitality, to the business environment, and to serving our citizens well. Transit access helps provide people with affordable options and more choice. It also connects workers to their jobs and supports the labor market. As your city building partners, we support publicly funded transit systems that will enable our city to grow and move, and we support equitable access to jobs and commerce citywide. Thank you very much for your time today. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. Over to Ms. Brown. for your committee debut.
Thank you. Thank you to members of the Urban Planning Committee and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today about public transit in Edmonton's new communities, in particular the developer-funded transit. My name is Jen Brown. I'm president of Sherrick Management, a local land development company. I've been directly involved in land development projects for nearly 30 years in Edmonton. I am here today to provide you with some industry's past experience with developer-funded transit and thoughts about and ideas that we can look at for the future. In all of our neighborhoods that our company has been involved in, we've actually run early transit programs, and this goes back to the early 90s. We need part of the discussions, we were part of the discussions with transit actually 15 years ago, 2008, to start this, what we knew of in the latest iteration, when the city wanted to explore ways to expand early transit program to all new neighborhoods. In 2010, there was a framework to run early transit in the majority of new neighborhoods, and we were having success. We were interested in the potential opportunities that front-ending transit service to new communities could provide, but ultimately we were disappointed with the result. After years of private sector investment in transit operations, the city canceled much of the public service to new neighborhoods, and as of today, there is no early transit program. As you consider and discuss potential voluntary developer-funded options for the future, I would be happy to answer any questions you have about the history of the program, how it ultimately worked for industry, and what lessons we learned over the last couple decades. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. We'll go online now to Ms. Smith.
Hello, and thank you everyone for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. My name is Sarah Smith, and I'm here to represent the youth participants of Action for Healthy Communities programming as their stakeholder engagement specialist. AHC is a nonprofit located in downtown Edmonton, but we serve newcomer youth all across the city of Edmonton, as well as newcomers in north central Alberta. Due to the nature of our programming, we are often running our classes and programs at city facilities available across Edmonton. Due to this, we've had extensive conversation around transportation with our youth. And specifically, we have had complications with our youth feeling comfortable with taking transit where they are required to make multiple changes or where services do not currently exist. This has also had an impact at a greater rate for our newcomer girls whose families have seen the increase in hate crimes located at transportation centers during the pandemic and have reduced access to busing routes for some of their daughters. In addition, there's a lot of fear associated with having their youth take transportation in the winter with a lack of sunlight and buses that may be late when it is cold outside. While not all of these items are necessarily in your control, the creation of chartered bus routes would help to support the idea that the city recognizes that not every school has easy access to recreational facilities. This knowledge on transportation barriers that we've acquired is not only through word of mouth and building trust within communities, but we've also proven it through the research that we did with our project participating in Art, Sport, and Society, or colloquially known as the PASS project. PASS research was completed in collaboration with the University of Alberta Faculty of Kinesiology, Sport, and Recreation, and it focused on identifying barriers for racialized newcomers who are trying to access sport in Edmonton. Through this research, we also provide policy recommendations that would help to address some of these barriers. One of our findings was that a major barrier for newcomer youth to access sport is transportation. In our community consultation and information sessions on sport, all 181 participants identified transportation as a barrier to youth sport and recreation participation. In our formalized research, 46% of youth respondents stated that a lack of transportation was a barrier to sport opportunities. These barriers are recognized not only by our newcomer communities, but also by sport organizations in our city who are running programming out of schools and recreational facilities, with 100% of respondents stating that transportation was a barrier to create sport programming for newcomer and equity deserving groups. Our youth already receive education on how to access bus routes, take them safely, and gain support in accessing programming like the leisure access and ride transit programming. Yet they are still citing transportation as a barrier for sport and recreation participation in the city. For the recreation centers where there are existing direct or simple routes, our youth are utilizing them. However, providing free access to those busing routes would also reduce some of the cost barriers associated with taking that route for families where even the subsidized rate is untenable or for families that live in the gap between affordable income but limited access to support due to extenuating circumstances. I do believe Tim Adams from Free Play is going to speak on some of the potential opportunities there for how we could benefit from utilizing the bus routes that are well known and maintained by our youth, while providing more opportunity to access our centers where youth struggle with accessing buses. I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this conversation and give voice to some of the newcomer youth's experiences here in our city.
Great, thank you very much. Great segue over to Mr. Adams.
Yes, thank you for the perfect segue. I'm here because this conversation started in October, and obviously I'm going to speak to 7.3. I agree greatly with Ms. Smith and the conversation that's happening in option 1 and option 2. And I'd like to put forward 4 key ideas, and I'll really zero in on number 1. I'm starting here making some of these already existing transportation routes to key City of Edmonton recreational centers free after school. As administration identified, there are bus routes already moving to a lot of these recreation centers, and by making them free, we could provide a much value-added service. Number 2, provide additional education to those schools that have that free access. Number 3, supplement the areas without city recreation amenities and without dedicated ETS service with charter service. And number 4, support more City of Edmonton recreation facilities to fall under the Youth After School initiative, which means less charter services used, and we can rely on the existing transportation network. To build a little bit further on number 1, as administration has identified, there are a number of existing bus routes that go to City of Edmonton recreation centers as well as third-party operated facilities. And we're suggesting that some of these key recreation centers and some of these these existing transit routes be made free between 3 and 7 p.m. for youth 18 years and younger. Waiving these fees will allow youth to connect to a wide range of services at city recreation centers, including physical, mental, and social health, as well as mentorship, job training, homework support, and access to registered social workers. These services are currently being offered by a number of partner agencies through the city's Youth After School initiative. The initiative provides free space to youth serving agencies to run programs during this after-school time period. This includes organizations such as Action Help for Healthy Communities, who you just heard from, Alberta Immigrant Women and Child Care Centre, C5, Skills City, Youth Unlimited, Youth Rocks, Edmonton Immigrant Services Association, and Free Play for Kids. In addition, if you do not want to participate in a registered program, the City of Edmonton has been providing a $15 monthly membership youth can use at city recreation centers, or a $2 drop-in fee. This is actually a very bold, national leading initiative that we should actually be really proud of. The next challenge is, how do we get more youth to the recreation centers to take advantage of this initiative we've come up with? So waiving the fees on these transit routes, we're thinking about 8 of them as an example would provide service from 30 junior high and senior high schools across the city with access to recreation centers. Just to give you a few examples, the number 3 bus route, it supports youth from Ross Shepherd, Westmount, St. Joseph, Victoria, St. Catherine, Spruce Avenue to attend Commonwealth Recreation Centre. The 120 Express supports youth from Mary Butterworth, Major General Griesbach, Dickinsfield, Roslyn, Archbishop O'Leary, Killarney to get to Commonwealth Recreation Centre. The number 56 could provide support from youth for J. Percy Page, Holy Trinity, T.D. Baker to get to Meadows Recreation Centre, and for movement between Millwoods Recreation Centre and Meadows. That number 56 actually starts pretty far in the west, and it would support youth from Jasper Place and St. Francis to get to Terwilliger Recreation Centre. The number 703 supports youth from Riverbend to get to Terwilliger Recreation Centre. The number 114 supports youth from Emmy Lazert, Londonderry, J.J. Boland to get to Clairview Recreation Centre. The number 118 supports youth from Donald D. Massey and Edmonton Christian Northeast to get to Clairview Recreation Centre. As you can see, there's a lot of existing transportation routes that are already going to City of Edmonton recreation centers, but youth can't access them because of the cost. The minor fee that would be waived would allow these youth to access all the programs that are already there or access the youth after school initiatives that offer $2 drop-ins. Once those routes are in place, we can push forward with the education. Simple, small turns of changing the digital signage on the buses could help youth understand that this service is here for free and going to, for example, the Clairview Community Recreation Centre. Then, for those gaps in service, creating charter routes, as Ms. Smith recommended, to support youth who don't have current access. All this is to say that we have some opportunities for very quick solutions, providing free access to existing transportation routes, filling in gaps with charter services, and encouraging more city of recreation centers to be part of the Youth After School Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker this afternoon, Mr. Pai.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much to members of committee, mayor, and council. My name is Anand Paya, and I'm the CEO at NAOP, which is the Association for Commercial Real Estate Development in Edmonton. I was formerly a member of the Transit Service Advisory Board. It was the first time that I spoke at council, and in helping to advance our low-income transit pass and things like 747 bus. And I, in my first professional role, helped Jen with our developer-funded early transit system over 10 years ago. And my understanding of that service and how it evolved over time is similar. That really the promise was that after developers funded a service, that people in new neighborhoods would demand that the city continue that service on. And I think that was where that program fell apart in the end. That's after my time, that the city wasn't able to continue on that service, and so that's why that program ended in my understanding of it. Now in this role that I'm in today, in commercial and industrial development, what I wanted to express was that I think there are some key differences in commercial and industrial areas where there are opportunities for increasing transit service and making sure that we're not just taking people from where they're coming from, but also taking them to where they're going to. One of those is in terms of economic development, especially in industrial areas. What we're seeing now is that some new industrial users are including in their RFPs that you can get, you could be considered more highly against regional or other areas if you're able to promise transit service at the outset of building a new facility. The report mentions, that on the other end of that, of course, we know that industrial areas bring in 2.5 times the taxes of residential areas, but that's also over a very, very small area. So it's 2.5 times on assessment, but in terms of an area, you're really only going to a single place. So single users is kind of the second area where commercial and industrial areas are different. You might have facilities where there are only in an industrial business park, maybe only like 4 or 6 users, and those users might have similar times when workers are starting and ending their shift. It's also easier to negotiate with a single developer because the developer is working, across a number of working with those businesses right as they come in. And that's the third point where commercial and industrial is different here, is that the structure of the lease. So these leases, as you know, have longer terms, 5 years or 10 years, and if structured into the beginning of the deal, it can be reflected in the price of either the rent or the operating cost. So it's necessary that that's optional because for some industrial users you might not have. They might not have very many workers at all, but for the ones that request it, there is an option there and an opportunity we wanted to bring up. Now, it's not a silver bullet, and as I say, it would have to be voluntary, but just wanted to bring up 3 areas where a program to increase new transit to new industrial areas could be structured for success. One, I do think that it would need to be voluntary. As I say, there are areas that are built out in over a long period of time, or where the first industrial facilities are manufacturing. But we're just looking for kind of clearer rules and an easier way to start that conversation. We need to know the period of time, how much it would cost, and really crucially, the amount of time when it would end. So for some folks that we've spoken with, they say we'd be able to purchase 400 bus passes and know that 400 people, even if they weren't using the service, you can have 400 new users. but if there are going to be 400 new users, does that crest the point at which the city should be providing that service anyways? And so we just want to bring up the differences in commercial and industrial, and then say, we need to be able to proceed with caution, because we're not trying to open the door to say, well, we'd be very happy to pay for a service that other areas are already getting, but instead say that there are some differences where we see an opportunity there.
Excellent. Thank you very much to all of our speakers. I'll go now to committee members for questions. Again, our goal is to wrap up questions of our speakers today. So just to encourage you all to keep that in mind. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your patience for this item, the last item of the day today. I'll start with, I'll go this way. Mr. Bradshaw, I just want to get some clarity on, you kind of spoke to 2 of the 3 reports. Did you have any particular perspective on that second one around transit service for youth? Because there's a point that, some of the drawback for a charter service would be the competition with kind of regular routes.
Sure. Our point of view on transportation of youth after school or to school, from school, the student population is a huge part of transit's ridership, and we support measures to continue that and to expand it. So.
Awesome, thank you. Ms. Brown, Jen, I wanted to hear more about your experience with that early adopter program that you had, and you mentioned that all your communities did have that option. Do those communities now have, what's the current state? Do they have adequate bus services?
Thank you for the question, and yes, because there's a lot of years packed into that. So, yeah, there was no such thing as an early transit program when we started this, and so it was something we initiated with transit, said back in the 90s, and then in the early 2000s started working to have it a more wholesome approach with other developers. So it was successful. What was found in all areas that within 2 years, and that was the program, that threshold that would be normally kept to run a conventional bus system was there years in advance. So the ridership was years in advance, so then we could switch to that conventional system. So as part of the program, it went to conventional buses after 2 years, and it was a peak service. It was not a full-time. But there was never a question of hitting that 2 years. At 2 years, it was not a problem because the thresholds were there, the rooftops were there, the ridership was there, and so it was fully successful across the board in our neighborhoods. That's our experience. Today, all of the neighborhoods except one still have that same conventional bus service that was picked up after the 2 years. I'll just add on the one, I'm pleased to say that as of 2 months ago, a route was added. So, but that neighborhood is 10 years old now.
And what was your motivation for just doing it from the outset? I mean, I can't guess, but wanted to hear from you.
Public transit is a good part of being part of the city.
For sure. And do you see kind of the growth pattern now compared to, decades ago that could also kind of manage some of that, face similar kind of, yes, there's that demand and, potentially this could work?
What do you mean by growth patterns?
Well, I feel like we're growing quite rapidly right now, and over a decade ago, I'm not sure if this is the same rate, but even at that time, there was such a demand for transit that you saw such success in this program. So, fast forward now, would you anticipate kind of similar kind of success if this were to keep going?
If I can, we're talking hypothetical, but yes, thank you for clarifying what you meant by growth. I do, because one of the things I do hear from residents, and I heard it earlier today, was I didn't need a car. I moved in here because I could, my child could go to school, because we do have specialty schools that are not necessarily in the neighborhood, universities or generational housing. But then when things changed, it was, I need to buy a car. I need to get a driver's license was one.
Yep.
You know, okay, so yes, the growth I can see, and that's just by hearsay.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I might have to come back, sorry, but I'll sneak one in to Tim. So what I'm hearing from you is that we need various measures to encourage youth participation in, or greater uptake in public transit. Things like free transit for youth under the age of
18.
Okay. And then maybe the next level could be that charter bus, even if there's drawback that might compete with conventional services.
Yeah, I totally agree. That service, to just use the existing network to start, we're losing $2 in revenue from maybe 320 youth, but we're providing a safe space for them.
Okay.
And then there's those spaces that don't have transit. I'll use an example, Britannia Junior High. It would take them an hour to get to a City of Edmonton Recreation Center, which in those kind of spaces, it's ranked in the top 10 of need in the city. There should be a charter service there.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thanks. Mayor Sohi?
Thank you so much. I'll start with Speaker Bradshaw. Thank you for reminding us about the lack of investments that have put us in this dilemma where we have seen population growth, but ETS bus service has not grown to match with their population growth. But I also want to stress that in the last budget process, City Council allocated close to $700 million for non-LRT investment in the bus system to renew the fleet, expand the fleet, garage, and including expansion of the off-peak as well as making the on-demand bus service permanent. I just want you're aware of those investments.
I'm aware of that, and those investments were very much appreciated.
Yeah. And
so
absolutely, we need to do more. And this report, I think, gives us a good picture about where the gaps are and how we can start closing those gaps. Right, there are pathways to do that, but it will require absolutely a lot of additional investment in
there's always more money needed, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Yeah, absolutely. On to the student access. I'm just going through the ETS website, and I see that students can buy a discounted bus pass from the schools, right? Do you know what it says $73 here, but maybe that's for ETS bus pass. Do you know what the cost is, Tim, for a school bus pass?
That's right.
$73, right? And with that pass can be used during off-school hours, on evenings, on weekends. So for what you're saying that even that 70, so students who would buy that bus pass, they need further subsidy in order to buy that bus pass, or our students are unable to buy even that school bus pass?
Youth are unable to buy that bus pass still. Lots of people, as you will know, are still trying to find a meal, so a bus pass is well beyond their means.
Right.
We hand out thousands of bus tickets per year.
Okay.
As an organization.
Oh, I see. So those students or youth, right? Youth attending school.
Yep.
Because they can't buy a monthly bus pass, so you provide them a little bit of support. And how would they get to school other than having that access to your tickets that you give them?
They're walking. They are paying for the trip to school, but then the transfer doesn't last long enough when they can. Right?
Okay.
So that after-school access is the down period, and we know that after school is the most critical time in a youth's day.
Right.
We used to talk about that a lot for really little people and think about childcare, but we've seen, especially in the last 4 years, of how that's really exploded to include youth 13 to 18 as well.
Right. Would you know, how many youth would fall into that category where they can't afford to have that a monthly school bus pass, even though during break time they don't have that access to that bus pass?
I wouldn't personally know the number across the city. I could tell you in our organization it would be 100% of the youth.
So how many are in your organization?
In that demographic, 500.
Okay, yeah.
So there's 500 people who would automatically be looking for support to get to a service or a facility.
Okay.
And then the other agencies that I listed as part of the Youth After School Initiative, the other 9 or so are supporting a similar number of folks.
Okay. So what I'm understanding that aside from, like, even in areas where good access to recreational facility exists by public transit, but youth's economic circumstances is a barrier for them to even get on the bus.
I totally agree.
Okay. 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 Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just had 2 quick questions. Maybe I'll start with Ms. Smith, although Mr. Adams may also want to weigh in. I'm just wondering if your organizations have explored providing transportation directly. Again, I do worry with the direct charters just in terms of that pulling service away from other peak hour frequency. So wondering if that's an option that you had explored.
Yeah, we have definitely looked into trying to provide services ourselves. However, quite frankly, the biggest issue for us is that there aren't usually buses available for us to charter due to the school services utilizing those buses in that after school time.
Right.
So yellow buses or other charter buses that we might be able to put some funding towards getting. Even if we wanted to, we can't access. A great example is we did have a youth after school hockey program that we were trying to run. We had about 18 kids, about 20 kids that were on that team, but we couldn't get them a bus to be able to get them to the ice rink times that started at 3:45.
Okay,
so.
and that's and so just thinking in terms of so that needs to be like if it's 20 youth, just wondering if and if you want to jump in, Mr. Adams, just sort of other like like the big vans or just like other.
Yeah.
We would be in the same. Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. We'd be in the same boat. We've tried. I've been doing this for 15 years now. I've tried to think every single transportation solution you can possibly imagine. From yellow buses, and the price will vary. It started at $150 and now gone up to, could be $320 per bus. We've tried the large vans, which have also varying degrees of success and legitimacy because lots of them have been banned given the number of accidents those 15-seaters get in. We've tried taxis. We've tried Uber. Every single transportation solution you can possibly imagine, we've tried. Okay. So if there's already an existing system that's operating, for us to help educate youth, help discount the price, help support youth as to Ms. Smith's example of the fear that's associated with transit and providing some support to encourage youth to go on it and make sure that they're safe, that's going to provide a long-term sustainable option instead of us piecemealing different transportation solutions as we go.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you so much. And then quickly, maybe both Ms. Brown and Mr. Pye, I'm hearing that there's an interest potentially to at least have a structure through which to have a conversation with the city about providing transportation services in both commercial and potentially new residential areas. Is that a fair takeaway? Yeah, I'm just seeing nodding heads. And so, again, it would be, there may be multiple variations on a theme, but it's at least having a framework to start those conversations. And Mr. Pye, that was an interesting, I don't know if you were seeing it as sort of like a shift, but like interesting idea in terms of looking at committed transit passes versus sort of like a specific subsidy for a specific route. Did you want to elaborate on that?
That's just one. That is just one way. But I do think that it's actually through the conversations that we were having with administration where they were saying, how can we prove out that ridership? And I think that's a really useful metric, right? That's what transit's using, is how can you prove out the ridership? And I felt like, especially where in a circumstance where a business is being asked to pay for transit service that they may feel is more a city responsibility. If it was, you can buy this many bus passes, then you've proven out the ridership at the outset. So I just thought that came as a one-to-one, but it isn't well explored.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting nuance, and I'll definitely follow that up with our administration. Thank you. I'll end there and go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. My first question is for Ms. Brown. So you've said that in the areas that you've developed, you were having success with it, and it transferred directly over, except just to regular transit service that the city pays for, except for one neighborhood. Is that right?
Yes, that was just timing.
Okay, and I'm just wondering for some of our newer and developing neighborhoods, would something maybe like on-demand service be something that the development community would look at? Would that be a cheaper route than 2 years of conventional service?
It potentially could be. It's definitely something that's been discussed and is open to be part of these discussions. When we were going through writing a model for it back starting in 2008, part of those iterations was on-demand was at that point, or hiring cabs, or there was lots of different iterations and so those can be back on the table to look at how those costs would be compared to running an actual off-peak bus service for 2 years, for sure.
And I think you sort of alluded to it as well, that it's one way to attract people to come and buy a home in the development if they've got the amenities such as transit and schools and whatnot. Is that right?
Absolutely. We've talked about 15-minute communities and stuff. Buses are part of that, and so yes, that's there's incentive there for developers to be part of that discussion, to have early transit, and that's one of that is to bring more people to the areas. And we're not, I just want to clarify, it's not necessarily just Greenfield, right? Like it's the whole city.
Okay. And then I'm also wondering, and I know that it all comes at a cost. Maybe Ms. Anderson, you're the one who mentioned that about passing those costs on to the home buyers. If you didn't pass them on to the home buyers, what would happen?
They would be passed on. There is no alternative. But like the way that development happens is not that the profitability would be eliminated to provide more neighborhood amenities. That's not how it works. So the cost would be passed on. Developers make, just like City Council does, they make trade-offs. They decide what is more important for their you have constituents, they have customers. Sorry, both C's, different groups. And they think, what do people want to pay for? Quite literally, the proof is in the purchase. So if developers are interested in front-ending transit, that would not be a philanthropic move. That would be because they've weighed the benefits of this amenity in their communities relative to others, and they might cut others. So there's always going to be a trade-off.
Okay. But I'm just wondering why couldn't that cost be shared between the developer's profits and the cost of the home buyer?
Well, there's any number
because both do benefit, right? The home buyer gets that transit service, and the developer does get that sale.
Right. I would respectfully say that City Council does not get to regulate the profit margin of the private sector.
Okay. But so that would hit the bottom line of the developer then, correct? If that was the route that was chosen.
No, they would pass the cost on to the homeowner.
No, but the developer has that choice to make, either their bottom line or the homeowner.
No profitable business is choosing to affect their bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And then I had some more questions for administration. Actually, going back to Ms. Brown, do you think that it was successful in those areas because the city planned ahead, knowing that the 2 years was up and they had to make some changes maybe to service to continue servicing those areas?
Yes, it had to have the continuation, but that wasn't that was part of the program from day one. We wouldn't have started on day one without the commitment at like day 7:20.
Okay, that the cost of those services would take over.
7:30.
Okay. Yeah, that's about right, I think. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll stay with Tim for a second. Just wanted to kind of follow up on that last thread you had with Mayor Sohi around the monthly pass. Do any of your youth members access the Ride Transit that's partially subsidized by the province so that you do have monthly pass of $35?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of them try to tap into it, yep.
But not all of them?
No.
Because, like,
education
awareness?
is part of it.
Sure, okay.
Cost is part of it still. And I guess the piece to this is by making the access to the recreation centers or the city amenities free, it also elevates the program and the profile of getting kids to safe spaces after school and making additional choices, healthy choices, to go to those spaces versus other spaces. So as well as the subsidization of the fee and the $2 bus ride they could potentially be having, it's also elevating the program to say, hey, after school, go to the Clairview, Commonwealth, Terwilliger, Recreation Center, Meadows, Mill Woods Recreation Center, because that's a healthier, safe space for you than potentially some of the other options. So it's kind of achieving two pieces.
Okay. I want to go to Sarah online. I'm curious do you have any kind of study or research with newcomers, seniors, and their transit access experience, similar to the ones that you described with youth?
Yeah, sadly, we do not. So this research was done specifically about youth sport participation. We did have conversations. So the first kind of set of research that we did was community consultation information sessions. So they were hosted across the city of Edmonton in 9 different languages, where we did have seniors and parents talking about their experiences, but it was primarily about their experiences with their youth, not with them directly.
Right, okay, great, thank you. Anand, if I can come to you and finish up some of my questions here. So what I'm also hearing from you is that, okay, perhaps, there were challenges with a cost share program in residential area, but in the industrial parks, for example, there might be sort of that appetite for the voluntary participation in cost sharing, or not cost sharing, but developer funded transit options.
Yes.
And have you explored that with administration at all?
We've had that conversation in some form over the years. I think a part of it is that the ridership either is there or it isn't there. So some developers would rather have that conversation, I think, like either with administration or with a different part of administration or with their affected city councilor, because they feel like one day the ridership isn't there. You build a building and now there's 400 people who want to take the bus. Then it may be just that you have to wait until the next budget cycle for that just to be added into the overall transit service. And so there are ways that developers are approaching this, or businesses are approaching this currently that are different than what we're proposing here, which is that there's a number and a price and a period of time, and that's more standardized, I guess.
Okay. I have one last question to Kaylin. Can you speak to a little bit about this notion of inequity? Because I think that's a real challenge. If it's voluntary, then some neighborhood get it, some neighborhood don't, and then they're just going to be, that gap is going to be wider. And I mean, not that, I think mandatory is necessarily a good way to go, but that's the reason why it's even mentioned in the report, is because it's a way to kind of even the playing field, right?
If it was voluntary, the playing field would not be even. So the types of developers who'd be willing to take on
mandatory.
If it was mandatory, we would oppose this ferociously.
Right. But what I'm saying is, it's there because we had to. It's one way to kind of level the playing field.
Oh, I see. The current, public transit system. Your team here, Eddie and Carrie and Daniel, work very hard to deal with the equity issues across the city. If you were to rely on certain businesses or certain developers in certain parts of neighborhoods funding advanced service, there's other neighborhoods who wouldn't get it.
Right. So I guess my point is then, you know, what are your thoughts of like overcoming that?
Well,
right?
I mean, honestly, it's maybe a large pill to swallow, but I think we need to have a properly funded public transit system in Edmonton that, you know, the bus service is maintained with population growth and economic development. In the short term, if you need to take some shortcuts to kind of boost up, coverage in certain areas, we're open to that conversation, but we don't think it's a structurally sustainable idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Mayor Sohi? Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, no worries. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Bracho, I'm not sure if you remember this. A few years ago, we had youth come out to advocate for expanded coverage and to make transit free. And then Mayor Iveson at the time proposed a question to them. He said, look, we're going through a bus network redesign, which will, am I loud enough? Am I coming through clear?
Can you speak up a bit more?
I talk really close to my mic. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, we're hearing you, Councillor.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So then Mayor Iveson said, we're going through a bus network redesign. That will be the template upon which we can grow our transit service. So the question he put toward the youth at the time was, would you like us to spend $150 million to make transit free, which is what it would cost at the time? Or would you like us to use that $150 million in order to grow transit? And at the time, the youth said, well, you know what? With that choice, we'd prefer you to grow transit. Do you recall that, Mr. Bradshaw?
Councillor, I don't recall that specific conversation.
Well, I remember it crystal clear because to me, that was a commitment that council was making to the youth that we were going to invest in transit once the bus network redesign was complete. So I'm going to switch over to Speaker Anderson. And so what I'm hearing is that industry would really, really much prefer across all our conversations that we consider the cost of home ownership so that it is attainable for people to actually buy.
Correct. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. And so the trade-off on that is that if industry is not putting money in and therefore, resulting in a higher cost of entry, the trade-off is then there's a higher cost of providing that service through property taxes, because we have been running at essentially budgets that are under the cost of growth, under the cost of inflation for, well, since the pandemic. We've actually had some of the lowest taxes, maybe the lowest taxes of all major municipalities in Canada when it comes to tax increases year after year. So is that the choice that we're faced with here? Because there's not really a lot of efficiencies and redirections to find that we're not already engaged in or haven't already done.
So the question is, sorry, could you reframe it? Just
so if it's not going to be on the home, understanding all the context, it's got to go on to taxes.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, I mean, but, you know, if you're doing voluntary transit, developer-funded transit, it would just be on a very select subsection of homeowners. It would be a small percentage of them.
Right.
So it's not like it would be broad-based.
Not very many developers are going to voluntarily say, we want to raise the price of our homes.
Some would and some wouldn't. Again, they're looking constantly at what their potential home buyers, what their profile is, what they would want to invest in personally. So, you know, I think it won't be similar across the whole city. One of the great things about having so many different areas is that there are different demographics that sort of self-select based on price point or many other factors.
Okay, so that's a good question. I guess the question then that we'll have to ask, and I don't know who to ask this of, is what does the public want? I guess that would be me. I ask that of me. What does the public want? Do they want higher taxes? Do they want higher cost of entry? Understanding the context? Or, I mean, that's what we're weighing here. But I think the overarching message is that the public wants us to fulfill the promise of building on the BNR and they don't care how we do it. Would that sound like probably what the public's perception is?
I think there are many publics. I think the public that Tim, 2 seats down from me, is talking about are kids who can't even afford a subsidized bus pass that's further subsidized to half of that price. That's part of the public. We have people who are walking into, entry-level homes in the mid $500,000 range and taking mortgages they can barely handle, and some of them are handling it nicely. So when you ask who the public is, I would say there's no straightforward answer to that. But I would say that the promise of the BNR is a good one to
across the board, the public wants us to take care of each other. I think that's pretty fair to say.
Sure.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi. Oh, and sorry, actually, before that, I apologize to cut you off. I think we will move to extend orders to 5:30 so we can at least start questions of administration today. So just looking at unanimous consent, or do we need a motion?
I won't be able to stay, but you can carry on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
We can do unanimous consent.
Okay, great. I think that we can proceed on that basis then, unless I hear a strong objection. No.
I'll try to come back because I have a call at 5 o'clock, but if I done early, I'll come back.
Thank you. And I don't think we'll be wrapped up. We'll have an opportunity tomorrow. Okay, Mayor Sohi, over to you.
So coming back to Speaker Adams, as I listen, I'm kind of exploring options and solutions. I don't want to generalize the young people that you serve as part of your program, but would it be accurate to say that many of them come from very vulnerable backgrounds, poverty, refugee kids, kids that are struggling? Would that be kind of accurate?
Yep.
Right. And keeping that in mind, that if they are not provided proper support, right, which you do a phenomenal job, right, and if we can do more to get them into recreation centers and other activities, likelihood of them, becoming better, productive, and engaged and connected is high.
You're correct.
Lack of that would mean that they could fall through the cracks and get into trouble, right?
Exactly.
All right. Because I'm going to ask this question to administration. I think we have a program that might be able to help you through the federal government that we're actually designing at this time, which is to divert kids from trouble and get them to healthy lifestyles and engage them in healthy activities that we might be able to tap into to supplement that some of the subsidy that they're able to access through the provincial program. Okay.
I would appreciate that. And so would all the agencies who are part of the Youth After School Initiative.
I'm going to ask that question, and if I'm unable to, maybe committee can ask that question around. This is the gangs and guns diversion program that the federal government is funding. I think we're getting close to $5 million out of that program, and is being designed. Maybe that could be a venue or revenue source that we could actually tap into, provide that subsidy. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thanks for flagging that. Okay. Well, no further questions of our speakers. Thank you so much for being with us and for making it through a very long day. You are now free to go, but we're going to stick around for another half hour to start questions of administration. So I'll invite our delegation back up. What? Or less. Thank you. I'm looking for colleagues to sign up as we start questions of administration. Councillor.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much for all this report and presentation, very comprehensive, and good to hear about some positive news. I was wondering about, I am aware there are some comments from EDSAB as well, but wondering if you had some direct engagement, like formal engagement with them.
Yeah, so we always discuss every report that we're bringing forward with them and gave them an opportunity related to that. We have a staff liaison that directly supports them with it as well.
Okay. Great. And they've had their opportunity to provide input on all three.
That's my understanding. We can follow up tomorrow if that's not the case, but yes, that's our understanding.
Great, thank you. Anyways, my point is simply I'm aware of some comments, but I just want to make sure administration has had a chance to review them and had a thought into, see it in the context of the reports. There's a few things that stood out to me in that youth transit that I wasn't aware of before, like the ETS EPL partnership. And I see you're also kind of like moving younger and younger, which is great to kind of get that interest in public transportation. I guess what kind of turnout are you seeing with some of those programs?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I can speak to that. The partnership with the library was something we started this summer, and we ran a few sessions. I don't have the participation numbers, but it was well received, well attended, and that's all part of a focus for this year was expanding our outreach to youth, and we have a variety of activities, including more work with the school boards and exploring different opportunities to do travel training and direct outreach in the schools as well. Mm-hmm. And we've been doing that.
And, I think there was just with the speakers, there's a number of like specific routes that were mentioned. This is back in October when we started talking about easier access for youth to rec centers, and I'm aware of various conversations about increasing transit capacity to industrial parks. And I'm thinking about the opportunity for the 5 times service adjustment per year. Are we leveraging those opportunities to incrementally improve those services?
So I'll start and then Daniel can chime in. We don't have enough buses to meet all of our needs. And I hope that we painted a picture for you, evidence-based of what the gaps are. Daniel's team has a long list of priorities. So yes, those items are in our list, but there's a lot of gaps in the city, unfortunately.
And so you're doing your best, and we're talking, when people talk about charter bus, I'm like, we don't even have enough bus right now to serve the existing needs, right?
We would normally limit charters to off-peak times when we do have a fleet available. We wouldn't sacrifice our regular service.
Okay. You mentioned the ongoing work around looking at impact of equity. I guess I'm wondering if you can kind of tell me more about that, because I see a huge gap. And sometimes I also, as the speakers were talking about the developer-funded ones, and you flagged that the program ended because of the inequity. But I guess I'm just thinking now, fast forward now, are we further like perpetuating some of the inequity in the developing neighborhoods when we don't have kind of anything else, and we're at capacity with our existing fleet?
Yeah, I think there's layers to the analysis. So we have equity-deserving communities across the city, and we have higher concentrations, which was our October report, in certain parts of the city that are not being well served. When we look at our service standards, we're taking into consideration, when we go through our prioritization, the policy, the standards, and equity as a factor. In terms of the newer areas, what we've identified in our report is we know that we haven't kept up with growth, and there's pressure to close those gaps. Thinking of the developer-funded solution as the turnkey solution to address that gap is going to further create pressures to sustain it upon conclusion of the developer-funded portion, and that's the challenge. Totally appreciate what you're saying, that there are equity-deserving people living in these newer areas, but the way we provide the service to them is really important in terms of it being sustained and not having service and then taking it away because we don't
Yep.
have the funding.
Yeah, especially if it takes 18 months to just procure a bus, never mind whether or not we have the money for the bus.
The
right?
best case scenario is just regular, smaller, ongoing investment in the bus service. That way there's no peaks and valleys putting pressure on budget cycles, and it's predictable from a service planning perspective, and we can keep up with the population growth and be able to say to council and to the public through our annual service plan, here's the plan where we're going to add that extra service following the service standards and the categories we flagged.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you. So just to be clear, the report 7.2 isn't bringing up anything that we didn't already know from budget. That's one of the impetuses for why we approved the transit garage, for example, because we were under the understanding that we've pretty much maxed out on our fleet.
That is correct, Councillor. I think this report, if anything, just gives you further details in terms of the metrics specific to growth. And we've all felt it. I know you hear about it all the time from constituents. People feel they don't have, adequate service levels, and we know we have gaps. So these motions were helpful to help us do the deeper dive into the analysis, give you the metrics. So now you have the actual evidence to say, okay, here are some opportunities to close some of those gaps and what the current gap in a quantifiable way, what it looks like to help guide further discussions.
So I guess it's a receipt for information, but there's 4 options in that report. And it says that this is also going to executive committee on September 20th. So because because all of these options have financial impacts, is your suggestion that it be received for information today and that the executive committee have more of a fulsome discussion and debate on the cost breakdown?
My apologies if that is how it came across. September 20th exec is a different report looking at the follow-up on the funding tools discussion. So there were 3 items in a motion from council directing us to do some follow-up work on potential funding tools. So that's September 20th. The reports are complementary in the sense that today we're describing here's the extent of the gap and what the needs look like. The follow-up discussion on September 20th is more narrow in focus about those specific funding tool opportunities.
Okay. Yeah, and number 3 was kind of funny because I was like, isn't that what we're already doing with the new transit garage? And the operating costs would be a debate that the next council would have in the next 4-year budget. So number 3 to me is a bit moot, if I'm understanding correctly, just in terms of timely response. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, the first 2 options are short-term. The other 2 options, we just wanted to flag kind of order of magnitude of what it would take. And in that facility, the 75 per year is kind of the maximum we could accommodate.
Okay, and then this is completely changing subject from this, but actually one thing that stood out to me in the report and made me go, what? And so I put like neon flashing lights around it as I was reading it, is that some neighborhoods with high ridership are inaccessible for conventional transit service. Rapperswil, Chambly, and Ellisnor areas will be served with longer walking distance because access by conventional bus is not possible due to neighborhood design. And that just like, how did we get here? That's my question.
That's certainly true, Councillor Rutherford, and there's a history of decision-making and different geographies and different constraints in each neighborhood. Each one has its own story that would lead to those outcomes. I think the positive thing is we do have a tool to deal with some of those in our on-demand transit network, and that one, that's a service layer that was identified by
but on-demand is supposed to be first kilometer, last kilometer.
Agreed.
Like going into Rapperswil, going into Canossa is much more than a kilometer. Agreed.
We have some significant geography challenges in supportive infrastructure.
I guess, okay, so if that's the neighborhood design, I have two follow-up questions. How are we making sure no further neighborhoods are designed that way? And B, how are we rectifying for those neighborhoods?
Well,
How are we planning to rectify, or can it even be rectified?
Yeah, I think the city plan goes a long way to doing that, Councillor Rutherford. So when we looked at the city plan a few years ago and enacting that, it's all about kind of building up the mobility network and looking at that transit as a key player or a layer in the growth of the city and making sure that we're not making mistakes like that again.
Okay, so but how do we fix it for the neighborhoods that are affected by this? Because it's not going to be satisfactory for me to go back to Rapperswil residents and say, yeah, you're just not going to get conventional transit service ever.
I think
I'll leave it there. I'll come back for a second round.
I'll just say, well, let us take that away. We'll talk with our colleagues in the other departments and we'll follow up.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Definitely important questions and something that I had wanted to ask about too. So appreciate the discussion on that. I don't have too many questions, to be honest. I thought the reports were excellent. They provided me with all the information I needed, and I do have two motions that I will put on the floor just maybe after a few other questions. So just following from our speakers today, did we evaluate the suggestion of the free after school impact, free after school between 4 and 7, what the financial impact might be? Or is that?
Go ahead, Sarah.
So we have looked at free transit for youth under 12. We have a report coming back in response to a council motion in October. Okay. Specifically free after school, there are several complexities with that, in particular how to, within the fair payment system, to segregate different times of day. And through that, I think we emphasize the different programs we have to provide subsidized fare for youth.
And sorry, the report coming back is free for under 18?
There was a council motion about free transit for youth 12 and under is currently free when riding with a fare-paying passenger, and the motion was to take out the fare-paying passenger requirement.
Okay. But we don't have any work looking specifically at 18.
We can take that away and follow up. There would be a financial impact. There's several different discount products as well. Mm-hmm. So perhaps in a follow-up, we can also talk about those existing discounts. To provide a further subsidy would require some offset funding. And I know Stacy's on the line listening closely.
Sure. Well, I mean, just in terms of, so that the report for free under 12, when is that coming?
It's October 13th.
Okay.
And that will have the financial impact of that decision specifically, and it would be much larger for this idea of after school.
Okay. And so we could potentially, recognizing that the report is probably well underway, but in October, if we ask the question about the under 18, would we
for sure
potentially have some? Okay.
We can do that. I just want to flag, the youth riders, our fare policy, it's 24 and under. That's 40% of our fare revenue. It's quite a substantial group.
I have that noted. 40% of revenue for youth, which that gives me pause, but if we have a conversation point coming up in October,
for sure,
where we can have that information and then make decisions accordingly from there, that's great. So rather than making another motion right now, it seems like we can capture that in October. Also, for the developer paid service, I really think we heard about the challenges, the concerns potentially with that. I think the suggestion that on-demand transit would be the most appropriate approach. Again, what resources would be required for administration to explore that further?
So we presented information in terms of key considerations. It would require direction from council in terms of what you would like us to do for next steps. We were highlighting, key factors, some of the history, some of the concerns, in addition to some of the benefits of that approach. I'll just caution again, at the end of a developer contribution, it requires funding and potentially, as outlined in the report, it would skip the priority sequencing. Exactly.
Yeah.
So just some cautions there.
100%. And I think it's more, I thought it was compelling just in terms specifically of employment areas. And again, maybe like a different approach, which is again, the purchasing of like a commitment to purchasing transit passes instead of sort of subsidizing a route. I don't know that I feel ready to make a motion around that, but just wondering again if there was interest to exploring that. Is it an unfunded service package for resources to explore that, or is it we could just explore it?
I think if you're asking us to continue working with industry and the representatives here today to have further conversations, we can do that.
Okay.
But ultimately, I think it is going to require a decision point from council formally about this. So if you're looking for something a bit more substantive, I think giving us that direction would be helpful. Otherwise, yes, we can continue to have conversations, and then just at a future report, if we got asked the question, we could respond.
Okay, that's very helpful. And the work that you're doing in 2023 around equity-seeking groups, will that include a review of the DAT service as well?
No. So what we're doing is looking at our service standards for conventional service with that equity lens. I would say on the DAT side, we did a program and service review, a 3-year DAT service improvement project, and equity was at the heart of the entire thing.
Okay.
If there's a desire to do something a bit different from that or expand on that, we can chat about it.
Sure.
But we definitely were committed to DAT's improvements.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Wright, and then I will come back to put some motions on the floor.
Thank you very much. Carrie, aren't we getting a report back on sort of co-mingling or looking at co-mingling DATs and on demand?
Yes, we sure are. So you actually initiated a motion, and we have a report coming up. Sarah can confirm. I think it's in December.
I think it's December 5th.
Okay.
I think.
I'll mark that on my calendar. Thank you. Okay. No, I'm just wondering, you know, again, with the developer funded transit, I you know, recognize maybe some inequities in that, but I'm just wondering, you know, with all the great planning that you guys have been doing around all the transit service, could it not be worked in that we plan for that 2 years out?
So I think provided that there's funding to continue the service. So one of the hard lessons learned, I think, going through the previous model is when we didn't see that ongoing support to continue the service or the ridership thresholds weren't there. It's hard on those communities to, you know, quote unquote, lose service. So
have it yanked away from them?
Exactly. Yeah. So through the budget process, as you know, we're one of many services. There's a lot of tough decisions made, and I just worry about our ability to commit to continuing on-demand service when the developer contribution portion is finished. That's my concern.
And the other issue is obviously the budget end of it. So at the end of this, the budget or the developer-funded service solution, it could be a pretty large investment, and that investment takes away from a lot of the other priorities that are well needed versus areas that may be not as high of ridership.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, you know, our earlier conversations today on the substantial completion, I'm just wondering if that was one of the metrics that were being considered at all, but doesn't sound like it. You haven't been approached through urban planning about that?
I mean, we talked about the tracked kind of transit standards, but didn't get into the level of detail of the specific components yet. But it's definitely integrated work, and we're supporting our UPE colleagues.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I think that's all I have. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I would like to put a first motion on the floor that administration prepare an unfunded service package to address service gaps and to advance plans for a satellite transit garage facility lease and an unfunded capital profile to purchase transit buses to grow the fleet as part of leasing the satellite transit garage facility for consideration by council during the 2023 fall supplementary capital budget adjustment as described in the August 29, 2023 City Operations Report, CO 01337. As a very brief introduction, I think it is stupendous luck and a great opportunity that we have a transit facility, a transit garage. You know, knowing the planning we're doing in the south, building a new facility is a years-long process with a lot of uncertainty around funding from other orders of government. So to have something that's sort of ready-made and ready for us to use, I think is an incredibly exciting one and something I'd really like to at least have a clear picture and information on, which we can then weigh against other priorities at the budget adjustment process. Happy to take questions. But again, this would just be getting the information to take advantage of this opportunity that has emerged to make use of an existing transit garage facility. I'm not seeing any questions, so I'm gonna go to the vote. Oh, okay, Councillor Tang.
That's ambitious to get this item done in the next 8 minutes. Great. I wanted to ask, can you remind me the timeline for the satellite transit garage facility?
Sure thing. So we could enter into an operating lease with the facility early in '24, and then through the capital process, if we had funding to procure the buses, I think we could aim to have service commencement in the spring of 2025. Well, just realistically for procuring buses, it's that 12 to 18 month window. They would be hydrogen electric buses, and we need to go through a procurement process for that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think all the options you put forward are all really important, but, you know, keeping things into perspective, when we say short term, we're talking about like minimum 18 months.
It's an 18-month horizon for sure. Valley Line precursor service hours are more short term, and that would be, fingers crossed.
It's okay. You don't have to say it.
Earlier.
Let's not go there.
I'll just say earlier than the 18 months.
Hopefully, yes, hopefully.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's great. I think this is important for that full picture for sure. And can you also just remind me, because I feel like during the 4-year budget, we approved so many things transit related. I mean, yes, we also didn't approve, you know, lots of things as well. But was this on the table at that time?
So there's a lot on capital. So on the capital, there was the Southeast Transit Garage, the replacement of the U2 LRVs, ongoing maintenance of our active air system, and then of course all our regular composite profiles that renew and replace different components. On the operating side, there was the permanent funding for on-demand, which is about 7 million, and then there was the off-peak and on-demand growth. Yeah.
Was this one part of the? No. Okay. And so is the funding strategy then kind of what you said about kind of incrementally, steadily fund this rather than kind of dumping everything?
It's much easier for budget cycles, and it's easier administratively if
and
it's a slower, a slower replacement over a longer period of time. This is growth, a little bit different, but similarly, you know, we can scale it up to the 40 buses, depending on the will of council. It doesn't have to be immediately all 40 right away.
Right. And that Southeast Garage one was contingent on other orders of government as well, right? Do you know where things are at with that, or when we might know more?
We can update council on that. It's quite looking quite positive.
Excellent. All right. Well, that's all the rest of my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess just to the mover, why did you pick this option and not option 1?
Because option 1 is automatically coming to Falls SOBA, so there wasn't a motion that was required. But if there had been, I would have moved that motion as well. I'll also be moving a motion around just getting more information around option 4 and what that could look like.
Okay. That's it.
Great. Okay, thank you. I am going to push this vote through. No need to close, and seeing no other speakers, I will just ask my colleagues to vote, please.
Just waiting on one vote.
It's not coming up for me. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Excellent. Rapid fire motion. The administration provide a report to committee outlining a bus fleet replacement plan that identifies efficiencies that can be reinvested into the bus network to address the service gaps described in the August 29, 2023 City Operations Report CO 01337. As a brief introduction, this is option 4 that was explored. At this point, it's just getting a bit more information, and there are no resource implications to the best of my knowledge, and I see nodding heads. And that would be due February 2024 at either this committee or executive, depending on the contents. I see no questions. I see no speaking, so happy to call the vote on that.
Yes. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I would love to turn to Councillor Tang to move 7.3 and 7.4, and we may have some brief speaking to that as well.
Can I do those together, or you want me separate? I'll do them separate. That the August 29, 2023 City Operations Report CO 01562 be received for information. This is the bus service for youth after school hours.
Thank you. Do you want to close or introduce or close?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, hands down, this is kind of a very critical population that we really need to think about how to better support. You know, there were some ideas certainly being advocated for, and I think at this point, given that there are a few other, you know, outstanding information that we're still waiting on, without, you know, for me at least, without some of those information, it's hard to kind of determine what is the best pathway forward. I think for now, we'll receive for information, anticipating that there will be future reports coming as well to inform additional decision-making.
Thank you. I'm going to pretend that was your introduction and ask a brief question, which Mayor Sohi had wanted. When we come back in October to talk about this, will there also be an opportunity to see how this could potentially fit with the guns and gangs strategy from the federal government?
We can take that away and chat with our community services colleagues about it.
Great, thank you. Okay, would you like to close? No. Okay, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
Mine didn't show up, yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. And 7.4, Councillor Tang.
That this report, CO 01551, be received for information as well.
Thank you. I will call the vote, seeing no one to speak.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We are now recessed until tomorrow at 3 p.m. where we'll be coming back for 7.1, but otherwise our agenda is complete. Thank you all so much for a very productive day as we finish at 5:30 on the nose. Thank you.